Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Turned the Goblet of Fire into a Game of Strategy, so do 4 Blue Hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Finally, Harry awoke the morning of the 27th excited to spend a week with Hermione and her parents. Granted, Harry had only met the Grangers once in passing before his second year, but he figured anyone who could raise someone as brilliant as Hermione were brilliant in their own right. Harry threw all of his belongings into his trunk, having already sent Hedwig ahead to stretch her wings out. As Harry dragged his trunk down the stairs, a quick glance at his old and tattered watch revealed 5 minutes until the Grangers were due to arrive. Harry took a quick look around and found no one else awake, although Vernon had kindly left a letter. "Boy, I don't expect to see you again until next Sunday, so best not get into any trouble for your freakishness. Vernon." Harry balled the note up and threw it away as he wryly said, "Charming Uncle Vernon." Harry dragged his trunk outside the front door, where he sat down in the lawn and leaned against his trunk waiting for the Grangers. At 9:01 a Rolls-Royce literally rolled up in front of number 4. The back door to the car was opened and a brown blur shot towards Harry as he got to his feet. Hermione enveloped Harry into a tight hug before she gave him a key on the cheek. Harry colored slightly and understated ly said, "Well, that was a brilliant hello." Hermione laughed before she asked, "Are you all ready to go, Harry?" Harry nodded as he dragged his trunk across the Dursleys' lawn and slid it into the back as Hermione held it open. Harry crawled into the back seat of the car, sitting next to Hermione as her mother swiveled around for introductions. Hermione nodded to her mother, a silent conversation taking place before she said, "Harry, this is my mum Bianca, and our valet for the day is my dad Michael." Harry leaned forward and offered his hand, shaking Bianca's and followed by shaking the just turned around Michael's hand a moment later. He smiled and earnestly said, I just wanted to say thanks for doing so much for me this summer." Bianca smiled and replied, "Oh, you're welcome, but most of the credit goes to our Hermione." Harry wrapped his arm around Hermione's shoulder and gave it a squeeze before he softly said, "Thanks Hermione, you're too good to me." Hermione blushed faintly as her parents turned back around as they took off back towards Kensington and the Grangers' residence. Harry watched out the window, just enjoying being in the presence of people who didn't view him as a freak or a celebrity. With that in mind, he turned to Hermione, who hadn't made a move to disentangle his arm from around her shoulders. He smiled when he realized she had fallen asleep, so he gently roused her. Hermione blinked owlishly for a moment before she smiled tenderly and said, "Hey Harry." Harry chuckled and replied cheekily, "Hello Hermione, fancy seeing you here." Hermione smiled and Harry continued teasingly, "So what grand plans do we have for the week, Ms. Granger?" Hermione yawned as she stretched slightly before she replied, "Well, Mum and Dad still have to work during the week, so I'll show you around the town. Of course I'll take you on a tour of Kensington Palace and Kensington Gardens. Other than that we can just hang out, watch some movies, and talk about school, whatever you'd like." Harry nodded and said, "That sounds lovely." He looked towards Hermione's parents and whispered into Hermione's ear, "No crazed killers, giant snakes, or demented house elves." Hermione rolled her eyes playfully in response and swatted Harry's arm as they merged onto the expressway leading to Kensington. Harry cleared his throat and asked Bianca, "Mrs. Granger, Hermione's told me that you and Mr. Granger are dentists." Bianca nodded and replied, "Yes, we are, Harry." Harry nodded and then asked, "Do you specialize in anything?" Bianca smiled and replied, "I'm an oral surgeon and Michael is a DDS, so we cover everything from braces to teeth cleanings." Hermione chimed in, "Mum and Dad have actually done work for the Prime Minister in the past. Of course, back then he wasn't the Prime Minister, but that doesn't really matter much." Hermione furrowed her brow in thought and asked, "Harry, I didn't even notice in all of the excitement, but where is Hedwig?" Harry smiled slightly and replied, "I sent her off ahead last night, seeing as how she knows the way so well after the last few weeks." Hermione nodded before she asked, "Are you excited about the Quidditch World Cup?" Harry shrugged, which surprised Hermione greatly, before he said, "I think it will be a lot of fun, but I'm not nuts about Quidditch like Ron is." I just love to play it is all. Hermione eyed Harry speculatively for a moment before she remarked, "You seem different somehow, Harry." Harry shrugged and replied, "Everyone changes over time." Hermione crinkled up her nose at the response but nodded before she asked, "I always thought you loved listening to Ron go on about the cannons." Harry smiled teasingly and replied, "Well, as brilliant as you are, Hermione, even you can be wrong." Hermione huffed playfully before she swatted at Harry's arm again and honestly said, "I'm so glad you're here, Harry." Harry smiled as he gave her a comforting squeeze before he said, "I'm glad I'm here with you too." Neither noticed the knowing looks passing between the adults sitting up in the front seat, as they were too caught up in their playful banter. Upon finally reaching the Grangers' household, which was just outside of Kensington in an affluent-looking community. The Grangers' house was a sensible gray-colored large two-storied house. Harry got out of the rolls after Michael parked the car in the garage adjoining the house. Hermione helped Harry get his trunk inside the house as she talked about the potions essay they had been assigned by Snape over the summer. Upon reaching the house, Bianca said, "Hermione, why don't you show Harry to his room and give him a tour of the house? Your father and I will order some pizza for dinner tonight to celebrate Harry being here." Hermione nodded as she helped Harry drag his trunk up the stairs before taking a left and stopping at the end of the hallway. Harry glanced in and saw a room with a pink comforter and bookcase before he unenthusiastically said, "Oh, great, I love pink." Hermione rolled her eyes and pointed over Harry's shoulder at a closed door across the hall before she said, "Harry, that's my room with the pink. Your room is just inside that door." Harry released a sigh of relief before he smiled sheepishly as Hermione stepped around him and opened the door to reveal a similar room but with blues and a lack of books welcoming him. He turned to Hermione with a silent question and she appeared very sad for a moment before she replied, "This room was supposed to be for my twin brother when my parents bought the house. But he was a stillborn and my mum had complications from it, so they stopped trying to have more kids." Harry pulled Hermione into a hug, as a couple of tears reached his shoulder before he pulled away with a tender smile and said, "It's okay, you don't have to say any more, I understand completely." Hermione smiled wanly and quietly said, "Thanks, Harry." She glanced around and said, "Your clothes are in the wardrobe. I figured we could make a day trip to Diagon Alley and do some school shopping sometime before your birthday. I'll let you get settled in. When you're all done, just come across the hall and grab me for the rest of your tour." The first couple of days at the Grangers, Harry and Hermione merely spent a lot of time talking and getting to know each other better. Hermione shared her fears about Harry's dream, to which he merely nodded as though he had expected or concluded as much as well. Tuesday night found Harry and Hermione in the den watching a movie when she asked, "Harry, am I your best friend?" Harry looked at Hermione for a long moment, searching for something in her eyes before he replied, "Yes, you're my best friend in the world." "Why do you ask?" Hermione frowned skeptically and asked, "So you're saying Ron isn't your best friend?" Harry's brow furrowed as he pieced together what the conversation could be about before he replied, "I like to think about the difference between you and Ron as in how we treat each other." Hermione arched her eyebrow but didn't say anything aside from waving her hand in a plea to continue. "Ron, he's my best mate. We talk about guy things, although he mostly wants to discuss Quidditch. Although I had to go to Fred and George when I wanted to know about the feelings I had for Cho Chang last year." A shadow flickered across Hermione's eyes, which Harry noticed but didn't comment upon as he continued, "They sorted me out on that instead of Ron. I mean, fancy asking Ron about girls. Either he'd laugh at me or call me a nutter." Harry ran a hand through his hair and turning his eyes directly towards Hermione he said, "It's like comparing an apple to an orange. Hermione, you are the one person I can count on, not Ron. I can talk to you about life, my parents, and even school. Hermione, I don't know how to describe it any better than to say, I need you more than I need Ron." Hermione blushed as a pleased smile lit up her face and she said, "I understand, Harry, and I feel the same way about you." Harry nodded when Hermione caught him slightly off guard as she asked, "Harry, how do you feel about Cho?" Harry swallowed thickly and replied, "I feel the same way about her as I did last year. It's how I feel around most pretty girls, nervous and afraid." Hermione raised an amused eyebrow and asked, "Most?" Harry smiled and said, "Oh well, I don't feel like that around you." Hermione frowned and asked, "So you think I'm ugly?" Harry's face became slightly panicked before he said, "No Hermione, I don't think you're ugly at all. I think you are really fetching, honest." Hermione's face relaxed some, but in a way only a girl could. She tested him. "I appreciate that, Harry, but with bushy hair and buck teeth I can assure I'm not pretty." Harry shook his head vehemently and desperately replied, "Your hair is wicked, Hermione, honest, and your teeth aren't that bad." Hermione sniffed once before she smiled and asked, "Why you think my hair is wicked?" Harry let out a breath and said, "Hermione, look at my hair. I think I have a special appreciation for someone with wicked hair." Hermione beamed Harry a smile before she gave him a key on the cheek and said, "Oh Harry, that's so sweet of you." Harry gave her a relieved smile, although he was blushing furiously from being keyed, and said, "I'm just being honest." Eager to change the subject, Harry asked, "So tomorrow, how are we getting to Diagon Alley?" Hermione gave Harry a look indicating that she knew what he was doing but also that she was allowing it. So she replied, "The same way you took to the Leaky Cauldron last year, the night bus." Harry poked Hermione on the arm and teased, "I don't know, by the way you were screaming on Buckbeak's back, I'm fairly sure you won't find the night bus any better." Hermione huffed in response but couldn't keep the amused smile from covering her face as she erupted into a fit of giggles. Harry shook his head at Hermione before he turned his attention back to the movie in an attempt to ignore the giggling girl sitting next to him on the couch. As Hermione had said the previous night, the pair was outside of the Grangers' residence with their wands extended, looking for all of the world like a couple of lunatics. Thanks to the enchantment on the bus, as it stopped to pick up the two teenagers, anyone who might have noticed the pair waiting on the side of the road with sticks in their hands immediately forgot what they had been watching and had an odd compulsion to go do some housework. Upon boarding the bus, Harry paid for both fares with the little bit of spending cash he had remaining from the previous summer's excursion to Diagon Alley. As Harry sat down on a bed near the front of the bus, he pulled Hermione down as well and said, "Trust me, grab onto the bed nice and tight." Hermione did as directed and was very glad she had listened when the bus lurched forward at an ungodly speed, taking off towards downtown London and the Leaky Cauldron. At one stop in particular, Hermione was sent sprawling into Harry, which the quickly separated from blushing furiously, even though Hermione's mind was, if anything, encouraged by Harry's reaction. Upon reaching the Leaky Cauldron, Harry, Hermione, and a few other witches and wizards making the morning commute to work. Upon entering the Leaky Cauldron, Tom merely nodded to Harry, recognizing him through his minimal disguise of a baseball cap covering his scar and hair. Hermione pulled her wand and tapped on the necessary bricks as the wall opened, revealing Diagon Alley in all of its summer glory. Hermione immediately grabbed Harry's hand and began to drag him towards Gringotts so he could make a withdrawal to pay for his supplies and clothes. Hermione hadn't brought any money herself, as she was content to spend the money from Harry to get her own supplies. Upon entering Gringotts, Harry walked up to the nearest available teller and said, "Harry Potter here to make a withdrawal from Vault 687 please." The goblin merely nodded and motioned Harry towards the cart that led down into the depths beneath the bank. Hermione grasped Harry's hand as he nodded to indicate it would be a harrowing ride as a nondescript goblin settled into the cart next to them as they took off at breakneck speed. Harry winced as Hermione's nails dug into the skin of his hand, even managing to draw a little blood as the corkscrew down to the level that held Harry's, Dumbledore's, and even Sirius's vaults. The little cart stopped outside of his vault as the goblin opened the cart's door and turned to Harry before he said, "Key please." Harry handed his key to the goblin, which slid the key into a small opening and turned it as Harry's vault swung open. The goblin was reading a progress report posted by the vault as the two Gryffindors walked inside. Hermione let out a whistle at the stacks of galleons in Harry's vault before she turned to look at Harry, who had a confused look on his face. Harry walked to the entrance of the vault and asked the goblin, "Is there some reason I have so much more money in my vault this year?" The goblin flipped a couple of pages before he answered, "It appears as though your vault has been filled a day early." Harry arched his eyebrow and asked, "Meaning what?" The goblin narrowed his eyes at Harry slightly and replied, "From what I gather on your progress sheets, you have gained limited access to your family vaults upon your 14th birthday. You will gain full access upon your 17th birthday, as is the custom in such cases. Harry sighed as he nodded his thanks and walked back into the vault to a concerned-looking Hermione who asked, "All right there, Harry?" Harry nodded as he grabbed enough money to pay off the Grangers and to get through the school year comfortably. Upon filling his sack he said, "I guess my mum and dad left me more than I thought." Hermione stepped into the cart and began to lecture, "Harry, the Potter family is a very old and distinguished one. I don't know exactly what your parents did for a living, but I assume they could have lived off of the family fortune." Harry gave Hermione a look that adequately portrayed his reticence about discussing his parents any further for the moment, and she understood, leaving well enough alone, for the time being. As they reached the lobby, Harry grabbed another bag for Hermione's money and carefully counted it out before handing her the bag. As they exited the bank, Harry said, "My mum was a researcher for the Experimental Charms Division at the Ministry. From what Sirius told me, she worked right up until my mum and dad went under the Fidelis. My dad worked for the MLE and Sirius suspected he was an unspeakable, although my dad could never tell him." Hermione's already lofty opinion of the stock Harry came from increased as she heard that James and Lily Potter held two of the more distinguished positions to be held within the Ministry. Hermione wordlessly led Harry to Madame Malkin's, where they were fitted for their robes for the coming year. As they finished, Madame Malkin asked, "Would you dears like to be fit for some dress robes too?" Hermione arched her eyebrow and asked, "Why do we need dress robes?" Madame Malkin smiled and replied, "I don't know exactly, but I received notice that I would need to prepare for a high volume of orders for them." "So would you." Harry nodded, and after looking over a book of the various selections he picked a plain black set of distinguished robes, which Hermione appreciatively said would look nice on him. Hermione spent a bit longer browsing, and even some additional time trying on various styles before she settled on a set which she refused to show Harry because it would ruin the surprise. As Madame Malkin shrunk and packaged their additional clothes, Harry suddenly pieced together that Hermione might fancy him a little based upon her reactions. Deciding to file that highly useful piece of information away until a later date, Harry smiled and asked, "So Flourish and Bots next?" Hermione nodded happily as she took Harry's hand and dragged him through the entrance as they browsed for some reading materials for the coming year. While Harry was browsing through some defense texts, Hermione went over to the restricted section of the store and inconspicuously searched for a text that could help Harry. She happened upon a book titled, "The Art of Occlumency, the Ultimate Mental Shield." Hermione slowly returned to the regular section of the store and found a book on arithmancy just as Harry happened back upon her, and with a smile he asked, "Got everything you need?" Hermione smiled sweetly and Harry rephrased, "Right then, have enough to read for the next couple of days." Hermione rolled her eyes as she punched Harry in the arm before she looped her arms through his and led him towards the clerk in the front to pay for their purchases. Leaving any new books for school to the day before heading back to Hogwarts, Harry and Hermione summoned the night bus again and were whisked back to the Grangers to continue their week-long visit. For Harry's birthday he had a small party with the Grangers, and enjoyed a birthday cake of his own for the first time in his life. He received various sweets and cards from Ron, Hagrid, and Sirius. From the elder Grangers Harry received a lovely card and a promise of an invitation to their vacation abroad the following summer. All in all, it was easily the best birthday of his life, and instead of spending it in the insanity of the burrow he curled up on the couch sitting next to Hermione as she forced him to watch the Star Wars trilogy. By the time Harry was back in his room at the Dursleys, he was already counting down the hours until he could leave for the Burrow and the Quidditch World Cup. Hermione was at the Burrow a day before Harry was to arrive because Ginny had written her a few days earlier and wanted some time for girl talk, which Hermione readily agreed to for her own reasons, needing some input on how to deal with Harry. Hermione was well aware that Ginny had suffered from a terrible unrequited crush on Harry for most of her life. Dealing with the situation in a delicate manner was what the details required, and Hermione was determined not to have everything blow up in her face at this point. It was done innocently enough as they sat on Ginny's bed taking turns painting each other's toenails and discussing various boys of limited importance. Finally, Hermione's moment came and she hesitantly asked, "Ginny, do you still have a crush on Harry?" Ginny stopped her toe painting and honestly replied, "I think a part of me will always have a crush on the boy who lived, and sure I think Harry is cute boy. But, I don't think it'll ever happen for me and I've decided to move on. Hermione reluctantly asked, why don't you think it will happen for you, Gin? Ginny frowned as she hugged her knees to her chest and replied, Harry will always see me as Ron's little sister. Ginny's brow furrowed before she asked with a mischievous smile, the better question is, do you have a crush on Harry? Hermione blushed at having been found out so easily, but she replied, I didn't tell you, but while Harry was visiting we grew a lot closer. We shared a lot of hugs and I gave him a few kisses on the cheek. But the best part was just how right it felt spending time alone with him without Ron around. Ginny smiled and she gently placed her hand atop Hermione's and said, so what you're saying is you don't just have a crush on Harry, you have aspirations for something more with him. Hermione nodded with a slightly dreamy smile and Ginny simply said, well then, I guess we have to go about waking him up. Hermione's face grew pensive for a moment before she replied, I don't think that would be a good idea, Ginny. Harry well, he's changed this summer. He pays more attention to the little things and he's just so intense compared to how he used to be. It wouldn't surprise me if he realized I had feelings for him. I wasn't being exactly secretive about it around him. That's part of the reason I am feeling confident. Harry told me he wasn't ready for a girlfriend yet, but short of snogging, that's how he treated me over the visit. Ginny smiled and softly and slightly enviously said, girl, you've got it bad. Hermione merely smiled and nodded as she stretched her feet back out and Ginny began to finish painting the older witch's toes. The morning of Harry's sweet reprieve from the Dursleys had finally come and Harry was patiently sitting in the Dursleys' den with the entire Dursley family as he read through one of the defense books he had purchased while visiting the Grangers. The Weasleys were supposed to arrive around noon to pick him up, forcing Harry downstairs in an attempt to escape the clutches of the Dursleys as soon as possible. The Dursleys were watching a Sunday morning movie on the telly. Harry's trunk was neatly packed already, as all of his clothes and school supplies still left a large amount of room in his magical trunk. Harry was slightly startled as the fireplace in the Dursleys' den flashed with green fire before Mr. Weasley stepped through and clear of the fireplace as the twins followed closely behind. Mr. Weasley immediately spotted Harry, who was quietly watching the redheads as the twins inconspicuously dropped a wrapped candy right next to Dudley's seat on the couch. Arthur smiled at Harry and said, "Ah, Harry, you're looking well. Although I'm sure Molly will say you're far too thin. I'm guessing by your trunk there you're all packed." Harry carefully placed his book back into his trunk and as he stood Dudley grabbed the sweet and swallowed it whole. Dudley's eyes bugged out for a moment before he opened his mouth and his tongue rolled out, reaching his bell button before it stopped. Vernon's face went puce and to the twins' surprise Harry said, "Fred, George, I'm sure you guys have some sort of an antidote for this. Give it to Dudley so we can leave." Fred and George shared an incredulous look before George handed Dudley another sweet which he distrustfully swallowed down as his tongue receded back into his mouth. Vernon eyed Harry strangely for a moment before he grunted in acknowledgement. The twins, still sporting incredulous looks on their faces, disappeared back into the fireplace as Mr. Weasley handed Harry some flow powder and with a twinkle in his eyes said, "Remember, Harry, speak your destination clearly. I'll be apparating home with your trunk." Harry merely nodded as he took a pinch of the flow powder and muttered, "The burrow," as he vanished in a flash of green fire. Arthur turned towards the Dursleys and politely said, "I apologize for my twins, they can be a pair of troublemakers if you don't watch them closely. Can I use your back door?" Vernon and Petunia hesitated in tandem before nodding as they watched Arthur drag the trunk out the back door before he vanished with a soft pop. Just from the little practice of watching the Weasleys step out of the flow, Harry managed for the first time to flow without ending up sprawled out on the floor. The twins were still staring at Harry in confusion before Fred asked, "Harry, mate, what's with the deal at your relative's house?" George picked up the baton. "We've seen how they treat you and we just thought," Fred continued, "we would get some payback on your behalf." Harry sighed in resignation before he replied, "The thing you guys don't understand is that they take stuff like that out on me when you aren't around." Fred and George's faces dawned with comprehension before Fred contritely said, "Oh right." George finished, "Sorry about that, mate." Harry shook his hand dismissively and replied, "Don't worry about it. I dealt with it, so it shouldn't be a problem." Just as Harry finished speaking, Mr. Weasley came through the front door with Harry's trunk in hand. soon followed by a thundering of footsteps from the upstairs signaling Ron, and the girls realized Harry was there. Mr. Weasley dragged Harry's trunk over to him and with a slight nod headed into the kitchen to find Molly and perhaps a snack. Ron was first down the stairs and gave Harry a quick one-armed hug before he thumped Harry on the shoulder and said, "All right mate, now we can have some fun." Harry nodded and smiled in response as he watched Hermione sprint down the stairs with Ginny in close pursuit. Both girls crushed Harry into a hug before pulling away with beatific smiles upon their faces. It was one of the things Harry still had a hard time believing after all of his years with the Dursleys. People were actually excited about seeing him, and Harry realized that once again it was a nice feeling. Hermione was about to say something when Hurricane Molly descended upon them, crushing Harry into a hug. Hermione hid her wince when she heard Harry's back crack, before Molly finally pulled away and looked Harry up and down before she said, "Oh Harry dear, you're far too thin." Molly smiled and with a nod said, "Well, we'll just have to do something about that, won't we?" Harry nodded, and when Molly turned her back he rolled his eyes and smiled as he began to drag his trunk up the stairs towards Ron's room. Upon reaching the room he glanced around and smiled as the cot had already been set up in its usual spot, and Harry dragged his trunk next to it before he sat down and released a breath he had been holding for a few minutes. Quickly changing into a nicer set of clothes, Harry stuffed his Dursley throwaways into the bottom of his trunk just as Ron and the girls came in a moment later. Ron and Ginny sat on his bed as Hermione sat next to Harry on his cot. Ron arched his eyebrows slightly but didn't say anything due to his sister's elbow probing his stomach. Harry reached over and squeezed Hermione's knee before he asked, "So what's the plan for the Quidditch Cup?" Ron smiled at his best friend, before he scowled as a thought hit him and he replied, "We have to get up at 6 tomorrow. Dad told me we had a bit of a hike to reach the portkey that would take us there." Fortunately, of the course of his summer readings Harry had came upon what a portkey was, and he could only hope it was a more enjoyable means of transportation than the Flow network. Ron continued, "Dad said we were meeting someone he works with at the portkey and his son." Ginny rolled her eyes and said, "Honestly Ron, the only people around here that it could be are Cedric Diggory and his dad." Harry brightened a little and chimed in, "Oh that's nice, Cedric is a good bloke." Everyone settled into a rare silence seemingly with nothing else to say, which spoke volumes on its own. Harry had always been the link holding Hermione and Ron together, and for once he was content to see if they could form their own link. After a long silence Harry stood and helped Hermione to her feet before he said, "I want to go for a walk, anyone fancy joining me?" Hermione merely wrapped her arm around Harry's waist, although his eyes never left Ron's before his ginger-haired best mate replied, "Yeah that sounds nice Harry." Ginny understood that this was one of those circumstances where only the three best friends were allowed, and she quietly excused herself back to her own room. After a long walk in the orchards behind the burrow, which was time spent catching up on the business of the summer, the three friends heard the distant shouts from Molly at the burrow ringing the dinner bell. As they walked back in towards the burrow the awkwardness of earlier had disappeared. Harry and Hermione weren't being as affectionate as they had been earlier, but that was more a means of making Ron more comfortable than anything else. As they entered the back door Molly smiled and said, "Ah there you are, go ahead and settle in at the table dears, the food should be ready in a moment." Molly looked at Ron shrewdly before she added, "Ronald, make sure you wash your hands." Harry and Hermione shared a smile as Ron stomped off grumbling about his mother before they sat down at the table next to each other, more out of routine from years at Hogwarts than anything else. Ron returned still slightly disgruntled and sat down next to Ginny across the table from Harry and Hermione. It was almost surreal, Harry mused, watching the Weasleys interact at the dinner table. There was little verbal communication until everyone had been served, and most of that centered around a conversation between Mr. Weasley and Hermione on Muggle technology. With a keen eye, Harry observed that the twins and to a lesser extent Ginny were paying close attention to everything Hermione said, but Ron was more concentrated on stuffing his face, which really wasn't all that surprising to Harry in retrospect. Dinner concluded after Mrs. Weasley served them a chocolate cake for dessert, and Harry enjoyed his one slice and politely begged off from a second piece. While Mrs. Weasley didn't exactly look pleased, she acquiesced and said, "I have a week to fatten you up, dear." Harry chuckled and asked, "You don't plan on taking me out back for slaughter, do you?" Mrs. Weasley gave Harry an exasperated look before she said, "You're just too skinny, dear." Harry merely smiled in response as he helped clear the table before following Ron up the stairs to his room while the girls separated and went to Ginny's room. Upon reaching Ron's room, Harry changed into his pajamas and sat down in his cot before Ron asked, "Harry, is there something going on between you and Hermione?" Harry honestly replied, "We've grown closer over the summer, Ron, but no, we aren't dating or anything." Harry frowned before he asked, "Why do you ask, mate?" Ron shrugged and replied, "You two just seem really touchy-feely." Harry nodded before he seriously said, "I'm not saying Hermione and I won't be dating anytime soon, but at the moment nothing is going on." Ron accepted this answer before he changed topics and said, "So who do you think is going to win the final? I mean, Bulgaria has Crumb and he's pretty great, but Ireland has some wicked chasers." The next hour was a one-sided conversation about the World Cup as Harry occasionally injected a statement but was content at listening to Ron talk as he slowly drifted off to sleep for the early morning to come. Harry awoke as he was roused by Hermione, who had a smile on her face before she whispered, "It's 5:30, Harry. I woke you up so you could still get a warm shower if you wanted one." Harry rubbed at his eyes but smiled his thanks as he rolled out of his cot before he quietly asked, "What about Ron?" Hermione giggled and arched her eyebrow before she replied, "You know Ron, he'd rather smell bad than lose any sleep." Harry chuckled quietly and nodded as he grabbed a change of clothes before closing his trunk and heading towards the bathroom. After a quick albeit warm shower, Harry grabbed the spare duffel that Ron had given him the previous night and grabbed a change of clothes, pajamas, and some necessities. Harry also grabbed some extra money in case he wanted to buy something at the World Cup before he roused Ron and said, "Hey mate, if you want to wash up and grab some breakfast before we head it, you better get cracking." Ron grumbled and pulled his pillow over his head. Harry sighed and threw his duffel over his shoulder before walking downstairs to find a moderately light breakfast, for Mrs. Weasley anyways, already sitting on the table as the girls and the twins were having separate conversations. Harry sat down at the end of the table away from everyone else, content to eat a quiet breakfast and mentally prepare himself for the long day ahead. After having a couple of pieces of toast, Mr. Weasley walked into the kitchen and asked, "Where is Ronald?" Harry merely pointed up the stairs and with a smirk said, "I tried to get him up but I guess he felt like having a bit of a lie-in." A moment later Molly bustled from the kitchen and marched up the stairs as a few muffled groans and screams were heard before Molly slammed the door and marched back down the stairs. Ron came down a minute later with his clothes on crooked and the worst case of bedhead even Harry and Hermione, with their notoriously untamable, had ever seen. Mr. Weasley gave Mrs. Weasley a peck on the lips before he hefted his duffel and said, "All right then, we're already behind you lot, we best be off if we're going to make our portkey time." The assembled group piled out of the burrow and Mr. Weasley pointed to a roughly made trail, the sort that had come from years of sporadic use before he said, "If any of you want to go on ahead, just follow the trail until he ends at a large willow tree. That's where we are taking our portkey from." Harry inhaled a deep breath of the early morning air before he nodded to himself and took off down the trail at a brisk pace. Hermione looked at the rest of the Weasleys who were walking at a more sedate pace and took of behind Harry, trying to catch up to share an important conversation. Hermione caught Harry about 200 meters down the path and as she was panting she said, "Harry, could you slow up just for a second while I catch my breath? I need to talk to you about something important." Harry stopped and patiently waited until Hermione caught her breath before he grinned and said, "All right then, best get a move on, princess." Hermione shot him a playfully scathing look as they took off at a brisk pace again. After a few minutes she said, "Harry, I found a book that I think will help with your visions and your scar." Harry opened his mouth before Hermione cut him off. "Harry, I know you're still having visions of some sort, and I know for a fact your scar bothers you from time to time as much as you rub it." Harry desperately looked like he wanted to refute Hermione's statements, but he nodded resignedly and Hermione smiled slightly before she continued, "I found a book on the art of occlumency. It's the art of magically clouding and closing your mind." Harry glanced back and the Weasleys were nowhere in sight, so he asked, "So you want me to learn it then?" Hermione nodded as she gently placed her hand on Harry's shoulder, stopping him before she said, "I can help you learn, Harry. I've been practicing myself the past few weeks, and I can already feel the difference." The problem is that we will be limited by how much progress we can make without a Legilimens to test our defenses. Harry sighed before he nodded and said, "Fine, this will be our little secret when we get back to school." Was there anything else? Hermione shook her head and gave Harry a brief hug before she pulled away and said, "I swear, Harry, this is going to help you so much." Harry merely smiled and motioned with his hand at the trail as Hermione nodded, and they began to hike in earnest once again. Nearly a half an hour later they reached the willow at the end of the trail, with the only thing out of place being an old decrepit boot. Harry turned to Hermione and with a smile said, "Let's have a bit of a sit down, and the rest of the red-headed army should be along in about a half an hour." They sat down with their backs against the trunk of the willow in silence for a few companionable minutes before Hermione asked, "Harry, do you ever make goals for yourself before the beginning of a school year?" Harry ran a hand through his hair, mussing it further before he honestly replied, "I used to think so, but now after this summer I don't know." Hermione nodded thoughtfully before she asked, "Do you have a goal for this year at school, Harry?" Harry sighed before he picked up a rock and replied, "Ever since I heard my dad was an animagus, I wanted to see if I could have a form too." "It's stupid, I know, but..." Hermione cut him off. "Harry, it's not stupid at all." Giving Harry one of those patient "I know something you don't" smiles, which Hermione was famous for, she said, "I was actually expecting this at the end of the last school year, Harry." Harry frowned and asked, "What?" Hermione rolled her eyes and replied, "Harry, I was all prepared to make the potion and everything for you, on the condition that you do the transformation under my supervision. Of course I wanted to find if I had a form also, and I figured we'd ask Ron if he wanted to also." Harry smiled as Hermione prattled on about proper protocol for animagus transformations before he asked, "Do you think we could maybe do it this year?" Hermione smiled and replied, "I have all of the ingredients in my potion stores." Then she frowned and added, "Unfortunately, my quintaped hair stores are too low to do the potion for more than 2 people. I had to make an altered form of a pepper-up potion to keep me going at the end of the year, and it required quintaped hairs." Harry nodded and asked, "Hermione, when can you have the potion completed by?" Hermione bit her lip for a moment before she replied, "Probably by the end of September if I get started as soon as we get back to school." Harry nodded and asked, "So do you think maybe just you and I can, you know?" Hermione smiled and replied, "Of course, Harry, but remember you have to listen to what I say and follow the protocol." Harry nodded before he reached over and squeezed Hermione's hand before he earnestly asked, "What about you, Hermione? What's your biggest goal for the year?" Hermione blushed lightly and murmured, "House elves." Harry frowned in thought for a moment before he asked, "What about house elves?" Hermione exhaled a breath and said, "House elves is a race earned BPD by wizards, and BPRI is wrong, Harry. Once you told me that you had freed Dobby, I knew I had to find a way to free all of the other elves." Harry reached over and patted Hermione's hand before he said, "I'll help you, Hermione, just say the word." Harry was startled when Hermione tackled him and squeezed him tightly before she released her grip and murmured into his chest, "Oh, thank you, Harry, I was certain I'd have to nag you and Ron to help." Harry smiled as he gently pushed her to arm's length before he said, "But, like my goal, you have to be willing to listen to my ideas, okay?" Hermione nodded happily as a rustling in the trees was heard off to the right of the trail before Cedric and his father emerged from the trees. Harry and Hermione stood up and held their duffels to their sides before they waved to 2 wizards over to the tree. Cedric eyed the pair uncomprehendingly for a moment before his eyes lit up and he said, "Hey Harry, Hermione right?" Hermione nodded and Cedric turned to his father and said, "Dad, this is Harry Potter and Hermione Granger." Amos Diggory had sandy-colored hair like his son with kind eyes and mottled beard on his face. He patted Cedric on the back and said, "Harry Potter you say, why wasn't Cedric the one to hand you your first loss in Quidditch, Potter?" Harry was startled by the tactless statement and replied, I was attacked by Dementors, sir." "Not to take anything away from Cedric, that is." Amos smiled and said, "Of course, lad, I'm just proud of my boy, you understand." Harry nodded and was about to reply when the Weasleys moved into the clearing by the tree and staggered towards the boot by the tree. Mr. Weasley smiled as he saw Amos Diggory and said, "Ah, Amos, good chap, you must have just beaten us. Although I'm guessing Harry and Hermione here have been waiting for a while." Hermione merely nodded to confirm Arthur's suspicions as they all unconsciously formed a circle around the boot. Mr. Weasley smiled and said, "All right everyone, we should have about a minute until the portkey activates. Just grab a good hold of the boot and let go when I tell you to." Everyone grabbed a piece of the musty old boot as they nervously waited for the portkey to activate. Only Arthur, Cedric, and Amos had actually used a portkey before, so there was an anxiety about the entire experience. Harry took a glance around at everyone's faces and saw the relaxed expression on the three older of their group before he turned to Hermione and murmured, "Just follow Mr. Weasley's lead on this, Hermione. I have a feeling this is going to be a re." Harry never finished his comment as the portkey activated, tugging at each of their navels before beeping them into a vortex of wind and color. Harry had no real point of reference as Mr. Weasley yelled at them to release the boot and then did so in kind. But, if Harry had to hazard a guess, he assumed it was what getting beeped into a tornado felt like. Harry caught Hermione's attention and pointed out Mr. Weasley as the older wizard kicked his legs to take an upright position, which they both copied. A large field suddenly appeared rapidly beneath their feet and Harry and Hermione joined the other portkey veterans in landing softly in their feet. Harry chuckled as he saw the Weasley children in a large pile just off to his right and couldn't help but offering a hand to his less observant friends. After everyone had regained their upright posture, Mr. Weasley said, "Okay Amos, I'll see you in the office next week." Cedric and his father disappeared over a hill as the eldest Weasley turned to the assembled group and said, "Okay everyone, over the hill to the campsite. We've rented out 2 plots and I had to borrow a couple of tents to fit everyone. Ginny and Hermione, you get a tent to yourselves while the rest of us sad males get to share a larger tent." The group followed Mr. Weasley over the hill to a very bizarre sight. A wizard was sitting in a chair next to an older man who appeared to be a muggle, occasionally hitting him with a spell. Mr. Weasley walked up to the man and said, "Ah, hello there, I've got 2 plots rented out to the name Weasley." The muggle blinked once before he said, "Ah, that'll be £40, governor." The wizard flicked his wand and the muggle's eyes went unfocused before he turned to Arthur and said, "That'll be 5 galleons, Mr. Weasley." Arthur ponied up the necessary cash and smiled as the wizard waved them through as the muggle's eyes slowly began to refocus. Once they had cleared the gate, a large campsite faded into existence. Harry took one look at the site before him and with a smile towards Hermione said, "I love magic." As the assembled group walked down into the camp, the huge stadium erected for the match came into view in the distance. Even the magnificent sight of Hogwarts for the first time didn't have the same kind of shock value as seeing the massive stadium. Seeing Hogwarts for the first time was more of a life-defining moment, while the stadium was the same sort of awe one experiences when placed in a position to define just how small and insignificant human beings are. As they walked through the large camp, Harry laughed as he watched various witches and wizards shoot off magical fireworks and play games. One game in particular caught his attention as 2 wizards were playing catch with a quaffle, but instead of throwing it they were waving their wands. Harry frowned in thought before he poked Hermione in the arm and distracted her from watching a couple snog like there was no tomorrow. She shook her head and turned to Harry with a question in her eyes before he asked, "What spell are they using over there?" Hermione looked to where Harry was pointing before she replied, "Oh, a summoning charm of some sort, I'd guess." Harry merely nodded as he glanced over at what Hermione had been watching and teasingly said, "Oh, so that's what you were watching." Harry chuckled and said, "Oi Ron, guess what Hermione was perving at?" Ron smiled and said, "Hermione perving, oh I have to hear this." Ron walked over to his friends and had to stifle a laugh when Harry pointed out the couple still snogging as though their lives depended upon it. After a moment Ron decided it was worth a potential hexing to laugh as he had desperately wanted to, and did so even though he quickly retreated back to the twins to avoid the withering glare Hermione had shot him with. Finally Mr. Weasley waved the pair over and pointed at a pair of tents the rest of the Weasley brood had entered before he said, "Hermione, you are in the smaller tent to the left over there. You and Ginny should find rather cozy accommodations. Harry, this is us over here. They may not look like much, but you must remember that magic is a most wonderful thing." Harry and Hermione nodded as they entered the canvas entrances and were rather surprised at the spacious rooms found within. After a few minutes of getting settled in, Harry went looking for Mr. Weasley to discuss something that had been on his mind for a while. Harry found the Weasley patriarch sitting in the den of the tent with the morning edition of the Prophet and a steaming hot cup of tea off to his side. Harry sat down across from him and Arthur glanced over the top of the paper before he folded it up and with a kind smile asked, "What can I help you with, Harry?" Harry sighed before he asked, "I was wondering if you could describe the ministry and how it works to me, sir." Arthur ran a hand through his thinning red hair before he asked, "Why would you like to know, Harry?" Harry frowned and replied, "It never hurts to be informed, I guess, sir." Arthur nodded to himself before he said, "No, I guess you are right on that." Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he said, "The Ministry of Magic is made up into two main branches, the Executive Branch, which includes Minister of Magic and several administrative offices, and the Legislative Branch, which includes the Wizengamot and the 8 main departments including the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department which I head. The Executive Branch has the power to put into place initiatives, which may only be ended by a majority vote of the Wizengamot. Now the Wizengamot is a rather interesting creature. It is filled by those of great feats of magic or those of great ancestry. I believe the Potter family was represented in the Wizengamot until your grandfather Potter's death roughly 17 years ago. Others make the Wizengamot by the awarding of the Order of Merlin. Those that have the award bestowed upon them are granted a seat, and the family lowest on the list of ancestry loses its seat until the Order of Merlin owner passes on. Therefore it is typical to have an entire session of the Wizengamot filled with witches and wizards born 100 years before the current generation. So, typically the body is quite conservative, which is why wizarding customs are at least 50 years behind those of the Muggles. Harry nodded before he asked, "What group is responsible for enforcing orders throughout the country?" Arthur smiled and replied, "I am not aware if you have been told, but your father worked for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is divided into 3 groups: Unspeakables, who inhabit the Department of Mysteries, Hit Wizards, who are the Ministry's military force, and the Aurors, who are the police force of the wizarding populace. I have no doubts that you will see several Aurors at the match tonight if you have a keen eye." Harry nodded as he assimilated all of Mr. Weasley's answers to what he already knew before he said, "Thanks, Mr. Weasley, I never really had any idea on most of that before now." Mr. Weasley merely waved his hand to dismiss the thanks before he smiled and said, "Now, I believe that if you and your friends would like to buy some souvenirs, now is the time to do so. You should also explore the camp a little. I assure you it is an experience not to be missed." Harry smiled as he stood and gathered Ron up before he went to the girls' tent and called inside, "Hey, Ron and I are coming in." Hearing no reply, they entered to find the girls nowhere in plain sight. Harry frowned for a moment before the 2 witches came out in slightly less sporty clothing than earlier. Harry sighed before he asked, "Hey, you two, want to go grab some souvenirs and a walk around the camp?" Hermione glanced at Ginny, who smiled and nodded before she replied with a smile and long-suffering sigh, "Oh, if we have to." Harry and Ron chuckled as they exited the tent. Harry held the flaps open as the girls exited and they were off to the souvenir stands on the other side of the camp. The entire walk was spent pointing and commenting on something else new and fresh that people in the camp were doing. While Ron and Ginny were well aware of many of the things the magical people were doing to pass the time, there were still several things that even they had no idea on. Finally they reached the expansive souvenir stand and Harry found something he immediately wanted to get, a device called omnoculars that could magically record the things viewed through the lens, much like a video camera. Harry looked at the price of 30 galleons, which was rather expensive, but considering he had well over 500 galleons and he wanted to splurge a little on his friends, Harry purchased 4 and handed one to each of his friends. All of them immediately protested, but Harry merely put his hands in his pockets before he said, "Listen, I planned on making up for the lack of birthday presents I've gotten for the 2 of you. Ginny, this is your birthday and Christmas present from me." Harry turned to Ron and Hermione before he said, "Now, those made up for the lack of gifts in the past. I want you two to pick one specific gift that you'd like for putting up with me last year. Cost is of no consequence, so just, please." Harry finished, his eyes imploring his friends. Reluctantly Hermione and Ron nodded and began to pore over the souvenir stand as Ginny was off to the side using her omnoculars to see how they worked. Ron was first back with a nice but not overly expensive pair of Dragonhide Keeper gloves. He smiled slightly and replied, "The Keeper, for the Irish swears by this brand. Harry merely nodded and paid the 10 galleons for the gloves before handing them back to Ron, whose face looked like he had been given the greatest present ever. Hermione took a bit longer, but the smile on her face and her hands behind her back alerted Harry to the fact that she had found exactly what she had been looking for. Hermione winked at Harry before she pulled an exact replica of his Quidditch jersey, although in a larger size. Hermione smiled and replied, "I wanted some new pajamas and I found just the thing." Ron looked at Hermione strangely before he shrugged, while Harry paid with his eyebrow arched the entire time. As they began to walk in a circuitous route back to their campsites, Harry and Hermione lagged behind the Weasley siblings. With a perplexed but amused grin on his face, Harry asked, "How can they sell a jersey with my name on it?" Hermione fixed him with a look before she sighed and replied, "You know, Harry, you should really read Hogwarts: A History." She smiled and said, "The Board of Governors signed a contract with the International Quidditch Association in 1920. The school's Quidditch pitch and supplies are bought and maintained in return for the licensing rights to all players and teams of the school." Harry smirked and said, "So does that mean I'm your favorite player?" Hermione smiled sweetly and replied, "I would think the answer to that was obvious. I mean, I even set a professor on fire just to make sure you could win a match." Harry frowned skeptically and asked, "I thought you did that to save my life." Hermione shrugged and said, "Well, there was that too." Harry tickled her ribs in response as Hermione squealed before she took off at a run to catch up with Ron and Ginny. The remainder of the afternoon was spent alternating time between casually reading and playing some chess between all of the occupants of the tent. Once Ron had secured a close victory over his father, the one in the family that passed the chess genes to Ron, Arthur glanced at his watch before he said, "Oh, we should get going in a few minutes. Only bring things you need, but make sure you have your wand just in case." Harry quickly put on a jacket before he checked the makeshift wand holster he had placed in all of long-sleeved shirts. After nodding to himself, Harry walked outside of the tent to find the twins and the girls having an animated discussion. The twins were wearing giant hats with shamrocks plastered all over them. Harry quickly figured the twins were Irish fans like most of those attending. Harry caught the tail end of the conversation as Hermione clucked her tongue before she said, "I still say it's a bad idea betting on the game." Fred and George merely ignored her as they turned to Harry, and George said, "Harry mate, we could use a male's opinion on this." Fred continued, "We placed a bet with Ludo Bagman on the Irish winning the match tonight." George jumped in, "But we had Crumb catching the snitch also." Fred juggled back into the conversation, "The problem is the girls don't think it's a good idea to place a bet with money that we don't have." George ping-ponged back, "But they don't seem to understand that the bets were independent of each other, so if we only win one, we still cover our losses." Harry sighed but nodded despite the disapproving glances from the girls and said, "It makes sense to me, and I have to agree with you on both bets. Especially after listening to Ron describe it all last night. But I don't think that's why the girls have a problem. I'm pretty sure they disagree because ethically it isn't exactly on the straight and narrow." Fred and George merely waggled their eyebrows in response, indicating that they rarely were on the straight and narrow. Harry laughed in response before Ron and Mr. Weasley exited the tent and distributed the tickets to the Ministry box before they headed off towards the stadium for the Quidditch Cup finals. As the usher in front of the stadium ripped their tickets, they entered the stadium, although the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood on end as he glanced back at the camp, which looked ominous in the dying sunlight. Harry shrugged as he consciously checked the wand up his sleeve before he followed the Weasleys and Hermione up the stairs towards the Ministry box and their seats for the match. As they passed the last of the luxury boxes, Draco, Lucius, and Narcissa Malfoy along with Minister Fudge, Percy and another man came into view beneath them on the stairwell. Draco's eyes immediately lit up with malice and he drawled, "Oh look, Father, Scarhead, Mudblood, and a pack of blood traitors." Lucius looked up with a snarl as he briefly locked gazes with Harry for the first time since the end of second year before he turned his attention to Mr. Weasley and silkily said, "Ah, Arthur, I see that your family once again is seated up amongst the peasants." Fudge smiled jovially and said, "Come now, Lucius, there's no reason to be so obtuse. Arthur and his guests are in the Ministry box, which is quite nice from what I hear." Lucius narrowed his eyes at Arthur one last time before he turned and marched into the velvet curtain of the minister's private box, followed by Narcissa. Draco, however, wasn't quite finished and said, "I'll get you one of these days, Potter." Harry flatly replied, "Go now, and maybe you can still ride your daddy's coattails like you always do, Malfoy." Draco snarled but bit off his reply, and stomped into the minister's private box, leaving Fudge, Percy, and the unknown man looking up at the group. Fudge muttered something to the man before he turned and pointed at Harry before he said, "See there, he is the boy who lived." Fudge was speaking very slowly as though he was explaining this to a child. Harry merely sighed and began walking up the stairs, leaving the Minister of Magic and his remaining entourage gaping at the obvious slight. Upon reaching the ministry box, Harry exhaled heavily as he leaned against the rail and took in the sight of nearly the entire stadium from within for the first time. Hermione carefully wedged herself next to Harry and softly asked, "Are you all right? I mean, I know it wasn't Malfoy that has you feeling this way." Harry sighed before he turned to Hermione with a weak smile and said, "No, I guess it just gets old being pointed at because of something I have no memory of." Hermione smiled sympathetically and patted his arm as they watched the pregame fireworks light up the night sky. After the fireworks ended, a stocky man the twins identified as Ludo Bagman floated to the center of the field on a platform before he magically amplified his voice and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 130th Quidditch World Cup Finals between Ireland and Bulgaria. Please stand as Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge leads us all in the national song." After a rousing rendition of the magical Britain's anthem, Merlin's Wisdom Bagman once again said, "Now would you please welcome the national team from Ireland." The entire crowd watched spellbound as giant image of Leprechaun filled the expanse of the sky above the stadium. The Irish team flew through the image in a flash of light as gold began to rain from the sky and the crowd went crazy. Ron had collecting handfuls of the gold as Harry and Hermione watched him in puzzlement. Ron took a handful and handed it to Harry before he said, "That should cover some of those presents, mate." Harry sighed as he shook his head before he asked, "Ron, have you read anything about leprechauns before?" Harry was wincing mentally as he thought about how he had only just recently read the passage about leprechauns' gold in his book from Hagrid's class. With a shrug he continued, "Mate, leprechauns' gold isn't real. It vanishes a little over a day after you get it." Ron's ears were tinged with red before he frowned and muttered, "Must be nice to have enough gold not to worry about that." Harry was about to respond when Bagman once again broke over the crowd and said, "Now from Bulgaria and led by the great magician of the skies Victor Krum, Bulgaria." Unlike the Irish, the Bulgarians darted into the skies above the stadium, but everyone's attention was on the field below as a group entered it. Harry watched with interest as the beautiful creatures began to sensually dance to a silent rhythm. He frowned before he turned to Hermione and asked, "Hermione, what are those things dancing on the field?" Hermione turned towards Harry with a shocked expression on her face before she said, "Those are Vila, Harry. How is it that you aren't affected like the rest of the single men?" Harry glanced around and his eyes bugged out as Ron and the twins were climbing the railing, perched precariously close to falling down to their deaths. Mr. Weasley had a grasp on their backs, and with a curious eye Harry bent over the rail and had to stifle a laugh as he watched Malfoy doing some strange dance of his own on the rail of the minister's private box. With a chuckle he turned to Hermione once more and replied, "Don't know really, maybe it's because I'm next to the prettiest girl in the stadium." Hermione blushed furiously before she looked over at Ron and replied, "Well, it certainly didn't work for Ronald if that's the case." Harry smiled as wrapped his arm around Hermione's shoulder before he gave it a squeeze and said, "Maybe he just needs glasses then." He then proceeded to waggle his eyebrows suggestively, earning a soft swat to his head. After the Vilas left the field and the males of the stadium collectively blinked as they regained their senses, Bagman once again blared, "Now for the ceremonial flipping of the galleon." After the Irish won the quaffle and received the quaffle as per international rules, a whistle sounded in the air and the match began. Harry had pulled his omnoculars out and trained them on Krum as he recorded the best seeker in the world in his element, for future reference. Occasionally Harry would glance around and check the score to see the Irish advantage expand as the chasers dominated. Finally the lead by the Irish had grown larger than the catch of the snitch, and Harry watched fascinated as Crumb frowned before he went into a steep dive towards the pitch in pursuit. The Irish seeker gave chase but slammed into the turf as Crumb flattened out mere inches from the ground, completing the Wronski feint. Harry gaped as he muttered, "Sweet Merlin," he pulled off a Wronski feint. A moment later Crumb closed his fingers around the snitch, ending the match, but not before the Irish had secured a victory in the cup. The twins crowed as they secured the second part of the bet, effectively making 500 galleons in one fell swoop. Harry smiled before he walked over, nudged them and said, "So where do you collect your winnings?" Fred succinctly replied, "Bagman set up a booth outside of the stadium." George heartily patted his twin's back and added, "Then we can start our joke shop." Harry's eyes dawned with realization before he half asked, "The Dursleys?" Fred and George merely smirked in response, and Harry muttered, "Of course, testing their products." As the group exited the stadium, Harry once again locked gazes with Draco, but the Slytherin's expression was one of anticipation and glee as opposed to the typical smirk he wore. Harry's sense of disquiet from earlier returned tenfold, and he turned to Ron and Hermione before he said, "Something is going on, guys. Make sure you have your wands at the ready." Ron and Hermione nodded as they pulled their wands from their pockets and gripped them tightly in response. Harry quickly fingered the wand up his sleeve as the now wary trio returned to the camp without any incident. Mr. Weasley was rigging a small fire put in front of their tents to sit around for the rest of the night, and spotted the three looking rather anxious, so he asked, "You three look like you've been spooked. Is everything all right?" Harry frowned before he replied, "I don't know, sir. I just keep getting this feeling that something is going to happen." Mr. Weasley was well versed in the history that Harry had in his years at Hogwarts, and to say that Harry was accustomed to similar feelings, he didn't dismiss it in the same way Molly would have. He smiled slightly and said, "Why don't you three sit around the fire and I'll go see if anything is happening, okay?" As they sat around the fire in silence, partly because of the anxiety around the group and partly because of the new dynamic that they hadn't fully adapted to yet, Hermione finally broke the silence as she asked, "Ron, is Percy working for Minister Fudge now?" Ron blinked for a moment, surprised at the break from silence, before he replied, No, he is the executive assistant to Barty Crouch." Harry's eyes narrowed slightly before he asked, "Wasn't he the one who was responsible for Sirius not receiving a trial?" Ron shrugged, but Hermione said, "Well, he was the one who advocated the use of unforgivables by Aurors in capturing or killing Death Eaters. So it wouldn't surprise me if he also refused trials to suspected Death Eaters." Harry frowned in thought for a long moment until an explosion was heard in the distance. Harry glanced towards the explosion and could see smoke billowing from the far end of the camp. He turned to Ron and said, "Mate, get Ginny and the twins. Something is coming this way." A moment later Mr. Weasley came running back to the camp, gasping for air before he manages to say, "Death Eaters, coming this way. Go out into the forest, you should be safe there." Harry nodded and took the lead as everyone followed him out of the camp and into the forest, somehow managing to avoid being trampled in the process. Harry had pulled his wand and instructed everyone else to do the same as a precaution against any further attacks. They reached a clearing in the woods just out of sight of the camp and stopped, content that they were far enough away from the camp. Harry caught the occasional flash of green, the same green he remembered from his run-ins with the Dementors the previous year. A rustling in the trees to the right broke Harry from his musings, and he slowly stalked towards the sound until he heard a deep male voice utter, "Mors Mordre." Harry watched a spell erupt from a concealed wand and frowned in thought before he raised his wand and said, "Stupefy," as a muffled sound in the leaves happened a moment later. Harry glanced back at Hermione and Ron before he said, "Stay here, I'm going to see who it is I stunned." Hermione nodded reluctantly as Ron had the same look on his face that he had in second year when they had entered Aragog's lair. As Harry approached the body he heard several voices call out, "Stupefy," and ducked 5 separate stunners sent at him. The wizards approached and Harry recognized 2 of the men as Amos Diggory and Mr. Weasley. An older wizard with a stubby mustache and a bowler hat demanded, "Boy, why did you summon the Dark Mark?" Mr. Weasley immediately stepped in and said, "Barty, this is Harry Potter. Surely you can't be insinuating he conjured the mark, he's only a child after all." Barty sneered and was about to reply when a little elf popped in next to Harry and was wringing her hands in a mannerism very similar to Dobby's when he had done something bad in their second year. Harry glanced at the elf before he said, "I heard a rustle in the woods and I heard someone say the spell Mors Mordra, I think it was. I hit them with a stunner and they should be right here." Harry frowned before he bent down to feel the floor and immediately realized that an invisibility cloak was at work. Harry grasped the cloak and tugged it off, revealing the same man he had seen in his vision of Voldemort earlier in the year. Amos was first to comment and he asked, "Barty, isn't that your son?" Barty's face had turned puce snarled before he tossed his hat to the elf, who immediately began to wail at being given clothes. Finally, he managed to sputter out, "Why, that's preposterous, Amos. You know as well as I do that the foul brat died nearly 10 years ago." Mr. Weasley waved his hand at a couple of men who quickly picked up the stunned man and took the wand from his grasp. The man with the wand waved his own wand over it and muttered, "Prior incantado." Everyone was stunned when the same green snake with a skull wrapped in its grip appeared before the man banished it with a scowl on his face. Amos turned to Harry and said, "Well done, Harry, we'll make sure everyone knows of your good deed." He followed the two men who were levitating the unconscious man's body, which had now been manacled. The elf was completely inconsolable as it grasped at the hat her master had given as a punishment. Harry crouched down oblivious to everything else as Hermione and the Weasley siblings finally found the courage to get a full view of the proceedings. Harry gently asked, "What's your name?" The elf wailed, "I is Winky, and I is being a bad elf." Harry shook his head before he said, "You're not a bad elf. From what I've gathered, your master was Barty Crouch, and I stunned his son because he had just done something terrible." Winky hiccuped slightly before she said, "But Winky is being a free elf, and she is deserving to be punished." Harry shook his head before he internally grimaced and said, "Winky, would you like a new master?" Winky nodded and looked at Harry with hopeful eyes before he said, "Then go to Hogwarts and ask to speak to Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm sure he would be happy to have you serve him in the castle." Winky startled Harry as she hugged him and said, "Oh, thank yous, sir, Winky is doing that right away." True to the little elf's words, she vanished with a pop and Harry fell backwards onto his bottom. A moment later Hermione and Ron helped him to his feet before Hermione swatted him across the head and sternly said, "Don't you ever do something that reckless again." She enveloped Harry into a hug and squeezed him as tightly as humanly possible. Hermione pulled away and with a slight smile Harry said, "Well, I told you I had a feeling something was going to happen." Ron chuckled as Hermione rolled her eyes, but for the first time in the summer the balance that the trio had been sorely lacking had been restored. Wizarding Britain had once again fallen into calm, following 2 days of mild hysteria caused by the re-emergence of evil in their carefully constructed little world. Of course it would have been much worse if one of their heroes hadn't once again saved the day. Harry Potter had fought back for them once again like they knew he always would. After all, what was the world without heroes? At the Burrow, Harry and Hermione had been left alone much more frequently than their first day, because it seemed to be almost by unspoken agreement that something was happening between them. Of course, unlike what many hormonal teenagers might have been using the precious commodity of time to do, Harry and Hermione were beginning their occlumency sessions. They were sitting in a couple of ratty old chairs in the back of the garden 3 days following the Quidditch World Cup tournament as Hermione softly said, "Okay Harry, now I want you to clear your mind by thinking of the feeling you have when you fly your broom. No Quidditch, no snitch, just you, the wind in your hair, and the smooth wood of your broomstick." Harry let out a breath and did as Hermione instructed. His mind slowed down until it was just him and that feeling of freedom he always felt in the skies above Hogwarts. Somehow he clearly heard Hermione say, "Okay Harry, now that you are in your quiet place, I want you to build a wall around the outside of your quiet place." Harry's breathing had slowed down considerably as he did as Hermione had instructed. Brick, stone, and mortar went together to build 4 walls and a ceiling of a room with a door that only Harry knew how to open. Finally Hermione asked, "Harry, have you built your walls?" Harry nodded and she continued, "Okay Harry, now open your eyes for me." Harry opened his eyes blinking owlishly for a moment before he took his glasses and slid them back onto his face. Hermione smiled and softly asked, "Harry, How did you build your wall? Harry couldn't remember a time he felt more relaxed as he replied, I built a room instead of a wall. 4 walls and a ceiling around my quiet place just like you said. Hermione's eyebrows arched incredulously before she said, That's very good, Harry. You skipped right to the 3rd step then. It took me a week to build all of my walls. I think we've done well today, but tomorrow we are going to work on strengthening your walls. Hermione's face became slightly concerned before she said, Harry, when you do something as complicated and sensitive as reorganizing your mind so that you can occlude it, it makes your mind very susceptible to outside attacks. Hopefully Voldemort doesn't plan on doing anything tonight, and by tomorrow you should be able to repel a weak vision at the very least. Harry nodded as he stood, feeling very refreshed, before he offered his hand to Hermione, who gratefully accepted it and stretched her legs as she stood too. With a strange smile she said, I think I'm going to go for a bit of a walk alone for a while, Harry. Harry smiled and they walked off in opposite directions, one to the burrow and one out into the orchards behind the old house. Upon entering the burrow, Harry noticed a small piece of paper on the table addressed to himself and Hermione. It read, Harry and Hermione, Ronald, Ginevra, the twins, and I have gone to Diagon Alley to do some school shopping. Ron and Ginny found your book list, so we will pick up your books and you can pay me back later tonight. A roast is in the oven and cooking, so feel free to relax and make yourselves comfortable. Molly. Harry grabbed an apple from the table and took a bite from it before he headed towards the den to kip out on the couch for a little while. As he approached the den, a voice near the fireplace startled him, until he realized that Mr. Weasley was making a flow call with someone. Curiosity got the best of him and he got close enough to eavesdrop as Mr. Weasley exasperatedly said, I understand that, Amos, but surely you can't believe that Bertha Jerkin's missing and this whole Barty Crouch Jr. business are somehow connected. Yes, I will help Alistair pack and send his supplies to Hogwarts on the 1st. I'll talk to you later, old friend. Molly and the kids should be back soon. What? Oh, of course I'll give your thanks to Harry. Yes, you too. I'll give Molly your regards, Amos. Harry quickly scampered back to the kitchen and continued his work on the apple he had plucked a few minutes earlier. Mr. Weasley walked out into the kitchen and sat down at the table heavily before he said, Ah, Harry, where's Hermione? Harry swallowed his mouthful of apple before he answered, She's out back for a walk. I'm pretty sure she should be back in a few minutes, sir. Arthur nodded before he said, I just received a flow call from Amos Diggory. He told me to extend his thanks for dispatching of Barty Crouch Jr. a few days ago. Harry smiled slightly before he asked, What's going to happen to him, Mr. Weasley? Mr. Weasley sighed before he said, Someone had been holding him under the Imperius for so long that his mind was too damaged to question him using typical means. So it was impossible to determine who had freed him. Many in the Ministry suspect Barty Crouch Sr., but because of his standing it would be extremely dangerous politically for the Ministry to show weakness, especially given that. Mr. Weasley's face froze for a moment before he said, Well, why doesn't really matter at the moment. Suffice it to say he has been sent back to Azkaban to serve out his sentence. Harry frowned for a moment, a combination of Mr. Weasley's cover-up and the news regarding Crouch Jr. before he asked, How long was he sentenced for? Mr. Weasley gravely replied, He's in for life for his detestable acts against your friend Neville's parents. His face cleared slightly and he added, I think that is enough depressing talk for the moment. Everyone else should be back soon enough, so why don't we get the table all set? Harry smiled and together they prepared the dining room for another family dinner at the Burrow. Molly and the kids returned a few minutes after Hermione, as the twins were shooting sparks from their wands at each other as Ginny beamed and Ron grumbled about something on the trip. Molly handed Harry 1 book and Hermione 3 before she said, One of the good things about being 4th years. Only a couple of classes require new books. You two can pay me when you get a chance to. With that Molly shooed everyone out of the kitchen to finish the roast, as all of the kids took their supplies and books upstairs. Ginny and Hermione were whispering excitedly about something as they entered their room while Ron continued to grumble. After placing his books in his trunk, which was already mostly ready for Hogwarts, he smiled wryly at his grumbling friend before he asked, All right, what has you in such a mood? Ron muttered, They're making us get dress robes this year, did you know that? Harry rolled his eyes before he replied, "Yes mate, I did know that." Harry sat down on his bed across from Ron and asked, "Is that why you're so hacked off?" Ron scowled and replied, "You know my mum got Ginny a new dress even though her book list said that third years might not even need them. I asked her for some dress robes, and she told me that she had some from my great uncle that would look nice." Harry nodded and then asked, "Okay, so what's the problem then?" Ron groaned as he buried his face in his hands and mumbled, "You've never seen my great uncle Bilious before mate. Let's just say his fashion sense was a little frilly." Harry couldn't stop the laugh from escaping his throat before he reached out and patted his friend in a consoling gesture even though he was quite certain nothing could save Ron at this point. That night Harry's luck for the summer came to an end as his dreams of flying in the skies high above Hogwarts were preempted as he took the direct perspective of Voldemort. He was in the same room as he had been from his vision earlier in the summer. Although this time, the man he now knew as Barty Crouch Jr. was conspicuous in his absence much to Harry's self-satisfaction. Harry observed closely as his mouth moved and uttered, "Wormtail, now that you have milked Nagini I have one more task that you must complete for me tonight." Wormtail cowered in front of him and stuttered, "Of course master, anything you wish." Voldemort sneered at his lack of choice in servants before he said, "You must deliver this letter to the drop box set aside for young Avery. I kindly offer him an opportunity to regain my favor while he completes the task I set aside for Barty." One slim baby finger pointed at a parchment on the stand and Wormtail nodded, before he picked up the parchment and vanished with a loud pop. Harry's eyes shot open as he slowed his heart rate and the throbbing headache he had with several deep breaths. After writing everything down that he remembered from his dream, Harry decided that sleep wasn't going to happen the rest of the night, so he spent some time meditating as he had earlier in the day with Hermione and even read ahead in his new textbooks for the coming year. The days leading up to the group's return to Hogwarts was spent with Hermione nagging Ron, to no avail, to complete his summer homework. The twins were trying every prank imaginable on everyone save Molly and Arthur in the household. While Ron and Ginny lacked the wherewithal to avoid the majority of the pranks directed at them, Harry and Hermione were only hit by one each, and it was the same prank at that. It had come during one of their occlumency training sessions as Harry had surpassed all of Hermione's expectations and they were organizing their thoughts and placing the most private of those thoughts in their locked rooms. Fred and George had been plotting for a few days when the perfect situation presented itself as they used their new adhesive called Sticky Wickums. Harry and Hermione were both in deep meditation, with Hermione grasping Harry's hand as had become her practice as they progressed forward. With a flick of two wands their hands were separated slightly and the sticky pink paste covered their hands in a thin sheen. Needless to say, when Harry and Hermione pulled out of their meditation they found themselves linked in a rather embarrassing manner. After threats from wand point from both the boy who lived and the brightest witch of her age, the twins hastily applied the dissolving solution and promised not to prank them again. Finally, the night before the return trip to Hogwarts found a pick-up Quidditch match taking place on the pitch behind the burrow. Fred and George, being the two oldest players, were made the opposing captains. After a much ballyhoed coin flip, George won first pick and selected Harry. Having earned the first selection gave Fred the next two picks and he took his younger two siblings, leaving Hermione to round of the teams. Harry smiled as he took off into the sky on by far the most superior broom on the pitch, doing a couple of quick loops before swooping down next to Hermione, who while not a master at flying was competent enough to take the keeper position as Harry and George did everything else. Ron took the keeper position on the opposite rings as Ginny and Fred covered everything else. The Quaffle, Bludgers and Snitched were released and after a minute the match began in earnest. Harry flew next to Hermione and with a disarming grin said, "I'm only going for the snitch, Hermione, so just make sure you don't let 15 in and we'll win. George will protect you from those other menaces." Hermione giggled as Harry winked and shot away like a dart heading towards the other end of the pitch. It wasn't really much of a match, as George's job was to slow down Fred and Ginny while Harry had a free run at the snitch. After 15 minutes Harry had caught the snitch, ending the match, and giving his team a 150-100 victory. As Harry did a victory lap around the field while Hermione and George were shouting cat calls and wolf whistles, he smiled to himself and with a grin said, "This is going to be a good year." Of course, little did Harry know that this was one of those rare times when it was brightest before it grew dark for a very long time. The next morning was complete and utter mayhem at the Burrow as the Weasley spawn had neglected packing for the year until that very moment. Harry and Hermione sat at the table in the kitchen watching in amusement as Molly barked directions from across the house. After finishing their small breakfast, they moved into the den next to the flow connection, awaiting Mrs. Weasley to give them the go-ahead to leave. With everyone still rustling about upstairs, Molly poked her head into the den and said, "Oh, there you two are. All packed, I see. If you want to go to the station early, you are more than welcome, dears. Just remember to say King's Cross clearly. That goes double for you, Harry dear." Hermione giggled at this and Harry tried his hardest to look indignant but failed as his face cracked into a smile. Molly smiled and said, "Oh, you are such a handsome young man, Harry." She turned to Hermione and added, "Take care of him now, Hermione." Hermione blushed as Harry laughed at her embarrassment just as she had done to him a minute earlier. Hermione stepped into the fireplace and made sure she had a grasp on her trunk and Crookshanks' carrier before she pinched a bit of flow powder and vanished in a swirl of emerald fire after she uttered her destination and threw the powder to the hearth beneath her. Harry grasped Hedwig's cage and his trunk before he scooped some of the flow powder from the urn by the fireplace and uttered his destination as he once again traveled via the flow. Harry barely managed to keep his feet as he tumbled out of the public flow connection and immediately checked Hedwig to see if she was all right. All he got in response was an annoyed hoot before he tilted her cage upright once again. He spotted Hermione and she waved him over as she placed her trunk on the trolley and carried Crookshanks onto the train with a large book nestled under her other arm, with Harry and Hedwig a step behind. Settling on the first empty compartment, they found Harry and Hermione sat down on the same side of the compartment as Crookshanks was released from his carrier and Hedwig's cage on the hook nearest the window to have a view if nothing else. Hermione smiled as he leaned his back against the corner, propping his feet on the bench right next to her to take a nap. With a shy smile she said, "You can put your feet in my lap if you want to, Harry. Maybe even take off your shoes too, that is if you want to." She finished with a very light blush on her face, but couldn't conceal the slightly hopeful look on her face. Harry slid his glasses down his nose in an eerily spot-on imitation of Dumbledore, before he smiled slightly and nodded. After taking his shoes off, Harry settled back into the corner with his feet in Hermione's lap as she thumbed her book open and opened her book as she absently pet Crookshanks with her other hand. Ron and the twins entered the compartment nearly 20 minutes later, taking in the cozy little position between Harry and Hermione before she asked, "Where's Ginny, boys?" Ron muttered something about a friend of hers in Ravenclaw before he set his chessboard up and proceeded to beat both Fred and George repeatedly the rest of the trip. His only sacrifice for the sake of repeatedly beating the twins was that he had to test one of the twins' new products around halfway through the trip. Fred handed him the pink candy and with a smile said, "Go on, try it, ickle Ronikins." Ron sighed and swallowed the small candy after a moment of tasting it. George began to chuckle before he said, "It's our newest creation, little brother. We call it the Curly Q." Fred pulled a mirror from his pocket just as Hermione glanced over the top of her book and began to giggle furiously, which awoke Harry. Soon everyone, Ron included, were laughing quite hard at the red-haired afro he was sporting for the next 30 minutes or so. As it began to rain outside, as the express blazed northward, Hermione glanced at her wristwatch and muttered, "We only have about an hour until we should be arriving at Hogsmeade." She glanced at Ron and the twins and ordered, "You three need to go and get changed into your robes." As soon as the Weasleys exited the compartment, it once again slid open, revealing Malfoy and his two goons looking as intelligent as ever. Malfoy glanced in at Harry and Hermione and sneered before he said, "Oh well, isn't this just a sight? Scarhead and the Mudblood getting cozy in a compartment all by themselves. I'd watch it if I were you, Potter. She might turn up pregnant just like your mother did. Then you'll be trapped to marry a Mudblood just like your father." Harry didn't say anything other than push with all of his weight on the door as it slid shut, or almost shut, as Malfoy's fingers from his wand hand were still trapped in between the door and the latch. Harry pulled the door back as Hermione's eyes had widened to the size of a pair of saucers, before he said in a deadly calm voice to the now howling platinum-haired reject, "Malfoy, are you really that stupid? You just insulted my mum and my best friend in a matter of 20 seconds. Next time your fingers will be the least of your concerns. Hermione finally managed to verbalize her jumbled thoughts a moment later. Harry, thank you for defending me, but I don't want you getting in trouble on my account. Harry merely shrugged and said, Malfoy is all talk and no action. He needs 2 bodyguards for a reason, because he can't fight his own battles. He'll give up eventually, or he'll push me too far. Hermione's eyes widened and he hastened to add, no, I won't kill him, so don't worry about that. Now castration on the other hand. Hermione was still giggling by the time Ron and the twins returned, and all Harry would say in response to their queries was, Malfoy got on my nerves. News of Draco Malfoy and his shattered digits on his wand hand spread throughout the Express like wildfire. The message had been sent, don't mess with Harry Potter. Of course, Harry's actions weren't motivated to make notice to anyone other than Malfoy, but it served that purpose just the same. As they reached Hogsmeade, Harry placed Hedwig's cage in the baggage compartment of the train before exiting with Hermione and Ron to find the nearest carriage. On the way to the carriages they spotted Hagrid, who waved at them briefly and said, "Hello, are you 3?" All of them smiled and chimed, "Hello Hagrid." Their half-giant friend stroked his beard as he rounded up the first years and said, "Feel free to visit my hut, sometime outside class." With a wave they grabbed the first carriage they could and were joined by Ginny as it took off towards the castle and another year. Ron was already focused on the beginning of the year feast and said, "Oi mate, I'm getting a nice big plate of shepherd's pie and potatoes." Harry chuckled and gave him a pat on the shoulder before he turned to Ginny and asked, "So Gin, I never asked, but what electives did you pick?" Ginny smiled at being included in the conversation and replied, "Well, unlike some slackers I know, I signed up for 3. I took runes, arithmancy, and care. After listening to Hermione complain about divination and muggle studies all last year, I figured I could take a hint." Harry frowned and said, "Yes, it's not much fun being told I am going to die every class." He brightened and said, "Hey, maybe you two can give me an overview of runes and arithmancy. I don't want to take the classes, but it can't hurt to have some understanding of the subjects." Hermione's eyes lit up and Ginny smiled encouragingly before she replied, "Yeah Harry, I think us girls could teach you a thing or two." Harry laughed and said, "You can probably teach me more than that, but I'll settle for understanding the basics." He glanced over to Hermione, who was looking concerned before she said, "Harry, I appreciate that you defended me on the train. But Professor Snape has probably already heard about it. He'll probably try to give you a detention." Harry smiled roguishly and waved the girls in before he said in a stage whisper, "I have something prepared for Professor Snape, so don't worry about that." Hermione didn't look completely convinced, but she refrained from saying anything else on the topic the rest of the ride. The Great Hall was once again in glorious form for the sorting and the feast as the trio and the other Weasleys took their seats at the Gryffindor table. Neville immediately said, "Harry, I heard you were the one that stunned that Death Eater Crouch at the World Cup. I just wanted to say thanks, for everything." Harry merely nodded respectfully and in a tone that conveyed the pain of being an orphan said, "Neville, you would have done the same for me." Neville flushed and replied, "I'm a lousy wizard Harry, I probably would have tripped and messed it all up." Harry smiled and said, "Trust me Neville, you give yourself too little credit." Neville was about to refute Harry's statement when the hook-nosed potions professor snarled, "Potter, I have 3 students that tell me that you accosted Mr. Malfoy on the train, resulting in multiple broken fingers. I'd expel you if I could, but I guess I will have to settle for a month's detention with Mr. Filch." Harry calmly looked back at Snape, as the other staff members became interested in the scene, and said, "Professor, I didn't attack Malfoy. I was merely putting an end to the harassment that he puts me and my friends through every year. I would think it should come as no surprise, sir, especially seeing as it is the same sort of harassment that you are guilty of, Professor." Snape became flushed with anger at this, as flushed as pale white can be anyways, before he sneered, "Just like your father, an arrogant ne'er-do-well who couldn't shut his mouth when dealing with his betters." Harry began to seethe quietly before he sadly replied, "Professor, I am quite sure that comments like that would be considered abusive and unprofessional. Perhaps you would like to rephrase that, sir." By this point Dumbledore had reached the table and stopped Snape's final statement with a hand on his shoulder. before he turned to Harry with a twinkle in his eye and asked, "Harry, what seems to be the problem here?" Harry sighed sadly, much of his apparent anger evaporating, before he softly said, "Professor Snape wanted to give me a month's detention for closing my compartment door so that Malfoy couldn't slander Hermione or my mother further. I refuse to be openly baited by Malfoy or Professor Snape anymore, Headmaster. If you side with them, then you can send me back to the Dursleys now, because as far as I'm concerned this has gone on for too long." Dumbledore looked significantly at Snape before he said, "Yes, Harry, I believe I will have a discussion with Professor Snape later." He turned and addressed the entire hall before he said, "I think that the use of questionable language and behavior that many of you in the school practice will be punished much more severely this year. Let this be a warning to any of you who wish to cross that line." Dumbledore rather forcibly pushed Snape back up to the staff table and slowly the furor over the confrontation died down to a simmer. Professor McGonagall, whose lips were drawn into a tight line following the Harry and Snape face-off, stiffly sat the stool and sorting hat in the front of the hall. The large entrance doors swung open and the first years were ushered into the hall in a single file line. The hat broke out into song as per custom. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire by J.K. Rowling. 1,000 years or more ago, when I was newly sown, there lived 4 wizards of renown, whose names are still well known. Bold Gryffindor, from Wild Moor. Fair Ravenclaw, from Glen. Sweet Hufflepuff, from Valley Broad. Shrewd Slytherin, from Fen. They shared a wish, a hope, a dream. They hatched a daring plan to educate young sorcerers. Thus Hogwarts School began. Now each of these 4 founders formed their own house, for each did value different virtues in the ones they had to teach. By Gryffindor, the bravest were prized far beyond the rest. For Ravenclaw, the cleverest would always be the best. For Hufflepuff, hard workers were most worthy of admission. And power-hungry Slytherin loved those of great ambition. While still alive they did divide their favorites from the throng. Yet how to pick the worthy ones when they were dead and gone? 'Twas Gryffindor who found the way. He whipped me off his head. The founders put some brains in me, so I could choose instead. Now slip me snug about your ears. I've never yet been wrong. I'll have a look inside your mind and tell where you belong." After the hat finished, the sorting began and Harry clapped every time a new first year, although his mind was furiously piecing together everything that had happened in his confrontation with Snape. He was desperately trying to find anything he might have missed in retrospect. To those in the Great Hall they assumed Harry was upset, when in truth he had made a vow to himself to not let Snape or Malfoy get to him personally anymore. Assuming that Malfoy would make a scene on the train, Harry had set up the scenario that would hopefully bring Snape and Malfoy under control for the years ahead. Just as Harry finished his evaluation, Dumbledore stood and said, "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. As I can see, many of you look to be in dire need of a meal, so I will make the necessary announcements following the feast." Dumbledore clapped his hands as the tables filled with dozens of entrees, side dishes, and even desserts. Harry scooped some potatoes onto his plate before he held the bowl up to Hermione and said, "Would you care for some potatoes?" Hermione nodded and Harry scooped some potatoes onto his plate as she was giving Harry a leg of turkey as was his custom for the opening feast. Ron had a mouthful of about 4 things as he asked, "MFF if Wheelie Ood?" Harry eyed Ron strangely for a moment before he began to laugh uncontrollably at his ginger-haired friend's antics, as Hermione glared at Ron and shook her head in annoyance. By the time the meal had finished, Ron had successfully violated every possible rule of etiquette and finished it off with a nice loud belch. Harry's eyes were still dancing with mirth at his slob of a friend, when Dumbledore stood at his golden lectern and began his announcements. "Now that some of our baser needs have been met, I wish to once again welcome all of you to another year at Hogwarts." The doors to the Great Hall swung open at the end of Dumbledore's words and a grisly-looking wizard with an eye patch and a peg leg sauntered into the room. Harry frowned and asked, "Mad-Eye Moody?" Ron nodded and said, "My dad told me that he caught more Death Eaters than anyone else in the last war with he who must not be named. He was the best Auror by far at the time. Harry nodded in thought as he watched the ex-Auror stomp up to the staff table, before he gruffly sat down and took a sip from a flask. Dumbledore finally continued, "As I was saying, I have a few announcements to make for the coming term. First, we are pleased to have retired Auror Alistair Moody taking over the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor." After a polite amount of applause he continued, "Once again the Forbidden Forest remains out of bounds to all students. Additionally, Mr. Filch wishes to remind students that there is to be no practicing of magic in the hallways. Also, a list of banned items may be found on the door to his office." Everyone began to chatter, thinking Dumbledore's announcements had come to an end when a loud clap regained their attention and he said, "Finally, due to extenuating circumstances, the Quidditch Cup and House Cup for the term have been suspended." Shouts of protests echoed throughout the hall and Harry furrowed his brow trying to figure out a reason. Dumbledore's eyes were on full twinkle, the circumstances requiring the suspension of Hogwarts' typical schedule is due to a long-held tradition that had fallen out of practice in its resumption this year. A tournament is being held at the castle this year with the two other large magical schools of Europe. The Tri-Wizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year, as student delegations from Bobaton's School of Magic, and from the Durmstrang Institute for the Practice of Magical Arts. Those visitors will be guests on the ground over the duration of the tournament. Further information will be announced when it is prudent to do so. For now, prefects please escort the students to their common rooms so that we may all rest and prepare for an exciting year ahead." Dumbledore stepped away from his lectern as the students of Hogwarts excitedly whispered about the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Harry frowned before he turned to the Font of Wisdom and asked, "Hermione, what exactly is the Tri-Wizard Tournament?" Hermione didn't appear too enthused by the announcement and replied, "It's a barbaric contest with one representative from each school participate in dangerous, and sometimes lethal tasks. The winning school typically takes possession of the Tri-Wizard Cup and holds it as a source of pride. But, they haven't held one in over a century because of excessive fatalities." Harry smiled wryly and said, "Oh, sounds like it should be heaps of fun. With my luck I'll be forced into the tournament." Hermione shook her head as they stepped onto the staircase and replied, "No Harry, in the past they had an age limit restricting anyone younger than 6th year from performing." She smiled and brightly said, "So that means no death-defying stunts for you this year, Mr. Potter." Harry rolled his eyes as they stepped off of the staircase, eager to start another year at Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore had to admit that he was vexed in many ways by the behavior of one Harry James Potter. Having watched the young man for 3 years, he had thought that a certain understanding of what made the boy tick had been gained. But, following the events in the Great Hall and the subsequent meeting with a beleaguered Severus Snape, he had to admit to being at a complete loss. Of course it was an easy decision to formally reprimand Severus, and then to privately force his potions master to make an oath ensuring his treatment of young Harry along with every other student would improve. Nevertheless, the official meeting with Harry Friday evening following potions was certain to be eye-opening. The first few days of classes were some of the most enjoyable of Harry's life. He was prepared for once and even openly and confidently answered questions in both Charms and Transfiguration. Hermione was very proud of Harry's new academic prowess, while Ron was taking a far less cheerful view of the turn of events. Talk of Professor Moody had permeated throughout the castle. Tales of Moody's sometimes manic behavior in class had filtered to the Gryffindor 4th-year students, who had just taken their seats with the Slytherins in the defense classroom awaiting their first Moody experience. When the final Slytherin shifted into the class, the door slammed shut, and a red bolt snapped out from a corner, directly aimed at Harry in the front row. Without the advantage of time, Harry did the only thing he could. He dodged the spell by falling from his chair to the ground. The Slytherins all seemed to find this terribly amusing, especially Draco, until a gruff voice intoned, "Well done, Mr. Potter." As for those of you who laughed, remember that when dealing with a dark wizard they won't care how graceful you look when they're trying to hex you. The Slytherins immediately stopped laughing and Professor Mad-Eye Moody revealed himself with a wave of his wand before he stomped to the front of the classroom. Harry hopped back into his chair, his ego more bruised than his bum, as Hermione patted his hand in a consoling nature. Moody finally began to address the class, and after giving Harry a moment to regain his composure he said, 5 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Potter's avoidance of the spell at all costs. The grizzled ex-Auror removed his eye patch and the class gasped as a swirling blue eye spun randomly, taking in the entire room. He barked out a laugh of some variety before he said, "Welcome to 4th year Defense Against the Dark Arts. I've looked upon what your previous instructors have attempted to teach you, and the only section I am satisfied with is the creatures that Lupin taught you lot last year. Therefore, I am taking it upon myself to do a crash course over everything else you should have covered your first 2 years during the first month of classes. At the conclusion of the month I will be giving a cumulative exam to determine what I should begin with in the 4th year curriculum. Those of you that score and exceeds expectation or higher will be offered membership in the dueling club that I will be sponsoring this year." Moody gazed over the class until the only two actually taking notes, Harry and Hermione, finished, and he continued. "Today, however, I want to discuss a topic that is of vital importance to understanding how to defend against the dark arts, the darkest of the curses. The Ministry has created a class of spells so dark that they've been deemed unforgivable in their usage. Use of one of these spells results in a one-way ticket to Azkaban prison. Can anyone tell me one of the unforgivable curses?" Moody's eye swiveled around, glancing at the looks of fear and apprehension in the classroom before he settled on Malfoy and said, "You're Lucius Malfoy's son, aren't you?" Draco gulped but nodded and replied, "Yes." Moody smiled, although it looked more like a grimace, and said, "Tell me one of the unforgivable curses, Mr. Malfoy." Draco straightened his jaw before he pompously replied, "The Imperious Curse." Moody gave Draco a twisted smile before he said, "That's correct, Mr. Malfoy. In fact, you should be familiar with this curse. Your father claimed he was under the curse to do the Dark Lord's bidding at the end of the last war. The Imperious Curse, when cast upon a person, places them under control of the caster, and is often used by dark wizards as a means of forcing innocent people to do terrible things. Some of the things that people under the curse do are so terrible that they would give you nightmares at night, even with a dreamless sleeping draught." Moody nodded to himself before he fixated on Neville and said, "Longbottom, can you tell me another?" Neville cowered slightly before he stuttered out, "The Cruciatus Curse, sir." Moody grunted and said, "Aye lad, the Cruciatus Curse. I've been placed under this curse in the past myself. Imagine being stabbed repeatedly all over your body with white-hot knives while also being struck by lightning. Extended exposure has been known to cause insanity and even death." Harry glanced back at Neville, whose face had grown progressively paler as Moody continued his lecture of the curse, and Harry had to think it had something to do with the terrible things done to his parents that Mr. Weasley had mentioned. Finally, Harry snapped his attention back to the center just as Moody's strange eye focused on him, and he said, "How about you, Potter? Care to tell us the final unforgivable curse?" Harry frowned as he understood that Moody was asking people directly affected by the curses, and he answered, "Yes, sir, the Killing Curse. Also known as Avada Kedavra, it kills people without leaving a mark aside from the vacant expressions that its victims are left with. Both of my parents were killed by the curse, and this scar on my head is my evidence that I survived it." Moody deflated slightly as Harry had sussed out where he was going with his lecture, and he said, "Aye, Potter, that's another 5 points to Gryffindor for the most complete answer yet." Moody's eyes refocused on the class and he said, "The Killing Curse was exactly as Mr. Potter described it, a silent killer. There is no known way to block this curse or any of the other unforgivables. But only those with corrupt or tainted souls can perform these curses. Intent is the most important thing for these curses. For example, all of you could cast a killing curse at me, but since you lack the intent of murder, then the worst you'd give me is a nosebleed. The Imperious Curse is much the same. If one of you tried to cast it on me, I wouldn't even feel compelled to do what you told me to. The Cruciatus Curse is the most interesting of the curses. If you have any anger that can be directed at me, then you can cast the curse. But the pain I would feel would be minimal at best. Those that can cast the curse and cause those the pain that I described are truly evil and sadistic people." Moody glanced around at the now spellbound group and with a scowl said, "Well, get on with it. I'm not going to repeat myself, so you better start taking this down." After a moment to allow everyone to scribble something down on their parchments, he continued his lecture. "Now we are going to review what you should have been taught in your first year here." The rest of the class was spent trying to undo the damage caused by the ineffective teachings of their possessed defense professor from their first year. Potions on Friday were much as they had been earlier in the week. Snape merely ignored Harry and his friends. While this was an improvement over his previous behavior, it still left the Gryffindors in the lurch as to actually learning something in the class. At one point in particular, Harry raised his hand to ask a question about the brewing of his calming draft. Snape didn't even spare a glance in Harry's direction for the 5 minutes his hand was raised, before he finally lowered it in defeat and simply followed Hermione's by-the-book advice on the potion. As they all handed in their potions and began to exit the classroom, Dumbledore stepped into the room and said, "Ah, Harry, would you care to join Professor Snape and me for the meeting we discussed up in my office following dinner?" Harry eyed the headmaster with an emotion the old wizard couldn't place for a moment before he nodded and said, "Yes sir, that should be fine." Dumbledore smiled serenely at Harry as the younger wizard left the classroom and the two professors alone with their own thoughts. Harry's mind was swirling with possibilities as he entered the Great Hall and spotted Hermione and Ron in what appeared to be the beginnings of one of their famous rows. Harry hastened his pace and sat down next to Hermione and directly across from Ron before he said, "Hey guys, did I miss anything?" Hermione nearly growled as she said, "Ronald seems to think that I've somehow brainwashed you into being just like me." Harry arched an eyebrow as he asked in an amused tone, "Mate, do you think that Hermione's brainwashed me?" Ron sat the sweet roll he was eating before he cleared his throat and replied, "It's the only explanation I can think of. Last year, we were making up answers on our divination homework and now you are actually researching and reading before you hand in your assignments. I mean bloody hell Harry, you've actually gained more points for Gryffindor than Hermione." Harry smiled as Hermione spooned some yams onto his plate and he muttered his thanks before he turned to Ron and with a shrug said, "It's nothing personal against you mate, my priorities have changed is all. I mean we only get one chance at Hogwarts, might as well make the most of it, you know." Ron grunted before he nodded reluctantly and decided to dig into his meal earnestly, leaving his two best friends to fend for themselves. As Ron's attention waned, Hermione took a sip of her pumpkin juice before she asked, "What did the headmaster want, Harry?" Harry sighed as he pushed a stray yam around on his plate before he replied, "We're having our meeting up in his office after dinner." Hermione nodded before she asked, "Since you aren't going to tell me outright, I suppose I'll ask, what's the matter?" Harry looked up from his plate, locking eyes with Hermione before he said, "I have absolutely no clue what Dumbledore is going to pull. But, I just have a bad feeling about it." Hermione gave Harry a reassuring smile before she said, "Expect the headmaster to work in the student populace's interests, and if he doesn't then remind him of his obligations." Harry gave her a fleeting smile before he finished his meal in silence. Upon finishing he reached over and squeezed Hermione's hand in an attempt to draw some strength from her before he stood and exited the Great Hall en route to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle was slid aside in anticipation of his presence and it slid back into place behind him as he took the spiral staircase up the headmaster's office. Harry slowly entered the headmaster's office, spotting Snape off in a corner to the side of Dumbledore who was ensconced snugly behind his desk. Dumbledore smiled and motioned with his hand towards a chair in front of his desk before he said, "Welcome Harry, I assure you that this won't take long my boy." Harry nodded and sat down in his chair waiting for Dumbledore to make the first move. After a very uncomfortable minute of silence, Dumbledore said, "Harry, I understand your concerns about the treatment at the hands of Professor Snape. But, there are factors that are unseen by you and the other students that take precedence over your discomfort." Harry slid his glasses down his nose slightly before he peered over his wire-rimmed glasses and said, "I'm sorry Professor, but I was unaware that your concerns extended beyond providing a quality education to the students of the school. Part of that quality education is the fair and honest teaching of potions." Sliding his glasses back up his nose he smiled and congenially said, "Surely you can understand my concerns, Headmaster." Dumbledore blinked, caught slightly off balance by Harry's more formal use of his headmaster title and replied, "Harry, I really must insist that you trust my judgment on this." Harry rubbed at his temples for a moment before he said, "Professor, if you aren't willing to force Professor Snape to teach everyone potions without the use of intimidation or bullying, then I must admit a total loss of faith in your judgment. Just today I had my hand raised for 5 minutes in an attempt to have a question about the potions we were brewing today answered, and Professor Snape completely ignored me. Instead, the good professor basically completed Malfoy's potion for him so that he could receive an O for the class. Dumbledore sighed as he ran his fingers through his beard before he turned to Snape and said, "Severus, I will hold off on any formal punishment. But, if Mr. Potter comes forward with any further accusations of this nature, or if a student in another class does, then you will be terminated on spot. I will be plenty busy the remainder of this year tending to accommodations for the tournament, so I hope that this is the final time I am required to have this discussion with you." Snape's face was contorted into a very unpleasant expression, which if Harry had to describe would be a strain of emotional constipation. The potions master finally managed a stiff nod before Dumbledore once again turned to Harry and said, "I hope this arrangement will be to your liking, Harry." Harry stood from his seat and baldly said, "Thank you, Professor, and I will be keeping a close eye on Professor Snape's behavior the remainder of my time here at Hogwarts. If that is everything for now, I have a group project with Hermione for herbology that needs to be tended to in the greenhouse." Dumbledore nodded and Harry purposefully strode out of the room satisfied with the turn of events. The following 2 weeks went by in the blink of an eye as Hogwarts prepared for the coming arrival of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Snape had managed 2 weeks of unbiased teaching and several students began to reap the benefits of an unbiased potions professor. If the House Cup competition was being officially held, as opposed to the arbitrary awarding of points that had been taking place, then Slytherin House would be a distant fourth without the penal behavior of Snape towards the other houses and blatant favoritism towards his own house. The third Friday of the month also happened to be Hermione's birthday, and for once Harry planned a small party with a cake for her in the common room after everyone else had gone to bed. Having already given his gift of a book on numerology and a gift certificate to Flourish and Blots, he managed to pull her aside after charms and he said, "Make sure you're in the common room around 11 tonight, okay?" Hermione merely nodded as her mind whirled with possibilities as to what Harry had planned. Ron was understandably out of sorts when Harry and Ginny mentioned the prior evening that the next day was Hermione's birthday. Having never given thought to the female member of the trio aside from her mental prowess, Ron groaned and sat about trying to figure out a gift before her party the following night. Thanks to a suggestion from Sirius in his last letter, Harry had gained access to the kitchens and happened upon nearly half of the house elf population of the school. Harry immediately recognized Dobby and Winky, as they had been seemingly isolated from the rest of the group. Winky, still resplendent in her pillowcase from her last master, appeared to be drunk as her tiny hands were grasped around a mug of butterbeer. Harry frowned before he called out to Dobby, "Dobby, can you help me with something please?" The little elf that had nearly done more harm than good lit up like a light bulb as he excitedly scampered over to Harry before he squealed, "Oh, Master Harry Potter, sir, Dobby is being so happy so sees you. Dobby, could you help me make a birthday cake for my friend Hermione? We're having a party tomorrow night at 11 in the Gryffindor common room. If I make the cake, can you deliver it then?" Harry asked in his gentlest voice. Dobby twisted his hands anxiously before he asked, "But Harry Potter is wanting to make the cake all by himself." Harry nodded and said, "Hermione doesn't believe in exploiting the house elves any more than we already do. Seeing as how this is for a birthday party, she wouldn't be pleased to know I had you do the work for me." It only took another half an hour for Harry to be granted access to the kitchens, and by midnight Harry had finished the birthday cake and procured Dobby's word to deliver the cake at the predetermined time. Hermione's party was a rousing success as Ron gifted the birthday girl a couple of his spares from his chocolate frog card collection, and Ginny had already given her a set of magical beauty supplies. Hermione's brightest part of the night was when Dobby arrived with the Harry-made cake, which incidentally also happened to be her favorite flavor of cake in the world, carrot cake. After giving Harry a chaste key on the lips as she thanked him once again before retreating to bed, said boy wizard went to sleep with a smile on his face that he was still wearing the next morning when he woke up. Classes had been going by at an unprecedented pace as they dealt with bubo tubers in a group project for herbology, dealing with a frightening new creature called a blast-ended scroot in Hagrid's class, the placement exam for defense with Moody. Harry got an E, Hermione got an O, and Ron got an A, and assorted other assignments in the rest of their classes. By the second week in October, Harry and Hermione had made so much progress in their occlumency that they began to discuss the next step in the process, being tested by legilimens as was suggested at the end of the book. As they sat in the common room watching the fire slowly die down, Harry said, "Hermione, I was thinking we could ask Professor Lupin about finding us a trained legilimencer. Do you think he might know one?" Hermione's eyes lit up as she turned towards Harry and said, "Oh, that's a brilliant idea, Harry. I'm certain Professor Lupin would have access to a trained and trustworthy legilimencer. We should send out a letter tomorrow morning with Hedwig." Harry nodded before he sat down and wrote a quick letter requesting a recommendation for a trustworthy master of legilimency that could aid them in their independent study of occlumency. Harry was fairly certain that everything he had shared with Sirius up to that point was forwarded to Remus as well, so the context for the request should speak for itself. If there was one thing that bothered Harry as the days melted away was how Ron had started to distance himself from the two resident bookworms of the house. While they still joked and played chess, Harry felt a chasm building that, while neither of them acknowledged its existence, could still be felt during the strangest of times. Times in the previous year when instead of doing his homework he would skive off and play a game of chess with Ron, or some exploding snap with Ron and the twins, now were spent revising his assignments or working on his side projects with Hermione. Talk throughout the school still centered on the impending Tri-Wizard tournament, and Harry couldn't help but notice seeing the dreamy look on Ron's face when the glory of past champions was discussed. After some heavy discussion between Harry and Hermione, their respective pet projects for the year were to be started early on the final Sunday of October, less than a week away from Halloween. Harry quietly creeped down the stairs from the fourth-year boys' dormitory and smiled as he saw Hermione sitting in the couch by the fire, although it appeared she had a stack of parchment and books accompanying her. Harry made his presence known as he sat down on the far end of the couch and said, "Hey." Hermione, who was dressed in her pajamas and had her hair pulled back into a tail, smiled and softly said, "Hey Harry. Let's get to work so we can get some sleep." Harry yawned, before he smiled sheepishly and asked, "Do you have the potion all prepared?" Hermione arched an eyebrow before she pulled a pair of vials from her pocket and said, "This is the Animagus Revealing Potion. If you glow blue after drinking the vial, then you have a form. If you don't glow at all, then you don't have a form. The form should be revealed in 5 minutes' time. If it isn't, then you don't have a form." Harry took the offered vial and smiled at Hermione before he said, "Bottoms up." Hermione nodded as they both gulped down the viscous potion and waited the required 5 minutes to see if they indeed had forms. At 3 minutes, Harry began to glow a bright luminous blue, meaning he had a form of some sort and the training could continue. The 4th minute passed and Hermione had yet to glow in the slightest. Finally, just before the standard 5 minutes expired, Hermione began to glow in a slightly fainter blue than Harry had, but still signifying that she had a form of her own. Hermione released a sigh of relief before she said, "Harry, I have a copy of the protocol necessary to master an animagus transformation. I want you to take the copy and read and memorize the first 10 steps. Fortunately, the occlumency we've been doing should speed the process some." Hermione's eyes began to sparkle with excitement before she said, "Now it's time to begin planning for our group to help the house elves." Harry yawned but nodded and asked, "Do you have any plans for the organization of the group?" Hermione handed Harry a piece of parchment with a complete outline of her initial plans for the group. After carefully reading the outline, he asked, "Any ideas for what you want to call it?" Hermione bit her lip before she firmly said, "SPEW, or the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare." Harry shook his head and said, "Hermione, you're never going to get anyone to join a group that is called SPEW." Hermione's eyes flashed for a moment before she defiantly said, "It's not SPEW, Harry, it is SPEW." Harry reached over and grasped Hermione's hand before he said, "I know what you call it, but people will call it SPEW. Trust me." Hermione deflated before she asked, "So, do you have a suggestion, since you think SPEW is pants?" Harry smirked and replied, "I've actually put some thought into this. For those 20 minutes while I was awake during Bin's class, one came up with a perfect name." Hermione arched a skeptical eyebrow and she prodded teasingly, "Oh, the suspense is killing me." Harry chuckled and said, "Okay, it's kind of similar to your name. I came up with SPHERE, or the Society for the Promotion of House Elf Rights and Education. I admire what you've come up with for the initial goals of the group, but I think some of them are too ambitious. Hermione relaxed slightly, apparently accepting of Harry's suggestion before she said, "Okay, by all means then, Harry." Harry stifled another yawn before he said, "It's not realistic to immediately free all of the house elves. Most elves don't want to be freed. Dobby was treated about as poorly as an elf can be treated, so I reckon that's why he didn't fall to pieces like that elf at the World Cup did. You remember Winky, right?" Hermione nodded and Harry frowned before he said, "She's been so depressed since she was freed that even though she is working here at Hogwarts, she has taken up drinking." Harry expelled a breath before he added, "I'm pretty sure that as long as house elves are treated with kindness and compassion they would have no desire to be freed. As it is, Dobby calls me master half the time, and I wager he's trying to drop a hint to me." Hermione sighed heavily before she said, "Okay, so what do you suggest?" Harry rubbed at his eyes tiredly before he replied, "I think we need to increase awareness of why having house elves as beeps and not employees is wrong. Once society accepts that fact, then we can get the elves to accept it. I've done a bit of reading out of some of Dudley's old history books and I think this is a lot like the civil rights movement in the States. It will be a long uphill battle, but nothing worth having is ever easy." Harry's words seemed to bolster Hermione's spirits considerably as she smiled brightly before she covered a dainty yawn of her own. Accepting the progress made for the night, she asked, "When should we have our first meeting?" Harry pondered for a moment before he answered, "I think we should wait until the other two schools get here. The more people we can expose to this the better." Hermione smiled appraising Ly and as she gathered up her books and notes she said, "You've really put a lot of thought into this, Harry." Harry yawned as he stood before he replied, "It means a lot to you, and therefore it means a lot to me." Hermione blushed prettily in the firelight and she murmured a good night before she ran up the stairs to the girls' dorm. Harry followed a moment later with a bemused smile as he took the stairs at a far more pedestrian speed. Sitting in his small cabin near Cambridge, Remus Lupin was puzzling over the letter he had just received from the boy that for all intents and purposes was the closest thing to a nephew he would ever have. He had been amazed by everything that had taken place on the fateful night 4.5 months ago. But, perhaps the greatest surprise was the miraculous feats of magic Harry had managed to perform to save Sirius, Hermione, and himself from the Dementors. Remus knew how important it was for anyone to have friends that could be trusted, and he was quite happy that Harry had finally begun to listen to one Hermione Granger. It hadn't been difficult to see that the previous year Harry had sided with his other friend Ron Weasley, a bit more than the extremely bright Ms. Granger. Unlike everyone else, Remus had seen Hermione's boggart during her final exam, and had created a cover story to protect the young witch's buried feelings for Harry. From the few letters he had received from Sirius over the summer and fall, Remus had an inkling that Harry had finally awoken to the reality of the young witch's feelings. In fact, Sirius had gushed in a recent letter when Harry's had asked for advice as to how he could make the first move in a relationship. Banishing his own fond memories of young love, Remus finally began to ponder the best way to go about completing this rare task from Harry. It was for that reason and that reason alone that he fully believed Harry's claim of learning occlumency with Hermione, and that it didn't fall upon deaf ears. One of the benefits of being a known intellectual in small wizarding circles was that he had gathered several favors to various people of influence. Most people worth knowing understood that lycanthropy was an affliction and no one ever actually chosen to be as such. Therefore, the petty bigoted attitudes of several affluent but stupid purebloods were often ignored and the worth of the individual was what mattered. One of those favors he had accumulated in the past happened to be with a wizard who was extremely well versed in the arts of occlumency and legilimency, William Hardison, the head obliviator in the MLE for the Ministry of Magic. After apparating to the approved apparition point just outside of the Ministry of Magic's underground entrance, Remus walked inside and a guard asked, "Name and reason for business today, Governor?" Remus smiled as he straightened his vest before he replied, "Remus Lupin here to visit William Hardison." The guard nodded as he took Remus' wand and swiped his own wand over it, before he returned the wand and said, "Next checkpoint you will be given the appropriate security pass to see Mr. Hardison. According to the manifesto today he is working with the Auror Academy cadets for about 20 more minutes." His secretary should let you into his office and you can wait for him there. Remus pocketed his wand and smiled his thanks, and 10 minutes and another checkpoint later he found himself sitting in his friend's office waiting to ask for a major favor. 8 minutes later, as Remus had finally tired of watching the magical metronome on his friend's desk, the door swung open and a short slim man with bright blue eyes that simply reeked of intelligence strode into the room with a lithe witch who had bright pink hair that was spiked up in a most peculiar way. Remus stood from his seat and greeted his friend warmly. "Oh my good man, it has been far too long." William Hardison looked startled for a moment before he smiled and said, "Remy." Remus nodded as they shook hands and patted each other on the back heartily for a long moment, before the pink-haired witch cleared her throat and the moment was broken. Will shook his head but the grin on his face didn't slip at all as he said, "All right, sorry about that, Ms. Tonks. This is my old friend Remus Lupin. We went to Hogwarts together. Remus, Lily Potter, and I spent many an hour inside the library doing one thing or the other." The young witch Will had just called Ms. Tonks looked thoughtful for a moment before she was startled as Remus asked, "Ms. Tonks, you wouldn't happen to know Andy Tonks, would you?" The bubble-gum-haired witch blinked and then replied, "That's my mum, Mr. Lupin." Tonks couldn't help but scrutinize the older man in front of her, and ultimately she found that she liked what she was looking at. She blinked as Will handed her a paper and said, "Now this is the proper protocol for an obliviation, Ms. Tonks. I do so hope that this time you can keep track of it." Tonks nodded and gave a polite wave to the two men before stumbling out of the office clumsily. Remus shook his head at the witch as the door closed, before he turned back to his friend and said, "Well, I'm afraid my visit isn't completely about pleasure." Will motioned him to a seat before taking his own and with a smile asked, "Come to trade in on one of those favors I owe you?" Remus nodded and said, "Yes, Will, this is for someone you might know of as well." Will looked expectantly at him before Remus said, "It's for Lily Sprague, Will." Will's eyes widened as Remus continued, "Harry and one of his friends have been learning occlumency, and after some thought I figured you might help them learn legilimency as well." Will sighed and nodded before he asked, "Young Harry and his friends have become quite famous here at the Ministry, Remus. Perhaps you can tell me which of his friends?" Remus nodded as he steepled his fingers and said, "I have reason to believe she might be the next brilliant witch to join the Potter family." Will's eyes widened as a fond smile crossed his lips and he said, "Miss Granger then. I have to admit that it is an uncanny thing, Potter males and their attraction to the brightest witches of their age. Of course some would say that it can be traced back to Rowena Ravenclaw, but that's neither here nor there." Remus nodded and said, "I was thinking we could arrange something over the coming summer to get Harry away from his Muggle relatives. According to a friend of mine, Harry visited the Grangers for a week. I'm sure we can arrange something a little lengthier to give you the necessary time to teach them." Will nodded before he opened a desk drawer to pull a tumbler of brandy from his desk as he pushed a button on his desk and said, "Maggie, cancel my meetings for the rest of the day, I have some catching up to do with an old friend." At Hogwarts an announcement had been posted indicating that the other schools would be arriving the night before Halloween, and that all students were required to meet outside of the school to greet their guests. One of the new developments as a result of Harry's new academic approach was that he had become more doted upon by Professor McGonagall in the same way that the typically stern professor had always doted upon Hermione in the past. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were standing next to Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall as they awaited the other school's arrivals outside of Hogwarts near the Great Lake. Ron had been growing more and more excited about Victor Crumb's arrival to Hogwarts since it had been announced. The day of the arrival he was impossible to talk to as he babbled on about Victor Crumb and his phenomenal Quidditch skills. As they stood patiently he blurted, "Oh man Harry, Crumb, he's going to be here in a few minutes. I wonder if I can get his autograph." Harry and Hermione shared a smile before Harry said, "I'm sure if you ask him nicely, mate, he'd be happy to give you an autograph." Ron's attention had been lost, however, as he entered one of his various Quidditch wet dreams involving Crumb, and the rest of the world had been put on hold. After waiting a moment for a response, Harry turned to Hermione and asked, "Do you think Ron could manage to think about something aside from Quidditch, or is his brain overloaded at this point?" Hermione giggled and replied, "Well, for the time being I would say that when Quidditch enters the equation, Ron becomes pretty much of a single mind. We just have to wait until this episode passes and then we can get him distracted from Quidditch." Harry chuckled and with a disarming grin said, "Yeah, we need to get some real shiny objects for that." Hermione rolled her eyes but grinned in response. Finally, Professor McGonagall turned to the headmaster and said, "Albus, it appears as though the Beauxbatons contingency is off in the horizon." Dumbledore looked in the late dusk sky before he replied, "Yes, it appears as though Maxime has decided to arrive by air." Harry, Hermione, and several other students watched as a large flying object slowly came into view. As it drew nearer, one could make out several large flying horses and an enormous carriage behind it. The carriage began to slow as it neared the castle and it veered off towards the area behind the castle where Hagrid could be made out waving the horses to the ground and land. A few minutes later the horses, now walking, galloped up to the Hogwarts students before halting as the door to the huge carriage swung open and a set of stairs magically folded out to the ground. The students close to the carriage all took several steps backwards as they warily waited for the Beauxbatons students exit the carriage. First out of the carriage was an enormous woman that Harry would have swore was related to Hagrid if not for her extremely refined exterior. She was followed by a very attractive blonde witch and then the rest of the students, mostly female, all dressed in powder blue dress uniforms of varying types. The large woman walked up to Dumbledore who bowed before taking her hand and keying it in a very gentlemanly manner before he said, "Ah Maxime, how wonderful to see you once again. I dare say you must all be very tired. Hagrid will set up your quarters and take care of your graceful valets." The large woman nodded and said, "Thank you Albus, that vold be most welcome." Professor Flitwick led the group into the castle as the remainder waited for Durmstrang to arrive. Harry turned to Ron, who appeared to be back amongst the living before he said, "Ron, Durmstrang should be here any minute now. Maybe you can get Krumm's autograph now." Ron's eyes lit up for a moment before he sulked and said, "I don't have anything to write on or anything to write with." Harry shrugged before he turned to Hermione and asked, "How do you think Durmstrang will arrive?" Hermione bit her lip in thought before she answered, "Well, Beauxbatons arrived by the air, and we arrived by land. So, I guess they'll have to arrive by water." Harry nodded and glanced out at the far end of the great lake where it extended out into the sea, waiting for sign of a ship. Hermione shook her head and smiled as she glanced at where Harry was looking, but she had read enough to understand that most magical ships were like Muggle submarines in that they traveled long distances underwater. As she glanced out in the Great Lake, a massive ship, roughly a quarter of the size of Hogwarts, surfaced and she idly wondered, amidst the gasps of various students, how it could fit into the small alcove that was the Great Lake. Jerking on Harry's arm to get his attention, she pointed out the ship and his eyes widened at its immense size. Within minutes several smaller boats, much like the ones they floated in their first year, were floating towards the shore. A few minutes later the first boat emptied as two young men and one older man with a goatee walked up to Dumbledore. The older man grasped Dumbledore's hand before he said, "Ah Albus, it has been too long. Perhaps we can move inside soon. Victor here has come down with a bit of a cold, and we don't want him ill for the tournament." Harry finally turned and locked gazes with Krumm, whose eyes also lit up with recognition as he glanced up at Harry's scar before he nodded, and the entire group began to migrate back to the castle. As they walked back to the castle, Harry sighed and said to no one in particular, "Why do I have the feeling this is the beginning of something very bad?" Hermione rolled her eyes before she said, "Remember what I said, Harry, no death-defying stunts for you this year." Harry chuckled as he playfully punched Hermione in the shoulder before wrapping his arm around her shoulder and pulling her close for the rest of the walk. Neither caught the frown on Victor Krumm's face as Hermione leaned her head on Harry's shoulder, and she began to discuss the ways that champions had been selected for the tournament in the past. The Great Hall had been magically enlarged to accommodate to more large tables, even though a sign posted on the doors to the Great Hall indicated that seating at any table during the tournament was acceptable. Harry watched with amusement as Ron began drifting towards Krumm until the Seeker was surrounded by a posse of Durmstrang students who nearly carried him to a seat near the front. As Harry's eyes tracked to the front, he noticed a largo object covered with a sheet next to the headmaster's lectern. Taking their typical seats at the Gryffindor table, Ron sat down dejectedly across from them, making a bit of a scene to those around him as he groaned about not being able to get Krumm's autograph. After the large feast was finished, the hall continued to buzz with excitement over what the object covered in the sheet was. Hermione was at a loss because in the past the selection of champions was done in a completely arbitrary manner, ranging from a vote of their peers to hog-tossing, although the hog-tossing bit had gone out of style nearly 600 years ago. Finally, Dumbledore and the man Harry recognized from the Quidditch World Cup, Barty Crouch Sr., stood next to the large object before Dumbledore flicked his wand and the sheet vanished, revealing a large cup that appeared to be enclosed at the moment. Crouch pulled his wand and did a few intricate movements before the cup slowly opened, revealing a blue flame, much like the ones Hermione was so adept at making, flickered out of the top of the cup. Dumbledore turned to the crowd and said, "Welcome, welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of the Triwizard Tournament. As all of you can see, the mode of champion selection shall be a very old and very powerful magical artifact known as the Goblet of Fire. I shall allow Mr. Crouch to explain further." Barty Crouch was a rather jittery man, but Harry wondered how much of that had to do with the business of his son being caught. Shaking those thoughts aside, Harry listened as Crouch spoke. "To those of you that enter your name into the Goblet of Fire, I warn you this. Upon entering your name you enter into magical contract, and the only ways out of it are having your magic stripped or death. The eventual winner of the tournament will receive 1,000 galleons and the eternal glory of their name on the cup." Crouch, apparently having finished his short speech, settled back a few feet and gave Dumbledore the floor once again. Dumbledore nodded to Crouch before he said, "After much deliberation, a more strict age requirement than in the past has been adopted for entrance in the tournament." Several in the crowd groaned, and with a glance over at Ron, Harry realized that his best mate was amongst them. Dumbledore waited for the various groans to stop before he continued, "Therefore the age limit has been raised from 15, as it was in the past, to 17 for this year's incarnation of the tournament." Harry turned to Hermione and with a slight grin asked, "I thought you told me it had been 16 every time before." Hermione actually looked distressed before she managed to squeak out, "There must have been a misprint in my edition of Hogwarts: A History." Harry smiled fondly and reached out for her hand, giving it a quick squeeze before he turned his attention back to Dumbledore, who was now waiting for the next round of boos to subside, this time from the Weasley twins more so than their younger brother. Finally, the boos stopped and Dumbledore glanced at the pair of troublemakers he suspected would most likely attempt to beat the rule as he added, "I will be personally placing an age line around the cup, preventing anyone younger than the required age from entering. If any of you does attempt to cross the age line, you will find the punishment most apt for the crime." Dumbledore's telltale twinkle returned as he continued, "Any of you that wish to enter must enter your names in the goblet before this time tomorrow, at which time the champions from each of the schools will be selected. Students of Hogwarts, please feel free to welcome our guests and to treat them in a most hospitable manner. They will be walking the halls and using the library as necessary to complete their own schoolwork for the year. Good night and good luck to all of you that enter." As they exited the Great Hall, Ron was positively gushing as he spoke to Harry, "Harry mate, think about it, all of those galleons and eternal glory." Harry shook his head as Hermione had scampered ahead and was discussing something with Ginny as they occasionally giggled about something. Harry's attention snapped back to Ron, who was looking at him expectantly, and Harry replied, "Ron, from what Hermione told me, the tournament is very dangerous. People have died in it in the past. Take it from me, having money and fame isn't all they're cracked up to be." Ron scowled and said, "Well, unlike you, I'm afraid I don't have the luxury of having new clothes and a broom that isn't rubbish." Ron's face became defiant as he said, "I heard the twins say something about an aging potion. I'm going to nick some from them and enter the goblet tomorrow. We'll see who's laughing when I win the tournament." Harry rolled his eyes in frustration as he grasped his friend's tense shoulder and said, "Ron, listen, if Dumbledore is putting up an age line, then there is no way a simple aging potion will work. Let it go and maybe the tournament will come back for our 7th year and you can enter then." Ron merely shrugged his shoulder from Harry's hand and with an angry look stomped through the portrait opening and up to their dorm. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose to stave off a headache as he walked more slowly up the stairs, trying to think of a way to keep Ron from embarrassing himself tomorrow. When Harry reached the room, Neville and Seamus were playing some gobstones on Neville's bed, and after they asked him to play and Harry turned them down, he glanced over at Ron's 4-poster and frowned as the drape had already been pulled around it. All Harry knew was that there was no talking sense into Ron when he got like this. Friday morning, incidentally Halloween morning, Harry awoke trying not to dwell on the date that always led him back to thinking about his parents' murder and what might have been. Harry glanced over at Ron's bed, not at all surprised to see Ron already gone for the day. Harry shook his head and sighed as he rolled out of bed, thinking about all of the ways this was going to blow up in his friend's face. After a rousing nap in Ben's class, Harry found himself in charms with Flitwick as he glanced around for Ron, who was now absent from his first 2 classes of the day. Harry turned to Hermione as Flitwick took roll and asked, "Do you know where Ron is?" Hermione sighed as she twirled her quill between her fingers before she replied, "Ginny told me this morning that Ron and the twins were going to use an aging potion to beat the age line. My guess is that they're in the hospital wing following their spectacularly horrific failure." Harry chuckled before he asked, "Hospital wing after a quick lunch then?" Hermione patted Harry on the hand sweetly before she turned her attention to Flitwick as the tiny professor began to teach the group switching spells. After a quick lunch, Harry and Hermione jogged to the hospital wing, and anything they had been preparing for paled in comparison to the 3 miniature versions of Albus Dumbledore sitting in the first 3 beds of the hospital wing. Hermione was covering her mouth in an attempt to prevent the giggles from escaping her, and Harry wasn't making any effort to cover his barks of laughter before he managed to sputter out, "ISC, the aging potion didn't work." Or did it work too well? Harry managed a sheepish grin to the 3 glaring Dumbledores before Ron answered. "Don't make an effort to refrain from laughing at our expense. It's not like we haven't visited you in the hospital wing in the past." "Ron," Dumbledore growled at Harry. Harry's laughs slowly subsided as Hermione was no closer to winning her own battle before he said, "I don't understand, Ron. I warned you not to try and enter, and now you're taking it out on me." Ron crossed his arms and his glare grew even colder before Harry turned to Fred and George and said, "Well, I just wanted to see if you 3 were doing all right. I know where I'm not wanted." Harry slowly left the hospital wing, never sparing a glance back at the Weasleys. Hermione was seething as she laid into Ron, "I can't believe how stupid you're being, Ronald. Harry was concerned about you, and despite his disagreement with you over the aging potion, he talked me into coming with him to see how you and Heckle and Jekyll were doing. What does he get when he visits? A pathetic immature prat that isn't worth the dirt on his trainers when you act like you have today. Think about that." Hermione left with all of the speed that Harry didn't as she furiously stomped out of the hospital wing. Fred turned to Ron and said, "You know, little brother, you've really stepped in it this time." George finished. Ron could only manage a pathetic groan as he buried his hands in his beard in response. Hermione finally caught up with Harry in the dungeons as he entered the potions classroom for another fun-filled day with Snape and the Slytherins. Harry took his seat with a blank expression on his face, although inside he furious, sad, and confused, trying to deal with his current feelings towards one Ronald Weasley. Hermione sat down, her anger spent and overwhelmed by her concern for Harry, softly asked, "Are you okay, Harry?" Harry blinked as his internal musings were interrupted and he replied, "I don't know really. I might have overreacted some with Ron, but he was really acting like a git." Hermione shook her head vehemently and said, "No, Harry, this is Ron's mess and he needs to clean it up." Harry smiled weakly and nodded before he said, "No death-defying stunts, right?" Hermione rolled her eyes as she pushed her shoulder into Harry's just as Snape walked into the room, much like he was akin to, cloak billowing and greasy hair remaining in place. If the year had been good for one thing, it was the leash Snape and by proxy Malfoy had been placed under by Dumbledore. Without Snape's favoritism, Harry had become a solid potions student, getting mostly E's and a few O's on all of his assignments and potions. Today Snape began his lecture looking rather agitated about something as he said, "Today we are going to be working on counter-agents to aging potions. 3 idiotic Gryffindors attempted to cross the age line and enter the tournament, and Madame Pomfrey has no stores for such an unusual potion. It is not difficult to make, and the directions for brewing are on the board behind me. The first 3 correct potions brewed will receive 10 points for their house each. Get to work." Nearly an hour and a half later, Harry, Hermione, and Draco each received 10 points, and for once even Harry had to admit that Malfoy was a decent potions brewer. As they exited the classroom, Harry and Hermione overheard Malfoy speaking to Crabbe and Goyle, I heard that Crumb entered earlier today. Too bad there isn't a good contestant from Hogwarts. Zabini told me that the best upperclassman to enter was Diggory from Hufflepuff. At least if he's selected we'll have a pureblood representing the school. Father tried to pull some strings so that I could enter but they wouldn't allow it. If they let in anyone younger than a 6th year I'm sure Potter would enter. I've never seen such a glory hound before. Harry shook his head as he tuned out Malfoy before he turned to Hermione and said, I heard Angelina was thinking about entering. She has a birthday like you so she could enter unlike Fred and George. I wouldn't mind if Cedric got in though, he's a good guy. Hermione nodded and hesitantly asked, Harry, what are you going to do about Ron? Harry frowned and Hermione thought his eyes teared up a little whether from sadness or frustration before he replied, he has to make the first move this time Hermione. I understand his life isn't perfect, but whose is? I'd trade anything to have a family of my own. But, it's not going to happen anytime soon. The closest thing to family I have are 2 30-something men that knew my parents. That's hardly what I'd call an extended family. Hermione grasped his hand and said, someday you can start your own family with some lucky witch, and then you'll have your family. Harry flushed and muttered, if I survive, that's one thing I look forward to very much. Hermione heard his mutterings but decided to let them pass because she really couldn't think of anything to add without making herself too obvious. The Great Hall was buzzing as dinner wound down and the various ministry personnel closely connected to the tournament had taken residence up at an enlarged staff table as they awaited the drawing of the 3 champions. Ron and the twins had been administered the potions and were sitting at the far end of the Gryffindor table. Harry tried to make eye contact with Ron but he seemed to be avoiding the temptation to even look in Harry and Hermione's direction. After an anxious meal Dumbledore stood and walked over to the Goblet of Fire. After some intricate wand movements he turned to the assembled group and said, the Goblet of Fire will now release the 3 champions. The large cup began to spew blue flames randomly as the flames flickered. A piece of parchment was ejected into the air before it fell into Dumbledore's hand and he said, the Beauxbatons champions is Ms. Fleur Delacour. The same blonde girl that had been second out of the carriage behind Madame Maxime smiled and waved as she was led out of the Great Hall and into a side chamber out of sight. The flames of the goblet flickered once again before second piece of parchment was ejected from the goblet and into the headmaster's hand before he said, the Durmstrang champion is Mr. Victor Crumb. A low roar of, Crumb, came from the Durmstrang table as the stout champion nodded stiffly and was accompanied into the same chamber that Fleur had entered a moment earlier. The Hogwarts champion was ejected a moment later before Dumbledore said, the Hogwarts champion is Mr. Cedric Diggory. All of the houses aside from Slytherin cheered wildly for the popular student before he, like the other 2 champions, was led from the Great Hall into the adjoining chamber. Dumbledore smiled and said, now that our 3 champions have been drawn, I can announce that the first task will be held November 24th. More details will be given at the appropriate tea. However, Dumbledore never finished his statement as he gaped with everyone else as the Goblet of Fire ejected another piece of parchment. The old wizard paled as he read the name aloud, the 4th champion is Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, please come forward so that you may join the rest of the champions. Harry had gripped the table so hard at the announcement that he had gotten splinters under his fingernails. Hermione roused him from his shock and appeared near tears herself as she said, Harry, you need to go up there. Harry nodded dumbly as he stood and spared a glance over at Ron who was looking at him with such venom that Harry flinched involuntarily. Drunkenly he walked to the ministry official who opened the door to the chamber. He was too shocked to even react to the taunts and boos that rained down on him from nearly every table as he walked into the door and staggered forward until he reached the other champions. Madame Maxime looked confused as she asked, do they need us for something else, young man? Harry blinked rapidly and was about to reply when Dumbledore and Barty Crouch stormed into the room before they stopped and Dumbledore urgently asked, Harry, how did you enter your name into the goblet? Harry finally took in his surroundings and said, I swear, Professor, I didn't enter the tournament and I have no desire to compete. Fleur finally cottoned on to the situation and protested, Z is just a boy, Z cannot compete. Harry nodded his agreement at the French girl who scowled in response before she turned her attention to Crouch who said, I'm sorry Mr. Potter, but your name was drawn from the goblet. It does not matter if you entered your name or not. The goblet has drawn a magical contract based upon your name, not your signature. Harry frowned and asked, "But sir, anyone could be entered that way then?" Crouch shook his head and with a frown replied, "There were safeguards on the goblet that should have prevented this." "I don't understand." Moody stomped forward and offered, "Perhaps a powerful Confundus charm could have accomplished the task." Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, snarled as he said, "I do not care. They cannot allow this." Crouch sighed before he said, "We cannot redraw because the contracts have already been made, willingly or not. The ministry will announce that Mr. Potter was forced into the competition and did not wish to be entered. He will be counted officially as an unwilling participant, so that the proper compensation can be made to Mr. Potter's estate should the worst happen." McGonagall was aghast as she said, "Albus, there must be something we can do." Dumbledore looked very worn as he said, "Alas, there is nothing more that can be done. But, I believe Mr. Potter's entry is an indirect attempt on his life, so I shall appoint a faculty liaison to aid him in his preparations for the tasks." Dumbledore shook his head before he turned his attention to a pale Harry and said, "I am sorry my boy, but this unfortunate happenstance must be overcome, and I have every confidence that you can do so. I will appoint Professor Moody as your liaison, so you can talk to him outside of class and work on a training schedule of some sort." Moody nodded encouragingly as Harry. A ministry employee exclaimed, "Merlin's beard Harry Potter is in the Tri-Wizard Tournament." Harry glanced over at the man as Moody stomped over to Harry and muttered, "Don't worry lad, that blowhard is Ludo Bagman. He's always been a little slow on the uptake." Cedric walked up to Harry and said, "Hey Harry, I'll make sure to tell everyone I know that you didn't enter your name. I can't imagine it looked good your name coming out so late and all." Harry smiled weakly and said, Thanks Cedric." Cedric gave him a pat on the shoulder as the group separated into 4 distinct groups, Beauxbatons with Maxime and Fleur, Durmstrang with Krum and Karkaroff, Hogwarts with Dumbledore and Cedric, and the unwilling participant with Harry and Moody. Crouch, finally having taken control of the situation, said, "The first task is to remain a secret until it is unveiled in the champion's tent just prior to the task itself. It will be held November 24th after lunch, although I imagine none of you will be able to eat so soon before the task. Train hard and prepare for the worst." Moody grunted as the room emptied, making sure Harry stayed behind before he said, "You've got more ability and potential than anyone else in this tournament, lad. I promise ya, you'll make it out of this thing alive if you pay attention and listen closely to me." Harry nodded and he exited the room before he sullenly walked back to the Gryffindor common room, intent on trying to sleep, and unable to shake the curse of bad things happening on Halloween once again. No Potter. You need picture yourself fading into the background while you cast the disillusionment charm to maximize its effectiveness. Moody growled as he stomped over to a half-visible Harry Potter. Moody cracked a small grin before he once again demonstrated the proper wand movement and disillusioned himself. Harry released the incomplete spell he had been under and tried it once again. Harry flicked his wand before he tapped his wand on his head and felt a cold feeling flow down his body. Upon finishing, he looked down and for the first time all day, his lower body was finally disillusioned. Moody grunted before he said, That's the trick, Potter. Now you need to keep practicing that for the first task. I managed to ask a friend at the ministry if they knew anything about it, and all they told me is that they shipped in 4 dragons from Romania. Dragons are adept at picking out motion and heat, so if you can trick it to see whatever you want, then you'll be able to do as you please with it. Practice those 3 spells and you should manage just fine. Remember, Potter, constant vigilance." Harry managed a weak nod before running back to the Gryffindor common room, which since his selection had been firmly divided between those supporting Ron, and those supporting Harry and Hermione. It had been a harrowing 2 weeks for Harry, between training with Moody, classes, abuse from Malfoy and the other Slytherins, and a couple of sessions with Hermione on SPHERE and Animagus Protocol. Harry walked in past the fat lady, who had made a point of beeping her little Gryffindor being forced into the ghastly tournament every time Harry exited or entered, and he immediately spotted Hermione hard at work on her arithmancy homework. Harry sat down heavily on the floor by her feet and with an amused glance she asked, "How did the session with Professor Moody go?" Running a hand through his unkempt hair he replied, I learned some wicked useful charms for stealth. Apparently one of them is something Moody himself came up with during the First War with Voldemort. Hermione gazed down at Harry with a piecing look before she smiled slightly and asked, "What else did he tell you, Harry?" Harry jerked his head back to Hermione before he sighed and replied, "He told me what I'll be dealing with for the first task." Hermione frowned and asked, "But isn't that cheating?" Harry took his glasses off before he looked away and said, "Not if I tell the other champions too." Hermione gave Harry a shrewd smile before she asked, "How are you going to inform them?" Harry placed his glasses back on before he gave her a lopsided smile and said, "I figured Hedwig could drop off 3 letters later tonight." Hermione nodded before her brow furrowed and she leaned close enough to whisper, "What is the first task, Harry?" Harry leaned closer and their hot breath mingled for a moment before he whispered, "Professor Moody told me they are shipping in dragons from Romania." Hermione roared, "Dragons!" Harry winced as his ears rang painfully before Hermione's expression cleared and she looked at her friend wincing in pain before she contritely said, "Sorry about that, Harry." Harry nodded slowly before he smiled slightly and with a twinkle in his eyes said, "Oh well, I guess they all probably heard it now. I guess I won't need to visit Hedwig after all." Hermione rolled her eyes before she socked Harry in the shoulder and sleepily murmured, "You look tired, Harry, and no history of magic doesn't count as nap time." Harry smiled sheepishly before he rose to his feet and said, "Yeah, need my beauty sleep if I have to deal with Malfoy and his insufferable pratitude." Hermione raised an amused eyebrow before she asked, "Pratitude?" Harry shrugged before he winked and said, "You need to get some sleep too, especially if we are going to practice everything this weekend." Hermione nodded and then asked, "Are you going to the Ollery?" Harry nodded before he said, "Yeah, I have a couple of other letters to send out to Remus and Padfoot." Hermione merely nodded. She smiled inside as Harry had been sending more letters to both men, alternating between Hedwig and school owls to make sure that his letters weren't intercepted. She for one was happy that Harry was allowing more people into his heart and life. As far as she was concerned, if anyone deserved that, it was Harry. Harry grabbed some parchment and scribbled down 3 letters to the other champions before he checked his pocket for the letters to the Marauders. Content that everything that needed to be written down was. Harry marched out of the common room and out to the Ollery before curfew struck. Harry grabbed 3 separate school owls and sent his letters off to the other champions before he walked over to Hedwig's roost and rubbed the feathers on her head gently before she finally nipped at his fingers affectionately. Harry smiled at his friend before he asked, "Hedwig, I need you to take these letters to Remus and he can send out the other letter to Snuffles, okay?" Hedwig puffed out her feathers in a show of indignation before Harry smiled and brushed her feathers one last time before he said, "Thanks, girl." Harry tied the letter to Hedwig's leg before she took off out the closest window and into the night sky towards Cambridge. The letters were short but both had noteworthy messages in them. Moony. Hermione was thrilled to hear that we could have a tutor this summer, although she scared me when she pulled out her study schedule for owls. As I mentioned in my last letter, Professor Moody has been teaching me all kinds of great defense spells for the tournament and, as he calls it, the War in the Wings. I am writing you to ask if you wanted to come to Hogwarts and watch the first task with Hermione in the staff and guests section. If you do, send a letter to Professor Dumbledore asking for a guest pass and mention I asked for it. I'd ask Padfoot, but well, you understand the issues that would cause. Harry. Padfoot. Yes, I know, I still haven't managed to ask her. Some bloody Gryffindor I am. But, I swear if I survive the first task I'll tell her. I think she kind of knows anyways, but as you said in the letter, girls still want to hear the words. I'm working hard for the tournament and I think I am going to surprise everyone. Even if someone entered me in the tournament to kill me, I'm going to show them what happens when you mess with a Potter. You know, it's funny when I think about it. Before I met you, I never really had any idea about my parents other than my dad playing Quidditch and that I look like my dad but have my mom's eyes. I don't know, it just hurts less than it used to. I'll write you again sometime soon. Harry. The next morning classes went by quickly and as Harry and Hermione were exiting the Charms classroom and heading down the corridor, Malfoy and his 2 cronies rounding the other end of the corridor before he yelled out, "Hey Potter, check out this nifty new badge I got." Some Hufflepuff was handing them outside of the Transfiguration classroom. Harry sighed and turned just to get whatever Malfoy had to show out of the way, so he could coast through the rest of the day. Malfoy smirked. He pulled out his robes around the pin and said, "You see here, Potter, even if you've fooled the Ministry, the students still know the truth." Harry glanced at the badge and it said Support Cedric Diggory, the only Hogwarts champion. Harry turned to Hermione and shrugged, not having an issue with the message before Malfoy tapped the badge with his wand and the message shifted to Potter stinks. Once again Harry shrugged and turned around to continue in the direction to the Great Hall. Harry had an idea his apathy would be enough to ignite Malfoy, and when he heard Malfoy snarl, "Dansaggio," Harry instinctively grabbed Hermione and protected her with his back as he felt the spell hit him squarely in the back. He frowned as he glanced down and could see his front teeth as they had been elongated to a comical length. Hermione spun around and glared at Harry before she saw his teeth and with a sigh said in a strange tone, "Oh Harry, let's get you to the hospital wing. It won't do any good to report this because it is our word against his. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey can fix you up in a moment." Upon reaching the hospital wing, Hermione called out, "Madame Pomfrey, we need your help, please." A moment later the matronly head of the hospital wing bustled out of her office before she grimaced as she saw Harry and Hermione before she asked, "Oh, I see you've both been hit by a spell of some sort." She eyed Harry carefully before she nodded to herself and ordered Harry to a chair before she flicked her wand and resized his teeth back to their original size. Madame Pomfrey looked at Hermione and said, "It looks like you were only glanced by the spell, Ms. Granger. I assume you want it fixed just the same as Mr. Potter, though." Hermione blinked before she nodded and sat down in a chair as Madame Pomfrey shrunk the two front teeth that had caused her nearly as much scorn in her grade school years as her bookworm tendencies. Pleased with the final result, Madame Pomfrey eyed the pair speculatively before she said, "Mr. Potter, I have no doubts that you will be in my care enough the remainder of the year thanks to that ghastly tournament. Perhaps you can be careful in the times between." Harry smiled sheepishly before he nodded and said, "I'll try, Madame Pomfrey." The older witch nodded and briskly said, "See that you do, Mr. Potter." Upon exiting the hospital wing, Harry casually said, "You weren't hit by that spell, Hermione." Hermione flushed slightly but nodded and said, "I know, but it's just I know my front teeth were enormous and I couldn't pass up the chance to have them fixed." Harry smiled slightly before he reached out and grasped Hermione's shoulders, squaring her with him before he asked, "Could you smile for me?" Hermione was startled by the question but managed a shy smile, showing off her new teeth before he said, "I always thought you had a nice smile, Hermione, but I have to admit it is even more beautiful now." Hermione flushed and appeared too flustered to answer as Harry smirked before turning away and walking towards the Great Hall, intent on getting some lunch before it was too late. After lunch they entered the potions classroom and to their satisfaction Malfoy groaned upon seeing the Gryffindor duo. Hermione made no move to show her teeth had been fixed as well, before Snape began to lecture on antidotes to certain poisons. Just as Snape made a move to flip the blackboard and reveal the potion that need be completed for class, a knock on the door startled everyone. Snape rolled his eyes heavenward before he said, "Come in." Colin Creevey nervously poked his head into the room, leaving his body behind the door as a means of protection from Snape before he stuttered, Professor Snape, Harry is wanted in the headmaster's office for the weighing of the wands." Snape scowled but nodded before he turned to Harry and said, "I want 2 feet on antidotes next class to make up for your missed potion, Potter." Harry sighed and grabbed his bag before he nodded to Hermione and slowly exited the classroom, even catching Ron looking at him almost wistfully as he left. Harry closed the door behind him and the entire walk to the headmaster's office Harry did a quick polishing job on his wand as he thought about what the meaning of Ron's look could mean. As Harry reached the hallway leading to the gargoyle protecting Dumbledore's office, he spotted Ludo Bagman waiting for something anxiously. Harry warily walked up to the man and asked, "Mr. Bagman, are you okay?" Bagman snapped his head towards the voice before a wide smile covered his face and he said, "Ah, it is now. I was wondering if I could have a word before I accompany you to the weighing of the wands." Harry nodded slowly as he backed up half a step and assumed a wider defensive base just as Moody had taught him. Bagman released a deep breath before he said, "I am going to be honest with you, Harry. I have gotten myself into a bit of trouble and I believe you might be the only one who can help me." Harry arched his eyebrow and asked, "How is that, Mr. Bagman?" Ludo ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair before he replied, I've fallen into a spot of debt with the goblins you see, and well to get out of it I've bet a lot of money I don't have on you winning the tournament because you are giving the best return. Harry frowned and began to shake his head before Bagman pleaded, I've got a unique perspective on the tournament because of my position within the ministry. I could perhaps give you an idea of what you might be facing in the first task to help guarantee my investment. Harry's eyes narrowed and he replied, Mr. Bagman, I don't believe in cheating and I certainly won't cheat to support your habit. If I win, which I highly doubt, it will be on my terms without any more aid than I've already received from Professor Moody. Harry shook his head at Bagman before he walked past the gargoyle that was awaiting the completion of the party already up in the office. Harry cautiously entered the headmaster's office and immediately he noticed the looks of gratitude the other three champions were giving him, for sharing his foreknowledge of the first task the previous night. A new strange pair of presences were a bizarre-looking witch with horned glasses in a strange leopard print muggle get-up and a photographer whose face was hidden behind the hood on an old-style camera of some sort. The woman immediately stormed over to Harry and grabbed at his arm but Harry pulled away leaving her grasping for air. After a moment she composed herself and with a sickly sweet smile said, Mr. Potter, I'm Rita Skeeter for the Daily Prophet. I was wondering if I could have a word with you following the weighing of the wands and the traditional champion's photo. Harry eyed her skeptically before he nodded and said, only for a couple of questions and seeing as how I have no experience with the press I request that the headmaster be present. Rita's face contorted into a very sour expression before she nodded and walked back to her photographer just as Dumbledore, Crouch, and an old man Harry remembered from his first foray onto Diagon Alley, Mr. Ollivander. Dumbledore smiled genially at the assembled group before he said, Ah, very good, everyone has already arrived. Welcome everyone to the ceremonial weighing of the wands. When Mr. Ollivander requests your wand please hand it over so he can give his official word on it. Dumbledore gestured the champions to four arranged chairs before Mr. Ollivander gazed at Harry and said, Mr. Potter's wand if you please. Harry passed his wand to Ollivander carefully and the old wizard ran his hands over the smooth holly surface before he flicked it and conjured a flute before he filled it champagne and took a sip. Nodding to himself Ollivander vanished the flute and said, Ah, a beautifully crafted wand. It was always one of my favorites before you matched it Mr. Potter. It shall serve you well in your future endeavors. Harry nodded as he took his wand back sliding it up his sleeve and into his self-made wand holster. Crumb was next and Ollivander made an offhanded remark about his dragon heartstring core, before he moved on to Fleur who had a Vila hair for her core. Cedric was last and he had a Vinewood wand with a hippogriff hair for its core. Only after Ollivander finished did Harry realize that the old wizard made no mention of the core in his wand, but realizing there was probably a reason for it Harry didn't bother to question the omission. Upon finishing the weighing, Skeeter's sidekick took several different pictures of the four champions before they were dismissed. Rita stopped Harry as he went to leave before she turned to Dumbledore and said, Headmaster, would you care to watch as I interview Mr. Potter? He was understandably nervous for what will be the first of many interviews I'm sure. Dumbledore nodded as Harry sat down in a chair in front of the headmaster's desk, and Rita sitting next to him before she pulled a quill and said, Okay Mr. Potter, I only have a few questions for you so take your time when answering. Harry nodded and she flicked her wand before a quill and pad of paper emerged from her handbag before she straightened her glasses and asked, What do you think of your entry into the Triwizard Tournament? Harry frowned and replied, I was unwillingly entered into the tournament and my primary concern now that I've been entered is surviving. Rita. Quill wrote many more words than Harry uttered so he leaned over the pad and frowned before he shook his head and said, I didn't say any of what your quill has taken down Miss Skeeter. I refuse to be misquoted in order to help you sell newspapers. I mean your quill wrote down that I was crying openly as I thought of my parents and the life I missed out on because of their death. Dumbledore's eyes were dancing with mirth as he said, I'm afraid I have to concur with Mr. Potter, Rita. If you cannot properly quote Harry, I must insist the interview come to an end. Rita scowled before she nodded and pulled another quill and pad from her purse and said, Could you please answer again Mr. Potter? Harry nodded and he realized suddenly he was extremely happy that he had requested Dumbledore's presence. The next morning the Great Hall was buzzing from the sensational cover story in the Daily Prophet. Harry Potter, the Boy Who Lived. Tragic Hero or Great Pretender. By Rita Skeeter. I had the pleasure of interviewing Harry Potter after the traditional weighing of the wands for the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Mr. Potter was very forthcoming but extremely secretive in his answers, especially when dealing with his parents and his entry into the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Mr. Potter grew very uncomfortable when broached with questions of his parents, which I find puzzling because as an orphan one would think he would want his parents remembered for who they were. Additionally, when asked of his entry into the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Potter grew belligerent and forced Albus Dumbledore to end the questioning. Are these the actions of the tragic hero or the actions of an attention-seeking spoiled child, who has grown accustomed to getting his way even in the presence of a wizard as great as Albus Dumbledore? Only time will tell. The next week and a half passed quickly, far too quickly for Harry's wishes, as Rita Skeeter's article had brought about a very mixed bag of responses, although the majority of the wizarding world still seemed to side with Harry based upon the few letters he had received. Harry had gotten a prompt response from Remus indicating he would be happy to attend the tournament, and also indicated he had an additional guest he was sure Harry would be happy to see. Noon on the 24th had come and Harry was quietly eating lunch at the Gryffindor table, even though everyone else was buzzing in excitement over having no afternoon classes, and being able to watch the first task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Hermione was blubbering about something, and with a rueful smile Harry understood that it had more to do with her anxiety about the task he was about to undertake than anything else. Another interesting note was when Hermione brought it to Harry's attention that Victor Krum had started infringing upon her territory more and more frequently, as he did nothing more than watch her study and do research. Hermione had been frank as she said, "It is bloody creepy, and that's all it is, Harry." This was no mean feat considering Hermione never cursed, so Harry had promised to talk to Krum about it in the champion's tent before the first task. So many different spells and scenarios flashed through Harry's head that he took one more swig of pumpkin juice before he turned to Hermione and said, "I'm heading down to the champion's tent early. Remus should be in the guest stands soon if you want someone to talk to." Hermione jumped up and gave Harry a tight hug before sitting back down near tears as Ginny tried to console her. As Harry exited the Great Hall, Ron groaned as he lamented over how he was going to apologize for being a prat over the whole tournament thing. It had eventually come down to being hexed by both of the twins to force him to see reason, but not that he had seen the light. He had no clue how to fix the rift he had created between himself and the other two members of the trio. By the time Harry had reached the champion's tent and changed into his official Tri-Wizard champion uniform, the tent had slowly began to fill up and Harry spotted Krum alone in the opposite corner, so he decided it was time to have a chat with the enigmatic Bulgarian. "Hello, Victor," Harry said conversationally as he grabbed a chair and spun it around to sit across from the seeker. Krum looked strangely embarrassed and he replied, "Hello, Harry. What can I help you with?" Harry frowned and replied, "My best friend Hermione said you've been watching her in the library. She admitted that it was distracting and more than a little bit creepy. She asked me to discuss this with you, and to politely ask you to stop." Krum frowned but nodded and asked, "Is there something else you wish to tell me?" Harry smiled slightly before he said, "See, the thing is, Victor, I haven't even told Hermione this, but we have such a unique relationship that I've admitted to myself recently that I have more than a passing interest in her. She has definitely hinted her interest in me as well, so I was just asking from one bloke to another to give her some space because she deserves better than to be stared at." Krum's shoulders sagged but he nodded resignedly and said, "Herm Ninny is very special girl va." Harry nodded his understanding before he took his wire-rimmed glasses and replaced them with a pair of glasses Hermione charmed to match his prescription. It had been one of Harry's more pleasant surprises the previous night when Hermione had given him a pair of Oakley sunglasses that were more sturdy and reliable for the heavy contact of the tournament than his trusty wire-rimmed specs. After acclimating himself to the new glasses for a moment, Harry replied, "She is special, Victor. Any bloke would be so lucky as to have someone like Hermione in their lives. If you are content with being her friend, then by all means. But don't try to play games with either of us, because anyone that hurts Hermione isn't on the top of my Christmas card list." Krum looked very confused, but Harry continued, "Anyways, good luck today, and Merlin willing all of us make it out of this tournament in good health." Crumb cracked a genuine smile and said, "You are good friend to Hermione and excellent wizard Harry. I wish you the best of luck in the tournament." Harry smiled and reached out with his hand, giving a firm handshake to Victor before he went back to his own respective corner to wait for the next word of their task. As Harry sat down and took deep calming breaths to prepare, he heard a soft voice outside of the tent call out, "Psst, Harry, are you there?" Harry smiled and reached over to the small divider that served as an exit near his corner to reveal Hermione, who was bundled up much like she would be for a late fall Quidditch match. Hermione jumped into Harry, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her face in his chest, clutching at him desperately. Harry soothed her, whispering soft noises into her ear, which was an interesting switch considering he was the one about to face a dragon. Finally settled down, she pulled away and said, "You better not get hurt out there, Harry Potter, or that dragon will be the least of your worries." Harry put his arms on her shoulders, pushing her out to arm's length before he said, "I've got a plan already, and I'll tweak it to match the task. You might even see a spell or two that you taught me." Hermione smiled weakly before she leaned in and gave Harry a quick peck on the lips before she pulled away. Her eyes lit up and she added, "Oh, and Professor Lupin brought a certain Grim you've made an acquaintance with." Of course everyone was trying to get him to send the Grim away, but Professor Lupin and the headmaster wouldn't budge. Harry nodded and said, "Tell both of them I said thanks for showing up, and with any luck they can visit me in the medical tent after the task." Hermione nodded slowly before she gave Harry one last hug before waving as she darted back out of the tent towards the guest stands. A few minutes after Hermione had left, the three headmasters, Moody, Ludo Bagman, and Barty Crouch entered the tent, apparently to brief the Tri-Wizard contestants on what the first task would entail. Each of the champions formed a circle around Barty Crouch as their respective sponsors stood next to them in a show of support before Crouch pulled a bat from the pocket of his robes and said, "Champions, the first task will be a test of your magical ability and courage. In this bag we have the objects of contention for the first task. Since Mr. Potter is an unwilling participant, he earns first pick in the draw and first in the order of competitors. If you would reach in and grab one thing out of the bag, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded and reached into the bag as he felt around before he pulled out a small object and opened his palm to reveal a dragon he immediately recognized as a Chinese fireball, or more commonly known as the lion dragon. Crumb went next and grimaced as he pulled out a Hungarian horntail, which happened to be the nastiest breed of dragon known to wizards. Fleur drew a Swedish short snout, which while relatively tame for dragon standards didn't appear to ease the green complexion she had been sporting since entering the tent. Cedric picked last and drew a Welsh green, one of the native dragons to the Isles. Crouch folded the bag and placed it back into his pocket before he said, "Very well, Mr. Potter will be going first with Chinese Fireball, Ms. Delacour will be going second with the Swedish Short Snout, Mr. Diggory third with the Welsh Green, and Mr. Crumb will be going fourth due to the volatile nature of the horntail he has drawn." Crouch removed his bowler hat before he continued, "Your task will be to procure a golden egg that is on the nest of the dragon you have drawn. You will be judged upon your magical skill and time required to complete the task. If you should fail to complete the task, you will be awarded no points, but a golden egg will be given to you. The golden egg has the clue necessary to prepare for the second task, which will be held in February. Good luck to all of the champions, and may Merlin bring you to safety." Hermione, Remus, and Sirius in his animagus form were up in the guest staff stands as Ludo Bagman's voice broke over the magical loudspeakers installed in the stadium specially built for the first task. The man announced, "The contestants' orders and draw of their opponents for the first task have been completed. Today's task will involve each champion confronting a dragon and attempting to get a specific egg from the nest of the dragon by clever usage of magic. Mr. Potter has drawn a Chinese Fireball dragon and will be competing first. Ms. Delacour has drawn a Swedish Short Snout and will be going second. Mr. Diggory has drawn a Welsh Green and will be going third. Mr. Crumb has drawn a Hungarian Horntail." The Durmstrang stands groaned collectively as Bagman continued, "And he will be the last champion competing. 5 judges have been set aside to score the competitors, and the maximum score possible will be 50. A moment later a voice bellowed over the loudspeaker, "Dragon tenders to the field, Chinese Fireball tenders to the field." The Chinese fireball was slowly dragged out onto the field constructed for the contest, and by dragon standards it appeared to be reasonably mild. Hermione understood that any dragon would be extremely fierce when protecting a nest, and the fact that, like its namesake, the fireball released massive fireballs unlike other dragons who released streams of fire. Hermione let out a silent prayer as a nest of real dragon eggs were placed on the field and a golden egg was placed in the midst. Remus could only pat Hermione's shoulder as he watched the young witch grow greener and greener with dread and anxiety. Finally, Bagman's voice once again sounded over the field as he said, "Mr. Potter, please report to the field for your turn." A moment later Harry hesitantly walked out onto the field as he had an obstructed view of the field and he couldn't see where the dragon had taken its place near the nest. The crowd grew silent as Harry waved his wand and perfectly cast the disillusionment charm just as Moody had taught him. His wand still visible, Harry cast silencing charms on his feet as Bagman called out, "Mr. Potter is attempting to evade the dragon by using a complex combination of stealth and silencing charms." Harry meanwhile had gritted his teeth as he came into view of the dragon prepared to enter into the second part of his plan he alone had constructed. The task had matched his plans almost better than he had expected, and managing a silent gulp that no one saw, Harry conjured several blue bell flames much like the ones Hermione had conjured in her first year. Harry levitated the flames into a half circle around the area of the fireball, which began to snort smoke as the flames agitated its reptilian vision skewed to motion and heat. The crowd had finally begun to pick up on what Harry was doing and cheers and murmurs rippled throughout the crowd. Hermione had pressed her fingernails into her face anxiously awaiting Harry's next move. She felt a small measure of pride at using her blue bell flames as a distraction even though it was overwhelmed by her worry for Harry. Harry conjured one last flame and floated off to the fireball's right as finally began his movements towards the nest. Harry flicked his wand causing the flame to dance until it received the mother dragon's full attention as a threat to her eggs. Harry climbed up the mass of jangled rocks before he reached the nest and watched as the fireball snapped its mouth at the flame, barely missing it. Harry grabbed the golden egg and the crowd went crazy until the fireball snapped its attention back at Harry, finally noticing the wand slashing about controlling the flame. Hermione gasped as the fireball released a massive flame at Harry. He finally became visible and barely avoided the brunt of the fire. Harry ran into a dead sprint despite the fact that his uniform had managed to catch fire and barely managed to dodge one last fireball as the dragon roared louder than the crowd as Harry reached the safety of the medical tent as almost everyone broke into uproarious applause at the expert job done by the youngest champion. Ron's grimace of earlier multiplied as he realized that he never could have done anywhere near the job Harry had, despite the fact that Harry had no interest in the notoriety his performance would bring in addition to his other fame. Ron noticed movement from the staff stand as Hermione, Professor Lupin, and a Grim that had left quite an impression on his leg the previous year nearly sprinted down the steps and headed off to the medical tent to check on Harry. Ron knew that now wasn't the time to talk to Harry, so he bit his tongue and ran a hand through his hair in frustration, hoping that moment would come soon. As soon as Harry and his uniform, which was aflame, had entered the medical tent, the fire was placed out and his uniform top stripped away to treat the minor burns he had accumulated from the fireball's only successful attack. Madame Pomfrey was applying some salve when Hermione, Remus, and Padfoot ran into the tent and marched up to Harry looking very concerned as he winced as his burns were treated. Hermione managed a small blush before she asked, "Harry, how are you feeling?" Madame Pomfrey answered for him, "Ms. Granger, your friend has managed to get away with a minimal amount of damage, I am happy to admit. I would be so lucky as to have similar results for the other champions." Harry chuckled painfully before he said, "Well, that went pretty well, I'd say." Hermione looked like she desperately wanted some physical reassurance that he was indeed fine, so she settled for a peck on his cheek in lieu of an appropriate hugging position. Remus smiled and said, "That was a very inventive use of the disillusionment charm, Harry. It definitely is something Alistair would think of." Harry's brow furrowed before he asked, "You know Professor Moody Pro Remus?" Remus smiled and said, "I worked alongside him for several months during the First War. But, I believe that is a story better told at a different time. I believe you can probably put your uniform back on so we can watch as your score is posted." Harry nodded as he gingerly slid the magical material back onto his back as Padfoot ran up to his legs, and Harry leaned down as the marauder gave him a slobbery lick to his face, bringing forth a broad smile and a laugh from Harry, which warmed Remus and Hermione's hearts. After watching Harry receive 48 out of a possible 50, Karkaroff the Durmstrang headmaster had given Harry an 8 to go along with the others' 10s. The rest of the task went considerably less event-free as Fleur was severely burned on her non-wand hand. Cedric managed to have his hair catch fire and a couple of broken ribs, and Crumb got off the worst as the Horntail lived up to its reputation as it handed him a broken arm and a deep gash on his side after he was struck by the beast's barbed tail. It had come as a hug surprise to everyone when Harry was staked to a 10-point lead over Crumb and Cedric and a 12-point lead over Fleur after the first task. Few if any people were putting any value into Malfoy's booze, and now the printed words of one Rita Skeeter. Ron's opportunity presented itself at the conclusion of Harry's victory party for winning the first task in the Gryffindor common room. The derisive atmosphere that had existed since Harry's name had been drawn from the Goblet gone in a festive show of support for Gryffindor's own personal champion. The party had dwindled down as Hermione still was hovering protectively over Harry, daring any flirty girls to get near the boy she had staked a personal claim to long ago. Ron, who had been quietly thinking in the far corner of the room, finally approached the pair, who eyed his cautiously before he said, "Harry, I reckon not even you're crazy enough to enter your name into the goblet." Harry didn't respond, which unnerved Ron some, so he continued, "I was a prat about the whole thing, mate, and I'm sorry about everything before the goblet and after it." Harry sighed and said, "Ron, I can't accept your apology until you actually figure out what you should be apologizing for. I don't hate you or anything, mate, but you've broken faith with me and it will take some time and work to earn it back." Ron's ears tinged with red in frustration at Harry's cryptic replies before he nodded and said, "I reckon you've given me plenty to think about, mate. Congratulations, by the way, you were brilliant, mate." As Ron walked away, Harry smiled at Hermione, finally feeling some of the burden of his row with Ron lighten as they began the long path to return their friendship to its original state. Harry had to admit to himself in the couple of weeks following the first task that he had actually enjoyed the quiet that had surrounded him when few people openly supported his entry into the tournament. After his showing in the first task, however, Harry found more admirers, particularly females, than even he was comfortable with. Fortunately, the disillusionment charm had a heavy workout when the packs of girls became too much, and he often retreated to the safety of the library and Hermione to find his sense of normalcy. For whatever reason, on Thursday evening on the next to last week of term, a house meeting had been called by Professor McGonagall, for the first time in any Gryffindor's memory. After some discussion by the Gryffindor fourth years, in which Lavender and Parvati admitted to hearing from members of the other houses that similar meetings were also taking place after dinner in the common rooms, the entire group piled into the common room. Harry and Hermione filling up the love seat in the common room before anyone else could, as the Ginny and Neville sat down on the ground in front of them. Ron was off to the side messing around with the twins, the atmosphere with Harry and Hermione no longer tense and strained, but still an air of something big being unresolved lingered. By the time the entire common room had filled with all of the Gryffindors, Professor McGonagall stiffly entered the portrait hole and walked in front of the fire so she could address the entire group. Her lips were drawn into a thin line as she watched Ron and the twins mess around with toy wands, but she refrained from reprimanding them. Instead, she began to speak in an authoritative burr. "I am here to announce that there will be a Yule Ball held on Christmas night." Several of the girls began to whisper furiously between each other as the boys mostly looked petrified. Ron in particular had turned a color so white that his red hair made him look quite ridiculous when contrasted. McGonagall continued after the initial outbursts and said, "Fourth years and above are expected to attend, and third years may attend if asked by a fourth year or older. Dress robes are required, and a Hogsmeade weekend is being held this coming Saturday to accommodate anyone who hasn't gotten a dress robe or dress gown. I expect all of you to be on your best behavior and to represent Gryffindor House with pride. That is all, but if I could have a word with Mr. Potter in private it would be appreciated." Upon hearing of the ball, Harry turned to Hermione and softly asked, "Hermione?" Hermione turned her attention from McGonagall, quickly masking her wistful look before Harry continued, "Would you like to go to the ball with me?" Hermione's eyes filled with tears, sending Harry into a brief state of panic before she leaned over and whispered into his ear, "I'd like that, Harry." Harry let out a relieved breath and noticed Hermione's attention was back on McGonagall, and he turned to hear her mention a Hogsmeade weekend to do any additional shopping for the ball, and something about third years being able to attend with an older date. Then she specifically asked for him, and he winced, wondering what new nonsense he was being singled out for. The common room slowly emptied, and Hermione went over to the other side of the room with her book bag in hand to do some homework, no doubt. McGonagall finally pulled Harry into a corner before she said, "First, I'd like to say how proud I was of you for your performance in the first task of the tournament." A very Slytherin touch to some Gryffindor bravado worked quite nicely. Harry smiled slightly, although he was rather confused by why she had needed him alone to say this, until she continued, "As for the matter why I wanted to talk to you in private, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded, and she managed a quick twitchy-looking smile before she said, "As a champion you are expected to join in the ceremonial first dance of the ball. It will be a simple waltz. Do you have a date in mind yet?" Harry's eyes swiveled around before he leaned in and said, "I already asked Hermione and she said yes." McGonagall's eyes twinkled as her expression softened, and she said, "Very well, Mr. Potter. I will inform the necessary officials. If I might add, I believe you and Ms. Granger make a lovely pair." Harry smiled and nodded as McGonagall left the room with an uncharacteristic bounce in her step. Harry walked back to Hermione and took his usual place near her feet before he said, "We have to join a ceremonial first dance for the ball." Hermione bit her lip before she glanced around the common room and said, "We can skip our training Saturday night and I'll teach you the few dance steps that I know. I imagine it won't be much more than waltz of some sort." Harry nodded as Hermione apprehensively added, "Harry, I don't think we should tell anyone who we're going with. It will only cause more problems." Harry frowned and asked, "Are you ashamed of me or something?" Hermione sighed and whispered, "Harry, there are a lot of girls who want to go to the ball with you. I imagine if they found out I was going with you, my life would be pretty miserable for the next couple of weeks." Harry ran an agitated hand through his hair before he nodded and lapsed into thought for a very long moment. Finally he smiled and said, "You wouldn't believe how happy I am to be going to the ball with you." Hermione merely smiled as Harry stood and gave her a quick hug before retreating to the boys' dormitory to play a game of gobstones with someone before going to bed. Even Hermione had to admit that Harry deserved a night off from all of the extra work. By Saturday morning Harry suddenly began to feel more and more glad that he had asked Hermione to the ball quickly, because he was having a hard time not laughing at all of the insecure guys desperate to find a date to the ball. Of course, Harry could certainly empathize. Girls could be very scary in the proper situations. To Harry's surprise, Hermione had been asked to the ball by Neville, even though Harry thought it was more out of respect for her than anything else. The real surprise for Harry came when he had been cornered by a pack of 15 girls all demanding to be his date, before he was saved by Fred and George as the twin pranksters assaulted the rabid girls with dung bombs until they let Harry go. Saturday morning found Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny, who Neville had asked to the ball once Harry promised him protection from all of the Weasley brothers. Harry turned to Hermione and asked, "Is there anything specific you need?" Hermione shook her head before she smiled and said, "No, but I need to take you to Gladrags and get you an undershirt that matches my gown. If we get there first, then we won't have to wait in line just for shirt." Harry nodded, slightly amused by Hermione's actions, but keeping his expression carefully neutral not to bring forth the wrath of Hermione by being a stupid git for not understanding her reasons. Harry had owled Remus the prior night for a simple request with the necessary galleons to get Hermione something nice for the ball. He had done his Christmas shopping by owl order after the first task, so that was actually one concern he no longer had to deal with. As luck had it, they managed to be second online at Gladrags, and Hermione immediately found a white shirt with periwinkle trim which would go quite nicely with her dress and his dress robes. Hermione wanted to go to the bookstore, and Harry smiled and said, "I'll be there in a minute, I need to pick something else up." Immediately Harry found the object of his search at Dervish and Banges as he picked up a miniature faux glass that fit into his wallet. Moody suggested a full-sized one, but it wasn't terribly realistic, and frankly Harry wasn't as paranoid as the old Auror. Caution and paranoia were related, but they were only related distantly as far as Harry was concerned. Harry paid for the miniature faux glass and tucked it into his wallet. Taking a quick glance and seeing no one visible, he put his wallet away and walked towards the bookstore to find out what Hermione was doing. Harry found her in a far corner with a large stack of books and called out, "Hermione." Hermione frantically looked around before she unlatched her cloak and covered her stack of books, which were apparently Christmas presents. Harry smiled and raised his hands in a placating gesture before he said, "Relax, I won't sneak a peek. Do you want me to carry those for you? At least until I put them on the counter, then I promise I'll wait outside for you." Hermione pierced Harry with a look he really had never seen from her before, but if he had to describe, it would be skepticism mixed with a look filled with a strange intensity that honestly scared him a little bit. By the time they were back on the carriages heading back to the castle, the look had softened some, but the skepticism from earlier had been replaced by something softer and more inviting. Whatever it was, Harry had a strong feeling he would be seeing it more at the Yule Ball in a couple of weeks. At nearly 2 in the morning, several hours after the return from Hogsmeade, Harry was wearing his silk pajamas as he glanced at the fire blankly, when the soft patter of footsteps alerted him to the presence of his dance instructor. Hermione was also wearing her pajamas, although her fluffy pink slippers were a sharp contrast to Harry's plain slippers. Hermione smiled and quietly said, "I imagine the only formal dance at the ball is the first one, and then we can sway the rest of the night when we dance." Harry nodded and she continued, "Usually the first dance at formal situations is a waltz of some sort. I'll teach you a formal waltz so that I can save my feet and we can both look like we're in the right place." Harry nodded as Hermione instructed. The biggest key to dancing is smooth movements, Harry. The waltz is a rather simple dance unless you attempt to complicate it. The next 2 hours the two Gryffindors learned to dance in the firelight, in what could easily be described the most romantic night of either of their lives, although neither would admit to as much for a couple of months at the soonest. Sunday afternoon found Harry up in the library, for once alone as he was putting the finishing touches on his last potions essay of the term. It came as quite a surprise when Victor Krum approached the back table that Harry and Hermione had taken residence at all year. "Harry, may I have a word?" Krum quietly said, to prevent attracting any more attention than two of the most famous wizards in the school could. For once the Bulgarian seeker wasn't being sought by his adoring fans. Harry glanced up from his book and motioned to a seat before he marked his page and said, "What can I help you with, Victor?" Victor glanced around warily before he said, "You have not solved the riddle of the egg yet, yes?" Harry nodded pensively and Victor leaned in close before he said, "You must listen to it undervator to get the message." Harry blinked in surprise before he asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Victor stood from his seat before he fixed Harry with a queer look and said, "You told us of the dragons and now I have helped you. I very much wish for a fair tournament too, yes." Harry smiled and nodded as Victor walked behind a stack and disappeared from sight. Once Victor was gone, the immediacy of the tournament seemed to press down more heavily than before on Harry as he realized that while the previous 3 weeks had been amazing, he still needed to refocus himself on the task at hand and get back to training. The first step would be talking to Professor Moody and trying to arrange some time alone in some water that wasn't the frigid depths of the Great Lake. Harry put the finishing touches on his 2 feet before he rolled it up and took care of his books and supplies. A moment later, his bag was hoisted over his shoulder as he took off in pursuit of Moody and a possible means of listening to his egg underwater as Victor had recommended. Harry knocked on Moody's office door and a moment later the door swung open as Professor Moody looked at Harry for a moment before he asked, "What do y'all want, Potter?" Harry sighed and asked, "I think I've figured out the first part of the egg, but I need somewhere with a bathtub to figure out the rest of it. Could you help me?" Moody's eye swiveled around madly before he stomped back into his office, leaving the door cracked open enough to watch the X-or rummage around a pile of papers for a long moment before he stomped back and said, "You know where the prefect's bathroom is?" Harry nodded slowly and Moody continued, "The password is Pine Fresh for the prefect's bathroom for Gryffindor House. Make sure you go when no one else is, because I really don't want to explain your presence to Albus." The following days went by quickly as Harry shelved the riddle of the egg until after the holiday season and all it would bring. The Friday, 1 week before Christmas, had come in with it the final day of the term. Harry continued to grin and gently turned down all girls that basically begged him to go to the ball with the standard, "I already have a date," and we both agreed not to spread it around who our date is. It was quite amazing, Harry had to admit, that no one had noticed just how much closer he was with Hermione this year. But, then he mused that he never paid attention to how close they were in the past, at least in appearance, before the summer, and it was entirely possible things hadn't shifted as much as he felt they had. After dinner everyone had piled into their respective corners of the common room and were relaxing when Ron and a few third-year Gryffindor girls walked into the room. Ron's face was so pale he looked near death, and a few of the girls looked so sympathetic it was in fact almost pathetic. Ginny, Harry, and Hermione ran over to him and his sister asked, "Ron, what's the matter?" Ron blinked and swallowed heavily before he answered, I still need a date for the ball. And when I saw Fleur and her friends, something in my head told me, hey Ron, you should ask Fleur. I walked over to her and I asked her. All I remember after that was someone laughing, and now I'm here. One of the girls Ginny identified as Gretchen said, that stupid French bint could have been nice at least. No, instead she had to laugh at him and draw attention to the poor boy. Harry's concern for Ron overrode his current disagreement with his friend as he said, listen mate, there is more to a girl than looks. From what I can tell, Fleur has been relying on her looks for so long she doesn't have much in terms of personality. You just need to find a nice girl with some personality. Ron blinked and nodded before his eyes traveled over to Hermione, and like a light bulb had been turned on. Hermione. You're a girl. Hermione's eyes narrowed and she spat. Took you 3.5 years to figure that one out. Ron smiled in an attempt to calm her, which only fanned the flames of her anger before he said, no. I mean, of course you're a girl. But, you know, maybe you could go with me to the ball. Harry had to look away to conceal his eye roll. Ron really could be dense sometimes, before he turned back to Hermione, whose expression had lightened before she defiantly said, I have a date already if you must know. Ron snorted and said, I heard you say that to Neville too. But you can do a lot worse than me, so why try the same lie? Harry coughed to cover his amusement at the statement as Hermione tensed and said, Ronald, I suggest you shut that hole in your face that you use for eating, and at the moment, defecating the English language from. I have a date and I wouldn't go with you even if I didn't have a date. Ron turned to Harry and upon seeing the arched eyebrow on his face realized no help was available at that quarter, so he frowned and said, fine then, don't go to the ball with a date. I was just trying to do you a favor anyways. I'm sure there are plenty of girls that look a fair bit better and are still available anyways. Hermione's hand twitched to her wand and she was about to end the conversation the hard way before Harry beat her to it and softly but commandingly said, Ron, I swear to God you are going to apologize for being rude right now, or you'll find that your bum works as another holster for your wand. Ron growled but did concede the point as he gruffly said, I'm sorry Hermione, I didn't mean it. I'm just being a prat. Ron turned his attention to Harry once again and challengingly said, what about you, Harry? Found a date yet? Harry smirked and swiftly replied, as a matter of fact I've had a date since the night the ball was announced. She also happens to be the prettiest witch on the grounds. Ron didn't notice Hermione's beaming smile towards Harry. After a moment to let Harry's statement sink in, Ron looked a mixture of disbelieving and envious for a moment before he unthinkingly said, well, some of us aren't lucky enough to have girls after our fame. Harry looked at Ron with sympathy for a moment before he softly replied, a friendship is a terrible thing to waste on jealousy and bitterness, Ron. Remember that. Ron managed to look ashamed as Harry sighed heavily, and walked out of the portrait hole. Hermione glared at Ron for a few minutes before she bolted as well, in pursuit of Harry to calm him down. Saturday morning the Great Hall was buzzing as another Rita Skeeter article on Harry graced the pages of the Daily Prophet. Harry managed to grab Hermione's copy of the paper first as he paid for the edition and frowned as he read down the article. Hermione looked concerned as whispers and a few titters from the Slytherin table cascaded through the student populace. A few witches even began to glare at Hermione, who grabbed the paper and read. Two champions vie for a very different prize. By Rita Skeeter. More news has come from Hogwarts and this reporter has managed to secure the truth just as you the readers deserve. It has come to my attention thanks to various sources that Muggle-born student Hermione Granger has managed to ensnare the attention of not one but two wizards, Victor Krum, the Bulgarian Bon Bon, and Harry Potter, the boy who became a hunk. So, I decided to dig deeper in an attempt to find out more about Ms. Granger, to find out what she has that so many other deserving witches lack. What I found disturbed me greatly. Pansy Parkinson, a fellow fourth-year student, said, "She's really ugly and brainy. The only way she could have gotten Potter and Krum is if she used love potions." Draco Malfoy, another fourth-year, added, "It's not like Potter and Krum are all that bright, so I wouldn't be surprised if she did use the potions." If there is truth to these serious accusations from two pure-blooded students of the highest pedigree, then what kind of message is being sent to all of those witches and wizards who seek love? When in doubt, use a love potion. This reporter only hopes that the woman is stopped before the two great young wizards are damaged too badly. I personally was privy to a conversation where the potion-addled wizards threatened each other before the first task of the Tri-Wizard tournament. In the end it was Potter who appeared to won the battle, but will he win the war? In the end, does it even matter? Only Albus Dumbledore can stop this outrage and break the spell this wicked little witch has successfully cast. The only question is, will he do it? While several students laughed at the ridiculous article, several others appeared to buy the garbage and glared at Hermione as she finished her breakfast. Harry meanwhile was heavy in thought, trying to figure out how Rita had overheard his conversation with Victor before the first task. There hadn't been anyone else in the tent that could have heard them, so either she used a spying spell of some sort, or she managed to get into the tent unseen. Either way, Harry was going to figure out the secret of Rita Skeeter and make her pay. One of the downsides of magic was the amazing speed at which word spread, considering everything was delivered by owl. 10 different owls entered the hall with howlers and took off straight at Hermione, apparently prepared to give her a piece of someone's mind. Harry pulled his wand, and as the owls dropped the letter, Harry silently obliterated 9 of the 10 letters before they had a chance to activate. The last letter opened, and before Harry could obliterate it, a familiar voice echoed through the hall as Molly Weasley screeched, nay howled. "Hermione Granger, you should be ashamed of yourself. Using love potions is not a thing any proper lady should use, and on sweet Harry no less. You truly are a woman, and I'm sure your parents would be ashamed." Harry frowned and obliterated the howler before it could do any more damage before he glanced over at Hermione, whose eyes had filled with tears at the public reprimand from the matronly witch who had been so kind to her in the past. Harry angrily muttered, "What a load of rubbish. Molly is going to hear from me after this. She is definitely off of the Christmas card list." Harry's comments earned a tearful giggle from Hermione, for which he was eternally grateful, for before he turned to Ginny, whose eyes were wide from her mother's comments before she caught Harry's gaze and nodded as she took off to write a letter to her mother explaining the situation. It hadn't surprised Harry when Hermione had told him that she had told Ginny of their coming date at the Yule Ball, and unlike anyone else save Harry and Hermione, she had been watching their behavior over the course of the summer and then fall term as they slowly grew closer and more like a couple. Perhaps the most infuriating thing Ginny found was that her mother had used love potions sparingly to get her father to date her in the first place. So, everything she said was not only false and purposely hurtful, but also hypocritical in the worst possible way. The next morning found things settling down within the school, after Dumbledore had made an announcement that no love potions were being used on students at Hogwarts. Harry had gotten a late start on the morning when he plopped down heavily at the Gryffindor table next to Hermione. He grimaced at the stack of letters sitting in front of her at the table before he asked, "No howlers today?" Hermione smiled and replied, "No howlers, but the headmaster told me yesterday to check my mail for jinxes. Let me show you the detection spell and then you can help me check my mail. Most of the letters are rather funny actually." After Hermione taught him the reasonably simple spell, Harry grabbed a plate of toast and about half of her stack of letters as he slowly worked through the letters. Harry did have to admit that most of the letters were rather funny, going on about women, but he did notice the discrimination against a Muggleborn doing it in the first place, almost as if it was acceptable for half-bloods, full-bloods, or even purebloods to do the very same. Harry was reaching the end of his stack as he sipped on a mug of hot cocoa and waved his wand over the next letter. Hermione had found 2 letters jinxed with some rather nasty curses when she heard Harry groan in pain, and she glanced over to see Harry's hands billowing off a thick mist for a moment. As the mist cleared, Hermione spotted several painful-looking boils covering his hands, and it nearly broke her heart when she realized that he had been hurt helping her. Harry's hands were shaking slightly as he slowly stood from the table and glanced at Dumbledore swiftly, but the message had been sent. All of the inquiring eyes of the hall were watching the boy, who lived in obvious discomfort, hands covered in undiluted bubo tuber pus and the boils and sores that come with it. Dumbledore quickly stood and said, "Ms. Granger, please accompany Mr. Potter to the hospital wing so his hands can be tended to. As to the rest of you, please finish your breakfast and enjoy your days off before the holidays." As Harry's hands were being tended to in the hospital wing, Dumbledore walked in with a smile on his face before he walked over to Harry, Hermione and Madame Pomfrey and said, "The house elves will be checking any further letters to Ms. Granger for hexes of harmful properties. I will personally contact the offices of the Daily Prophet and demand a retraction of Ms. Skeeter's article with a public apology to all parties involved." By Monday, and thanks to the healing prowess of Madame Pomfrey, Harry and his hands were given a clean bill of health. Most of the younger students were on their way to Hogsmeade to catch the express back to King's Cross when Harry decided to get the clue of the egg solved. Harry approached the portrait entrance to the prefect's bathroom with a towel and swim trunks in tow to accomplish his task. Harry uttered, "Pinafresh," and entered the empty prefect's bathroom. Harry glanced around and slid a bench in front of the opening just in case. After quickly changing into his swim trunks, Harry grabbed the large golden egg and jumped into one of the enchanted ever-full tubs. Harry pressed a lever next to where he was sitting as the tub slowly filled with bubble to protect his modesty in case someone did come in. Harry cracked open the egg underwater and quickly submerged to listen to the message. The lilting, almost ethereal voices sang, "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospects block. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." Harry surfaced as he repeated the song to himself over and over, trying to commit it to memory, completely oblivious to the fact that someone or something had joined him while underwater. After repeating the song for the 10th time, he felt a cold chill run down his spine, which he only felt when in the presence of a ghost. Steeling himself and hoping desperately for Sir Nicholas, he was surprised to see Beeping Myrtle pop up out of the water directly in front of him. Based on her proximity, Harry was certain she had gotten well, the full show thanks to his baggy swim trunks, and so he said, "Hello Myrtle, can I help you with something?" Myrtle popped fully out of the water, giggling before she said, "Oh no Harry, you've helped me enough today as it is. Of course that strange singing in the tub is a mite distracting." Harry rolled his eyes and dryly said, "Oh, have experience with that, do we?" Myrtle giggled and blew a raspberry at Harry before she said, "Only with that cute Cedric Diggory. He was in yesterday doing the same thing you did today. I got him parchment and a quill to write with, would you like the same? After all, it is the least I can do." Harry arched an eyebrow but nodded as Myrtle floated away to the far corner of the bathroom before returning with a parchment and quill. Harry's eyes narrowed and he asked, "I thought ghosts couldn't affect the physical world." Myrtle smiled and said, "Ghosts are magical, silly boy, we can affect magical things just fine. Why else do you think there are so many of us at Hogwarts? The magic of the school keeps us from sinking into the ground." Quote. Harry nodded as he quickly jotted the song down onto the parchment before he stood and turned the bubbles off. Stepping out of the tub, he grabbed his towel and dried himself off before changing back into his other clothes. An ethereal giggle indicated Myrtle got the rest of the show if she had missed it earlier, and he grabbed the parchment before he said, "Thanks Myrtle, you pervert." Harry put the bench back in its normal place before walking out of the portrait hole with a rueful grin on his face. Myrtle giggled and flew up through the ceiling of the room back to her normal bathroom. If there was one thing Harry admired about Mad-Eye Moody, it was that he didn't bother with pleasantries or chit-chat like so many of his other professors had in the past. Even that wasn't an entirely fair description of Moody though. To give it some perspective, the 2 times they met for dueling club, Moody had personally stunned students not paying attention to prove a point. Of course it had been Malfoy and Ernie Macmillan, and they were having an arrogant versus pompous get-off of some sort, during Moody's instruction. But Harry was certain no other professor would have reacted as such. Moody had even threatened to transfigure Malfoy into a ferret or some other kind of weasel, because that was what Malfoys were, weasels. 2 days before Christmas and the Yule Ball, Harry was standing in the middle of the defense classroom. Although unlike during the term, the room had been transformed into what appeared to be one large dueling room with a large mat in the center. Harry had shown Moody the clue, and after some discussion Moody taught Harry the bubblehead charm. Although even Moody admitted there were better solutions to being underwater, it was nonetheless a starting point. However, the majority of their training time was spent learning several of the tricks Moody himself had employed in his years as the most tenacious Auror in the Ministry. He taught Harry jinxes that were just on the safe side of dark arts, such as the piercing jinx Percrutio, a rather nasty cutting curse Abrumpo, and an exploding hex Perfringo. These were the spells that he had used more in the hunting of dark wizards and Death Eaters than anything else. It had chilled Harry to the bone when the grizzled man said, "If you don't put them out of commission, lad, they'll put you out first." Of course the manic laugh that followed certainly didn't help matters, as Harry was dismissed from training until after New Year's. It was an exhausted Harry Potter that walked into the Gryffindor common room dragging his feet as he desperately wanted to find a nice deep hole to take a nap in. Most of the students remaining at the school were scattered throughout the various rooms of the castle, leaving the common room sparsely populated with Hermione, Neville, and Ginny the only ones there. Hermione glanced up from the newest issue of Teen Witch Weekly that somehow had a picture of Harry posing on the cover, and she softly asked, "All right there, Harry?" Harry blearily blinked before he hobbled over to the nearest chair before sitting down heavily and let out a deep breath before he replied, "Yeah, just tired. But, on the bright side, no more training until after New Year's." Hermione smiled and was about to reply when Ron, who frankly wasn't in many people's good book at the moment, nearly sprinted into the common room and said to no one in particular, "Guess who has a date?" Ginny, having grown up in a house full of boys, replied, "Rosy Palms doesn't count as a date, Ron." This drew a painful-sounding laugh from Harry as Neville quietly chuckled and Hermione fought a grin, all the while trying to hold a reproachful look on her face. Ron, however, was in too jubilant of a mood to care as he excitedly said, "I'm going with Padma Patil." Harry actually managed a small smile and said, "Good for you, mate. Now you just need to worry about your robes, right?" Ron's grin melted off of his face as a panicked expression took its place, and Harry continued, in order to stem the tide, and said, "I bought you a plain set of dress robes if you want them." Ron's face shifted to a jumbled mass of emotions as Harry finished, "If you promise to pay them off before my birthday, then you can have them." After a long moment Ron nodded slowly with a slight frown before he said, "Harry, not that I'm complaining, but why are you doing this for me?" Harry rubbed at his sore shoulder for a moment before he answered, "You're still my friend, Ron, even if you've been quite the prat this year. Anyways, it's not like I'm giving the robes to you. You have to pay them off by my birthday." Ron's frown took on a sad quality and he was about to thank Harry when his raven-haired friend beat him to the punch. "You can tell me thanks when you figure out the apology thing." Ron's mouth shut with an audible click as he looked at Harry for a few seconds before he nodded and walked up the stairs to the fourth-year boys' dormitory. Hermione was first to speak as she quietly said, "You're doing a good thing, Harry." Harry smiled slightly as he began to stand before he said, "I need to take a nice long hot shower and then there is something I'd like to show you." Hermione arched an eyebrow as Harry limped up the stairs. Hermione then turned to Ginny to ask her to guess on Harry's surprise and instead rolled her eyes at the diminutive witch, who was waggling her eyebrows like crazy with innuendo, before they both burst into giggles, leaving an extremely confused Neville shaking his head at their antics and hoping Harry would come soon to separate them. It was nearly an hour later when an energized Harry walked down the stairs and found the common room slightly fuller than he had left it. Lavender, Parvati, and the other fourth-year Gryffindor girl Serene Rookwood were animatedly discussing something in the opposite corner, as the three he had left behind were just as he had left them. Harry was dressed in a t-shirt and jumper to combat the drafty castle as he walked up to Hermione with a twinkle in his eyes before he asked, ready for a little surprise. Hermione swiveled her head to Harry and asked, "This is something my father would approve of?" Harry's eyes widened as he blushed before he stammered, "Oh, of course it is. What kind of bloke do you take me for?" Hermione smiled sweetly before she turned to Ginny and asked, "Can you take care of my book for me, Gin?" Ginny smiled and nodded before going back into discussion with Neville. Hermione stood and stretched her legs before she said, "Okay, Mr. Potter, lead the way." Harry took Hermione's hand as they slowly took the staircases down to the first floor before entering the Great Hall. Hermione looked around the hall and asked, "You wanted to show me the Great Hall?" Harry merely smiled and shook his head before he said, "Come on down this corridor here." Hermione had a very inquisitive look on her face as they went down a corridor on the right of the Great Hall. They reached a giant tapestry of fruit, and with a smirk Harry tickled the pair and the portrait slid aside, leading to a spiral staircase. Hermione's interest was no piqued and she asked, "Where are we going, Harry?" Harry smiled and spoke as they took the steps down the spiral staircase, "I thought you might like a chance to get some first-hand thoughts on SPHERE." The staircase finally ended as it led to another corridor heading back in the direction of the corridor that led them to the other tapestry, although a floor below. Two massive doors much like the ones guarding the Great Hall were cracked open, and with a flick of Harry's wand, the doors opened, revealing dozens of house elves scurrying about, either making food or making the ingredients for the food. Hermione gasped in shock at the sheer number of elves and was about to protest when a familiar elf popped up in front of them and briefly hugged their legs before he squealed, "Oh, Master Harry Potter and Mrs. Grangy. Dobby is so happy to see you." Harry smiled slightly at his small friend before he pried the little elf from his legs and said, "Hermione and I thought we'd come by for a visit. Is Winky about?" Dobby tugged on his ears nervously and said, "Winky is still being sad about being free elf like Dobby. Dobby will go get her and make her presentable." Dobby snapped his fingers and a table with 4 chairs materialized before he said, "Master Harry and Mrs. Grangy can sit here while Dobby is gone." A moment later the little elf Harry remembered from the Quidditch World Cup returned with Dobby. She looked terrible and sat down with a bottle of butterbeer in her tiny hands. Dobby helped Winky into a seat before he sat in his own little chair and twisted his school uniform in his hands. Harry frowned before he glanced over at Hermione and then turned back to Dobby and asked, "Dobby, could you tell us why house elves are in DPD?" Dobby looked over to Winky, who let loose a hiccup before he replied. Dobby's sire told Dobby when he was a little elfling that house elves were originally familiars of goblins. But Dobby knows that the goblins lost a war against the wizards and gave up all of the house elves to the wizards. Ever since Dobby knows elves need to bond to wizards or theirs magic goes away and we die. Harry frowned and asked, "So how are you and Winky managing then?" Dobby looked up with wide eyes and said, "Dobby is bonded with Master Harry Potter, sir, when he is being freed from old masters. Dobby is always watching Master Harry and waiting to be called. That's why Dobby gets job at Hogwarts. Dobby even gets 1 canute a month for his work. Dobby is very proud to be's working for money." Harry was floored and managed to sputter, "So you're bonded to me then, Dobby?" Dobby nodded excitedly and said, "Dobby is thinking Master Harry Potter is a great wizard." Then his ears drooped and he said, "But, Winky, she be losing her magic soon if she not bonded." Hermione had been strangely silent for a long time before she spoke. "Dobby, why do house elves need to be bonded to someone to keep their magic?" Dobby twisted his hands and said, "Elves always be needing a bond, because we can't use our magics without a bond. Bond with wizards is like a key to our magic." Hermione sighed heavily before she turned to Winky and said, "Winky, I'll allow you to be bonded to me if you continue to work here at Hogwarts and accept a salary like Dobby. I'm sure Harry and I could use both of your help in the future. But, we need to make a few things clear, and since Harry wasn't even aware he was bonded to Dobby, we need to set some ground rules." Winky had perked up considerably at Hermione's statement and even vanished her butterbeer before Hermione continued, "I think that during the school year you both should work here at Hogwarts and save some money. Harry and I will pay you for your time during the summers and after school. Your salary will be negotiable, but it will be consistent to a servant." Hermione frowned in thought and added, "Now, I don't know how the underage magic laws work with elves." Winky spoke for the first time that night as she said, "Elves' magic can be's invisible when we wants it to be. Winky be hearing about Dobby using wizard's magic to get Harry Potter in troubles. Winky had rounded on Dobby, whose ears were drooping with each word. Harry finally gained a handle on the situation and said, "Okay, Winky, but Dobby wasn't bonded to me at the time, so he was helping me the only way he could. If you both agree to Hermione's stipulations, I have one more thing I'd like to add." Hermione and the two elves looked at him expectantly, and he said, "I know Dobby always wanted to punish himself in our second year, and all I ask is that if you do something you know is bad, you come to us before you try to punish yourself. We can talk about punishments, and if one is even warranted, it won't be physical punishment. Lots of jobs doc pay if someone messed up really badly, so we can probably do something similar here." Dobby and Winky shared a hopeful look before Hermione said, "Okay then, Winky, we can bond if you want to." Winky squealed and walked over to Hermione before placing one of her tiny hands on Hermione's. A moment later Winky pulled away and nodded, already looking much happier than she was a few minutes earlier, before she said, "Mistress Hermione and Winky is bonded now. If Mistress ever be wanting anything, all she need be doing is calling Winky." Dobby nodded and looked at Harry before he said, "Dobby is saying same to Master Harry." Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair before he said, "Well, this isn't exactly what I had planned for tonight." Hermione smiled at Harry, understanding what his plans had been, and she said, "It's okay, Harry, like they told us. A bonding is like having another familiar, that's all, and just think of all they can teach us about house elves in order to help the other elves in the future." Harry smiled slightly before he turned to Dobby and Winky and said, "Well, I'm glad we figured all of this out now." He turned to Winky and said, "I think Hermione and I can both agree that you shouldn't be drinking any more, Winky." Winky nodded solemnly, eliciting a small laugh from Harry before he stood and said, "Okay, Dobby, Winky, Hermione and I should really be going. Thanks for all of your help though." Hermione stood a moment later and Dobby snapped his fingers, causing the table to vanish once again before she said, "I should like to talk to the both of you more over the holidays. I would like to research more about how your magic works so that maybe someday in the future elves won't need to bond to keep their magic." Dobby and Winky looked at Hermione queerly but nodded as they escorted their masters to the door before closing it behind them. Christmas Eve, the castle was abuzz with holiday cheer, as even Ron was included in the usual festivities of a snowball fight outside, followed quickly by hot cocoa by the fire in the Gryffindor common room. The Durmstrang ship was resplendent in red and green magical lights, and the Beauxbatons carriage was wrapped in tinsel and surrounded by fairies. Harry was surprised when an owl flew right into a small window in the common room and dropped a reasonably small package into his lap. The package was wrapped in Gryffindor house paper and a small card was on the top. Harry opened the card and read, "Harry, as you already know, Snuffles has taken residence at my cottage for the time being until something more permanent can be arranged. I've been working some back channels to Dumbledore and we think we might have something set up by the summer. Anyways, we visited one prospective location in London and happened upon something that you'll find very handy for a Christmas present. Inside is a pocket mirror that works as a communication mirror with those mirrors charmed to it. Your father, Patty, and I all had one of these mirrors, and what you hold now is your father's. By some quirk of fate I managed to find mine in an old school trunk the day after, so if you want to talk to either of us, say either our real name or our marauder name and we should pick up. Since you are at school you can decide when to call us. We hope to hear from you soon. Messrs. Mooney and Padfoot." Harry glanced around only to find most of the full common room looking at him, so he opted against opening right away, but later when he would be assured some privacy. Hermione looked over his arm at the card before she smiled and whispered, "Christmas present." Harry nodded before he replied, "I sent out their gifts last night with Hedwig, so they should have them by sometime tonight." Hermione gestured with her hand and Harry handed her the card, which she read in a few seconds before saying, "Sounds like a very useful gift." Harry smiled and nodded before he tucked the still-wrapped gift into a pocket on his jacket and relaxing on the couch as Hermione leaned into his shoulder as she was akin to. They sat in silence as watched the fire flicker and cast a shadow of the Christmas tree stationed in the room up against the far wall. It was one of those moments that no one ever really wanted to end. Harry awoke Christmas morning to something tugging on his blanket insistently in a sure attempt to wake him up and get his attention. Harry blindly grabbed his glasses from the nightstand and placed them on before he finally opened his eyes blearily and scanned around him for the perpetrator. Standing right next to him with a small package wrapped in snitch-covered wrapping paper, Dobby looked at Harry with his large black eyes and quietly, but definitely excitedly said, "Merry Christmas, Master Harry." Harry blinked once before he took the small present and unwrapped it to reveal one purple sock with enchanted snitches fluttering around and the other the same except in orange. Harry had to admit it was the brightest pair of socks he owned and accepted them with a grateful nod. Thankful that he had bought a few reserve presents in case he was gifted by someone he hadn't expected, Harry stumbled out of his bed before walking over to his trunk and unlocking it. After rummaging for a couple of minutes he emerged with a small gift of his own for Dobby. Harry handed Dobby the gift and said, "I used Owl order for my gifts this year, so what you have is my inventive solution to not being able to give you clothes." Dobby's eyes widened at the mention of clothes but relaxed when Harry talked about a solution to that problem. Opening the gift much like Harry had opened his first gift ever 3 years ago during Christmas, Dobby revealed a small catalog titled Hats of the Quidditch Premier League. Harry smiled and said, "That catalog has already been credited for one hat, so all you need to do is mark your selection down and you'll receive your hat via Owl in a day or two." Dobby's eyes filled with tears before he hugged Harry's legs tightly and whispered, "Oh, Dobby is being so happy about his gift. Master Harry is a great wizard and Dobby is wishing him a Merry Christmas." Harry smiled as his feet slid into his slippers before he said, "Merry Christmas, Dobby, and give Winky my best also." Dobby nodded emphatically before he vanished with a quiet pop. Harry chuckled for a moment at the exuberant elf before he grabbed his other presents and quietly walked down the stairs to wait for everyone else to wake up and join him. With a flash of inspiration, Harry grabbed his mirror, fully intending on giving his Christmas wishes to the elder marauders. Harry reached the common room, but it wasn't as empty as he would have though. Hermione was sitting on the couch apparently doing the same thing he had planned on doing. She turned at the sound of Harry's final footsteps off of the stairway and with a smile she quietly said, "Merry Christmas, Harry." Harry smiled and replied, "Merry Christmas to you." After placing his presents in the appropriate piles around the tree he sat down next to Hermione and said, "Care to join me for a quick Christmas greeting to Remus and Sirius?" Hermione smiled softly and nodded as Harry unwrapped the mirror and said, "Moony." After staring at his reflection for a moment the screen went blank before Remus' face slowly faded onto the screen. A smile blossomed on their former defense professor's face as he warmly said, "Merry Christmas, Harry." Harry smiled and replied, "Merry Christmas to you, Moony. Hermione's here so you can talk to her too." Harry handed her the mirror and she smiled and said, "Merry Christmas, Professor." Remus chuckled and replied, "Merry Christmas to you as well, Hermione. But, since I'm not your professor anymore, please call me Moony or Remus." Hermione nodded before handing the mirror back to Harry, who said, "Did you get my gifts yet?" Remus smiled as Sirius' face, or rather part of his face, squeezed into view in the corner of the mirror before he said, "Yes, thanks, Harry. The wizard's chess set should keep us busy for a little while." Remus rolled his eyes at Sirius but agreed, "It is a lovely set, Harry. I had an old one, but most of the pieces are too old to properly move around the board anymore. So this was a most welcome gift." After a few more minutes of chit-chat Remus smiled and said, "The both of you have a lovely time at the ball tonight." Remus called out to Hermione, whose head creeped onto the screen like Sirius before he said, "You'll tell us if Harry does anything embarrassing, won't you?" Hermione giggled and replied, "I think I've trained him pretty well at this point, but if he does something I'll tell you about it." Harry groaned and said, "Great, Remus, now you're going to make me even more nervous tonight." Hermione rolled her eyes and gave him a quick key on the cheek. Harry blushed brightly as Remus and Sirius laughed before he said, "All right, you two, I'll see you at the second task. I promise to keep in touch at least once a week." Remus and Sirius shared their goodbyes and the screen went blank before reverting back to Harry's reflection. Back in Oxford, Remus turned to Sirius and said, "Those two are smitten with each other, even if they don't have the courage to say so to each other yet." Sirius nodded and added, "They're dancing on the edges still, but give them time, they're still pretty young." Remus nodded and said, "All right, you old mutt, ready to lose at chess again?" Sirius barked out a laugh and grandly bowed before gesturing to the board. Remus smiled to himself. It was nice to have at least one of his best friends back again. Back at Hogwarts, the common room had eventually filled, and the sound of presents being unwrapped broke the quiet of the early morning. Harry had managed a fine haul, as received a Chudley Cannon's t-shirt from Ron, sweets from Ginny, his typical Weasley family sweater and assorted mincemeat pies from Mrs. Weasley, and from Hermione a lovely old wind-up wristwatch that she had placed various unbreakable and all-condition charms upon. Hermione received a charmed hairbrush from Ginny that wouldn't catch on tangles, a subscription to Teen Witch Weekly from Ron, to become more like a girl, was Ron's backhanded way of explaining the gift. Sweets from a few of the younger Gryffindors, sugar-free of course, and a 1695 edition of Hogwarts, a history that had an expanded section on the history of the library from Harry. Ron received a broomstick servicing kit from Harry, for any future broom he would have, a book on the history of Chudley Cannon strategies from Hermione, and various sweets and food from his mother to go with his bright green sweater. Hermione had never really cared about getting one of the famed Weasley family sweaters, but in many ways Hermione was closer to Ginny than he was to Ron at the moment. After some thought, Harry decided that it was hopeless trying to reason with Mrs. Weasley about much of anything. Even Hermione's apology letter at best had been very formal and without much meaning behind it. Looking around the common room, Harry let out a great yawn before he turned to the Weasleys and Hermione and said, "Let's go grab breakfast, so we can eat before the ball tonight." Getting a minimal amount of response from the rest of the Gryffindors, Harry and his friends walked down to the Great Hall in their robes and pajamas. The Great Hall was covered in strange-looking sheets and had been completely cleared out aside from one table for the few people braving the castle for some breakfast. Harry panned his eyes around the hall before he turned to Hermione, who was buttering a piece of toast, and asked, "What do you think they're doing to the hall?" Ron answered with a mouthful of food before Hermione as he said, fin ig Ike Adoween." Harry shook his head ruefully at his friend, even though he was fighting a smile as he said, "Yeah, you're probably right, mate. That would definitely make sense." Ron merely nodded and returned to shoveling food into his mouth. Hermione sighed and asked, "For those of us, namely girls, who can't speak Slog, would you care to translate?" Harry choked on the juice he was drinking and began to cough quite badly as Hermione patted his back apologetically. When he finally stopped coughing, Harry said, he said it would probably be something like for the Halloween feast, but with winter and Christmas themes instead. Hermione nodded and said, "Yes, I imagine he's right, as much as it pains me to agree with Ron." Harry gave Hermione a crooked smile, which did funny things to her stomach, and said, "Yes, well, we have more important and enjoyable things to be on about later today anyways." Hermione immediately flashed ahead to her images of Harry dancing with her, holding her closely, and even inhaling his scent. All she could do was nod with a dreamy look in her eyes. By noon the older girls had already left to get ready for the ball, leaving the 4th and 5th year girls and all of the guys downstairs. Hermione and Ginny heard the clock tower toll signaling it was 12:30, and they stood along with the other girls, and Hermione said, "All right girls, the 6th and 7th years should be done by now, like they promised." Hermione smiled and turned to Harry, who was looking at his watch in bafflement, before she leaned in to whisper and said, "I'll be down by 6, so be ready by then. The champions and their dates don't enter until the last, so that should leave us plenty of time." Harry smiled and nodded, and Hermione stroked his cheek with her hand for a moment before turning away and walking up the stairs to the girls' dorms. 25 minutes, 25 minutes, that was how long Harry was staring off into space thinking about how soft Hermione's hand was. Of course, it might have well been the rest of his life if he hadn't been roused. His daydreaming was broken up by Ron, who looked concerned at his friend and asked, "Harry mate, did you hear me?" Harry shook his head and smiled to himself at the pleasant distraction of Hermione's hand before he said, "No, sorry mate, what did you say again?" Ron looked at Harry strangely, and in a tone that indicated that the question had been asked multiple times, he slowly said, "Do you fancy a game of chess?" Harry glanced at his watch, which read 1 p.m., and nodded as Ron slid his chair and the board over to where he was sitting. As the board reset itself from the previous game, Ron said, "So Harry, you never told me who your date was." Harry smiled and replied, "You'll find out when I enter the ball, I wager. Remember I told you, She's the prettiest witch on the grounds. Ron frowned and asked, "Are you going with Fleur then?" Harry shook his head and smiled as his pawn moved forward to start the match, and he was certain eventual defeat. After Ron's rook took one of Harry's bishops, he said, "Harry mate, what do you think about Hermione? I mean, it's obvious she doesn't have a date, so is like she a lesbian or something." Harry snorted as one of his knights took a pawn and replied, "Ron, why do you insist it's so obvious she doesn't have a date? Is it because she turned you down? Fleur turned you down too. I don't hear you calling her a lesbian." Ron apparently didn't have answer to that, or if he did, he didn't like the implications of it, and let the matter drop for the rest of the game, and the game afterwards. By 3:30 Harry was beginning to feel a bit ripe from skipping his shower earlier and said, "All right mate, that's enough for me, I have to get a shower and get ready for the ball." Ron nodded and went over to Neville to get in another couple of games before getting ready himself. Harry took a nice long shower. It was nearly 4:30 by the time he had finished and begun to prepare for the ball. Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean were already in their dress robes when Harry returned to the dorm in his boxers. By 5:30 Harry was fidgeting with his bow tie for his robes. Dress robes were closer in appearance to a tuxedo than typical robes in their design, and Harry's black dress robes with his white undershirt were really quite stylish. As Harry walked out of the bathroom, Ron was standing near the door and he said, "I've got to go pick up Padma out by the Great Hall. I'll see you in your mystery date when the champions arrive." Harry nodded as he reached into the deep pocket of his robes and felt the gift he had gotten from Remus a few days earlier. Walking down into the common room, he spotted Ginny and Neville standing together, and Harry said with a wink, "Whoa Neville, who's that hot witch you've got there?" Neville blushed and Ginny giggled before she said, "Just wait until you see your date Harry, she should be ready in about 20 minutes. Trust me, you won't be disappointed." Harry smiled and waved as they walked out of the portrait hole en route to the Great Hall. Harry glanced down at his watch and it read nearly 6 when he heard the soft clicking that surely had to be Hermione's shoes slowly walking down the stairs. Harry walked over to the bottom step to help her, and when she came into view he was certain that his heart skipped a beat. It was Hermione, but she didn't look like the cute bookworm she normally was in Hogwarts. No, she was beautiful in an almost otherworldly way. Her hair was tamed for the night, still curly but ties back into an intricate style of some sort that sat perfectly on her head, with a couple of springy strands framing her face like the portrait of beauty she was. Clearing his throat as he took her hand and helped her down the last step, he said, you look beautiful." Hermione's smile reminded him of something that men had killed for in the past, that thrill of being with a girl so beautiful that everything else became tertiary at best. With a girl so beautiful both inside and out that made his heart thump painfully in his chest. A passing thought told Harry that there may be girls that were more beautiful in others' opinions. But not a single one of those opinions mattered to him at that perfect, wonderful moment. Stopping a few steps short of the portrait hole, he pulled out the simple silver bracelet with their birthstones framing an inscription. HJP plus HJG, the 25th of December 94. Hermione offered her wrist for the bracelet as she simply glowed with happiness before she said, "Thank you Harry, it's beautiful." Harry smiled as he hooked his arm around hers, and as they stepped out of the portrait hole he said, "To the ball milady." Harry smiled as they reached the last stairs before the entrance of the Great Hall, and immediately several whispers rippled throughout the gathered students, not already in the hall. By the time they reached the floor, Professor McGonagall walked up to them and with a twinkle in her eye and a gentle smile said, "You both look wonderful, Gryffindor's finest to be certain." With a soft glare she added to Harry, "Mr. Potter, I do hope you don't step on Miss Granger's toes too much tonight." Harry's eyes widened when he realized she was teasing him. Harry had just managed to close his mouth when the doors of the Great Hall swung fully open and the champions and their dates walked into the hall. Hermione leaned over to Harry and softly asked, "Are you ready?" Harry smiled with a loving look. He wasn't quite ready to verbalize, and said, "With you, I'm always ready." Hermione smiled as they entered the hall murmurs went throughout the crowd. Harry heard people say, "Is that Hermione Granger? Wow, Granger is pretty hot. Oh, Harry looks so dreamy, so that's who they were going with." Harry managed to catch a glimpse of Ron, who frankly looked both odd and angry at the same time, which was really quite a ridiculous sight. Reaching the dance floor, Hermione said, "Remember, it's simple, just do it like we did in the common room, Harry." Dumbledore looked at the assorted couples with a wide smile and said, "Now, the ceremonial first dance for the champions and their dates. Following the ceremonial dance we will be having our feast and then the dance floor will open. For tonight's listening pleasure we have the Weird Sisters." Several of the girls let out happy gasps as the orchestra began to play a waltz. Harry was certain that if he was dancing with anyone other than Hermione, he would be stumbling over his feet and making a fool of himself. But, as they smoothly pivoted and continued their waltz, they managed to look the part and do so with a certain level of style and sophistication. All too soon the moment was over and the champions were ushered over to the head table where Harry pulled Hermione's chair and helped her to sit. Sitting next to her, Harry smiled and said, "That wasn't too bad." Hermione smiled and, like she had done earlier, she reached her hand up to his cheek and brushed it gently before she said, "I knew you'd be fine, Harry." Their gazes were locked, and if either of them had that little extra courage, it would have been the perfect moment for that first true key. As it was, the moment was lost as Dumbledore said, "A lovely dance, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. I must say you both look quite smart tonight." Harry couldn't help but smile at the odd way Dumbledore had phrased that and glanced over to the headmaster dressed in some regal-looking robes of his own. Harry said, "You look spiffy too, headmaster." Hermione coughed to cover her giggle before she turned her laughing and accusing eyes to Harry and said, "You are so going to get it later for that, Harry." Harry chuckled before he broke eye contact and glanced around the rest of the table at the other champions and their dates. Cedric had come with Cho Chang, who looked quite lovely in her dress, and if Harry had to make a description, she looked beautiful like fine porcelain. Victor was with a Durmstrang girl who looked suspiciously similar to Hermione, although she was a poor substitute based on Victor's expression on his face. Fleur had come with Roger Davies of Ravenclaw, and the poor sap was barely managing to avoid an unseemly show of drooling all over her. The various headmasters rounded out the table, and Mr. Crouch sat at the head of the table looking considerably more in control than he had 2 months earlier. Conversation around the table was polite and didn't gain too much depth as they ate and laughed for nearly an hour. Soon enough the Weird Sisters took the stage and Hermione tugged Harry back out onto the dance floor to dance to their faster songs and sway to their slower songs. Ginny and Neville danced over to them during one of the slower songs, and Ginny said, "You two were smashing for the first dance. You definitely were the best dancers out there." Harry and Hermione blushed at the praise as the bracelet on her wrist around Harry's neck jangled melodically. Ginny's eyes widened and she squealed before seizing Hermione's arm and looking the bracelet over rather thoroughly. Hermione looked rather pleased about the entire thing, and Harry and Neville shared an amused glance before Harry said, "Girls, Neville and I are going to go grab some drinks. Why don't you grab a table and continue the conversation there?" Hermione smiled and grabbed Ginny's arm and dragged her to a table across the dance floor as Harry and Neville went to the drinks table. As they poured their drinks, Harry smiled and asked, "Having fun tonight, Neville?" Neville smiled as he took the ladle and poured his drinks before he answered, I like being able to feel proud of how I look for once, and well, Ginny, she's great." Harry smiled as he looked out onto the dance floor and laughing as Fred and Angelina were dancing rather energetically, which earned them a nice wide berth from the other dancers. Harry and Neville grabbed their drinks before Harry replied to Neville's statement, "Neville, you have no reason not to be proud of who you are. All you need is a little confidence and you could be a great wizard. You're already a great friend, which I think is a lot more important in the grand scheme of things." Neville smiled widely at Harry, whose eyes were scanning the various tables until he came across a sight he really didn't want to see, Hermione and Ginny yelling at Ron about something. As they approached, the girls managed to stop arguing, and Ron turned to Harry and was about to say something when Harry casually waved his hand and cast a wandless silencing charm on him. Harry handed Hermione her drink and Neville did the same for Ginny before Harry cancelled the charm on Ron, who was now beet red with anger. Harry sighed and simply said, "No, Ron, you aren't going to pull this tonight, so don't try it." Ron opened his mouth and Harry merely raised his hand and continued, "I will hex you if you try to start something, and don't doubt that I've learned some nasty ones from Professor Moody." Ron was still tense but managed to remain silent as Harry softly continued, "You need to get over this, whether it is a matter of you growing up or if you just can't be our friend anymore. But, I won't have you insulting us or provoking us at the drop of a hat just because you're a prat. You've dug a deep hole this year, mate, and forgiveness, especially forgiveness within reason, well, it can only stretch so far. I like to think Hermione and I have bent over backwards to keep from hexing your hair off and giving you a real reason to be angry after everything you've said. Now for the last time, Ron, think about what you want and then figure out an adult solution to how you want to get there. Harry took a swig of his drink before he offered his hand to Hermione and said, "Let's go outside for a bit of a walk." Hermione took his hand and stood and looped her arm around Harry's as they walked out into the courtyard for a nice walk in the early winter night air. As soon as they reached the courtyard, Harry took off his outer jacket of his robes and wrapped it around Hermione's trembling shoulders. As they walked in silence, they felt the night perhaps reaching another of those perfect moments, and after the talk with Ron, the old Gryffindor courage was running high. Just as Harry was about to say something, they happened upon Snape and Karkaroff talking behind a pillar. Hermione placed her hand on Harry's lip and signaled for him to listen in. Karkaroff's left forearm was bared, clearly showing the dark mark as he said, "Look at how clear it is, Severus. Surely you know what this means. He is almost back to full strength." Snape spoke in an oily voice as he said, "I see it, Igor, but I made my choice long ago, and I will not go back on Dumbledore now. As much as it pains me to say it, Potter will be a competent leader for the next generation of fighters. His performance against the dragon shows as much." Karkaroff's voice took on a shrill tone as he said, "You hoff Dumbledore's protection, Severus. It is not a luxury I myself hoff." Snape shrugged and said, "I cannot change the bed you have already made for yourself, Igor. Now I must be going." Snape walked off in the opposite direction as Karkaroff, as Harry and Hermione shared a look, which conveyed some understanding of a large picture but not enough to bring it all into focus. After waiting for the coast to be clear, they walked out of the courtyard, simply following where their feet carried them as the music from the ball drifted out into the night. Harry turned to Hermione as they cut across the field by Hagrid's cabin, and prepared to double back around to the castle. Harry finally spoke as they turned back to the castle as he said, "I've been feeling something strong for you for a little while now, Hermione. Tonight it only grew stronger. I don't know if it's love, because frankly I haven't really experienced enough love to make that distinction. But I do know that when I look at you, and not just tonight, I feel lighter and for the first time happy." Hermione smiled at Harry, love clearly in her eyes as she said, "Harry, I do have some experience with love, but not the romantic kind. I've seen my parents when they act romantic to each other on a day-to-day basis, and I can tell you now, I can envision doing the same kinds of things with you when we are old and gray. I'm not trying to pressure you, Harry, and in fact as long as the tournament goes I think we should just stay where we are in our relationship. But sometime soon in the future I would like to take that next step in our relationship." Hermione's nose crinkled cutely and she said, "I hate that word, relationship. Let's just call what we have good, and say that it could get better, but that the time isn't right now for it." Harry smiled, and as they re-entered the courtyard to the dying sounds of the ball he said, "Not now, but soon." To describe Ron Weasley as miserable would be an understatement of monumental proportions. If it wasn't the dressing down Harry had given him during the ball for being a jealous prat, it was the more private dressing down Professor McGonagall had given him as he exited the ball at the end of the night. It was true that Hermione had blown him away for the night, but the voice in his head told him that Hermione would never be his, because whether or not they would admit it, Harry and Hermione were just one of those unavoidable things. Ron rolled out of bed, for once earlier than Harry, who was still sleeping with a goofy grin on his face, largely thanks to the events of the previous night. As Ron looked at his one-time best friend, he realized that he needed to make some changes as Harry had discussed the prior night, or a good hexing would be the least of his concerns. The words of Harry's closing just a few short hours ago still echoed in his mind as he grabbed a change of clothes and stomped over to the bathroom to take a shower and perhaps find some answers. After all, most of his best ideas came to him while in the bathroom. Hermione opened her eyes slowly to find the bright eyes of Crookshanks looking at her expectantly from a scant few inches away. Having grown accustomed to similar wake-ups in the past, she wasn't startled at all as she rolled Crookshanks and his potbelly off to the side and pulled her covers back. Looking back at the ball from the previous night, a soft smile spread over her face, and her hair had been thoroughly mussed from sleeping the previous night. Releasing a fluttering sigh, she dropped her legs off of her bed and slid her slippers on as she grabbed a robe, cinching it off before wandering over to her wardrobe to prepare for another day. Harry Potter, on the other hand, was having a nice lie in as he aimlessly had dreams about a giant treacle tart, a Quidditch match where all of the players flew on hippogriffs instead of brooms, and a final dream involving Hermione wearing much less than she had been at the Yule Ball. With that in mind, Harry woke up feeling better after a night of sleep than he could ever remember beforehand and rolled out of bed intent on getting a shower and starting Boxing Day with a smile on his face. After a quick shower, Harry sauntered down into the common room to find only a few people in the room. Apparently others were sharing the same sentiment of having a nice lie-in. He spotted Hermione sitting in her favorite chair reading the 300-year-old edition of Hogwarts, a history he had given her for Christmas. Taking a seat by her bunny slippers, he smiled and asked, "Anything interesting in there?" Hermione pulled her book closer to her body in order to gaze down at Harry before she replied, "Yes, from the little I've read I can tell that the Goblin rebellions have been seriously censored in our history texts and the newer editions of Hogwarts, a history. This edition has a section entirely devoted to indentured servant witches and wizards doing the same job of the house elves now. Primarily they were Irish witches and wizards, and even a few Puritans were granted safe harbor at the castle in exchange for a servitude contract." Harry nodded, not really having much to add to the train of thought before he looked around and quietly asked, "Are we going to work on our transformations again tonight?" Hermione's lips quirked into a little bit of a smirk. It had becoming one of her favorite sources for teasing Harry, knowing that she was progressing through the process much more quickly than Harry thanks to her skills in transfiguration. In fact, Hermione had a suspicion she might even be able to get her first glimpse at her form. Finally, she managed a reply, "Well, one of us will be working on it anyways." Harry cracked a tiny grin and replied, "Some of us aren't naturally gifted at transfiguration. I still think I'm doing pretty well though." Hermione gave him a conciliatory smile and nodded as she slid out of her chair and sat down against the chair and leaned into Harry as she began to read to him about some rumored hidden chambers throughout the castle. Ron had spotted Hermione in the common room when he had finally come down, and without a second thought he raced out of the portrait hole before she could even notice his presence. For once deciding against breakfast, Ron aimlessly wandered the castle in an effort to find the root of his problems. Of course, considering the look was inwards, it was a very short search. The problem Ron had was that all of his emotions were all over the radar, which made it nearly impossible to pinpoint where to start. He still felt betrayed by his friends for going to the ball without telling him, ashamed for feeling that way considering all he had put his friends through during the year, and oddly enough heartbroken that for every sign pointed in that direction that Hermione had picked Harry after all. Ron might not be a genius, but even he knew that his friends were going to make a long run of it together. They complemented each other too well not to. As Ron rounded a corner near the exit leading to the greenhouse, he ran into Malfoy, who was for once without the aid of his two bodyguards. Ron tersely grasped his wand and spat out, "What the bloody hell are you doing so far away from your snake hole, Malfoy?" Draco smirked and arched his eyebrow before he responded, "Weasel, Weasel, Weasel, I know you're heartbroken over the mudblood picking Potter over you, but why all the hostility?" Ron scowled and said, "Oh, shove off, Malfoy." Draco sensed weakness, so he continued to prod, "I know this shouldn't surprise you. Everyone has been waiting for something to happen between those two all year. Of course, maybe if you weren't so busy trying to make your friends your enemies, you'd have figured it out a while ago." Ron's scowl only deepened as Malfoy continued to needle, "It's quite pathetic really, Weasel. The one thing in your life that wasn't a hand-me-down and you're mucking it up." Ron groaned and ran a hand through his hair testily, but Malfoy's smirk persisted before he started to walk again and turned over his shoulder as he sneered, "One of these days, Weasel." Ron blinked and a moment later Malfoy was gone. Unfortunately, in the heat of the moment he forgot to even question why Malfoy would be in the greenhouse in the first place. The only thing Ron was thinking was, what the bloody hell was that? That night Harry was the one to show up last as he stumbled upon Hermione spread out on the couch's Crookshanks was getting a rather thorough tummy rub. Only by the grace of the pugnacious half-Kneazle was Harry spared a nice scratching for interrupting said rubbing. Harry and Crookshanks were on considerably warmer terms than Ron and the feline were, and this was one of those circumstances where that was properly asserted. Crookshanks had seemingly developed a sense of when Hermione needed to get down to work, and he rolled away from his witch just as Harry asked, "So, ready to go then?" Hermione smiled at Harry and nodded before she began to describe the new limitations on what transfigurations they could perform. The process to becoming an animagus was a long and difficult one, that could be accomplished one of a few different ways. The most common way was the form that Harry and Hermione were practicing themselves. For those with forms, progressively more and more difficult self-transfigurations were designed to lubricate the transfiguration pathways in a witch or wizard's body that ultimately led to a spontaneous transformation when enough progress had been made. Hermione pulled her wand from her pocket as Harry did the same, and they slowly worked on transfiguring their fingers as a warm-up. It was plain to see that Hermione was better at this, seeing as how she had finished both hands in the time it took Harry to do one hand. She looked over at Harry and smirked slightly, although she was quite proud with Harry's work, and it had shown up in a vastly improved mark in transfiguration for her dearest friend. Just as she was about to move on to transfiguring her entire hand, she felt a strange tingling sensation all over her body before she felt her body slowly shift and lengthen before she stopped and was on all fours. Harry was looking at her in wonder before he shook his head and transfigured a chair into a long mirror. Hermione felt her whiskers twitch as she looked into the mirror and for the first time saw her form of a jaguar with reddish-brown fur and the telltale spots coinciding with the specific species of cat. As was their arrangement, Harry cast the same spell, forcing an animagus to revert back to their human form, and Hermione quickly reappeared, although panting slightly from her first successful transformation. Harry smirked and said, "I don't think there are too many jaguars in Scotland, or all of Britain for that matter." Hermione was still panting heavily, but a very pleased smile had crossed her face, part in satisfaction for managing her transformation so soon, and part in anticipation to find Harry's form sooner with her added help. Focusing on the feeling of change she had when she first successfully transformed, she once again managed the transformation, revealing a unique-looking jaguar. This time she focused on her expanded feline senses and could detect an odor that was uniquely hairy before she looked into the darkened corners of the room and could see things she hadn't been able to a moment earlier. Glancing back at Harry, who was still working on his transfigurations, he would glance at her in wonder and admiration occasionally in a way that reminded her so much of the bedraggled young boy she had met for the first time on the Hogwarts Express 3.5 years ago. Concentrating on that same feeling, she managed to successfully transform herself back to her human form, and while her exhaustion had reached new levels, she managed a faint smile as she said, "Now we just have to work on your transformation, Harry, and we can focus solely SPHERE." Harry nodded excitedly and continued to transfigure his body, hopeful that it would be sooner rather than later. By Sunday the castle had finally begun to settle from the excitement of the holidays, and the additional excitement that the ball had brought. Harry and Hermione were sitting in the Great Hall enjoying breakfast when the Daily Prophet arrived and a copy was dropped into Hermione's lap. Hermione pulled the paper up and began reading before a soft beep came from behind the paper. Harry arched an eyebrow and leaned back to see a picture of Hagrid that was plainly fabricated, showing their gentle friend flailing his arms about and frothing from the mouth. The article read, "Sources have revealed that the current professor for care of magical creatures at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is in fact half-giant in ancestry. Professor Rubeus Hagrid is shown above during one of his typical episodes when he enters into the telltale rage of his giant heritage." When asked, students chimed in on their opinion of the Hagrid. "All I know is that last year one of the students was seriously injured and he wasn't even sacked for it. Marcus Flint, Slytherin's 6th year. It is of public record that Professor Hagrid was sent to Azkaban prison nearly 2 years ago for suspicion of involvement in a rash of attacks throughout the school. For both instances Hagrid has been freed thanks to heavy political maneuvering by Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Perhaps most troubling was the public snapping of Hagrid's wand nearly 50 years ago whilst Hagrid was a student at Hogwarts. Under suspicion for involvement in the death of a student, Hagrid never faced a trial and was given haven at Hogwarts, working as a caretaker for the grounds. This reporter is left to ponder, how many more similar stories of unnecessary danger mixed in with education can be found at Hogwarts, and with the obvious dangers presented, why does Albus Dumbledore seem to be going out of his way to keep Mr. Hagrid so close to children? Harry blinked before he turned to Hermione and asked, "What's the big deal about being half-giant?" Hermione smiled in understanding and replied, "There is yet another stereotype that giants are wild-killing savages. Of course, like most of the other stereotypes, it's complete rubbish. Unfortunately, most people buy into these stereotypes, and I don't see a way Hagrid will be able to keep his professorship after this." Harry frowned as he glanced up at the staff table to see Hagrid conspicuously absent from his usual seat by Professor Flitwick. Harry turned back to Hermione and asked, "Fancy a trip down to Hagrid's hut?" Hermione glanced around looking for Ron. Any of Hagrid's friends should be there to lend support, as she was quite certain Hagrid would be feeling depressed about the business. Ron, however, was once again absent, and a tinge of worry colored Hermione's thoughts based upon Ron's exceedingly strange behavior since the Yule Ball. After giving up the effort as lost, she turned back to Harry and gave him a small frown but nodded as they both stood and walked towards the exit of the Great Hall. After grabbing their winter cloaks, Harry and Hermione trudged through the holiday snow, passing a couple of snowmen and some other more obscene snow sculptures across the grounds towards Hagrid's hut. Upon reaching the hut, Harry called out, "Hagrid, let us in, we'd like to talk to you." After waiting a few moments, Hermione tried in a softer tone, "Please Hagrid, let us in, it's getting quite cold out here in the snow." A moment later the door to Hagrid's hut swung open, revealing their half-giant friend, who looked like he had been crying a fair amount and from the smell of things chasing his tears with some Ogdens. Hagrid pulled out a large hanky and blew his nose, letting out a loud trumpeting sound in the process. Hermione took Hagrid's hand and led him over to his chair before she asked, "Where is your tea, Hagrid?" Hagrid pointed to a shelf and Hermione nodded with her head at the kettle. As Harry walked over and put the kettle on a small blue bell flame he conjured on Hagrid's magical range. Harry walked over and sat on the arm of Hagrid's other armchair before he said, "Hagrid, we read today's paper, and we just wanted to tell you that we don't think any less of you. I think it was you who told Hermione there isn't a spell that she couldn't do. Well, there isn't a person I'd trust more than you, Hagrid. You were my first friend. I want you to know that." Hermione smiled encouragingly at Hagrid, who appeared to calm some at Harry's words before he said, "Ya sure it don't bother none." Hermione jumped in and said, "Hagrid, I had always suspected you had some giant blood, and it never bothered me before." Harry shrugged and added, "I think you know us better than that, Hagrid." Hagrid nodded as the kettle went off. Harry grabbed the kettle and poured the water into the cups before Hermione handed them out. Hermione frowned in thought before she asked, "Hagrid, I assume the headmaster sealed any files indicating your heritage to prevent just such a situation from arising. Have you mentioned your heritage to anyone lately?" Hagrid flushed and an indignant expression crossed his face as he replied, "You are talking to a limp." Harry arched his eyebrow and asked, "A limp?" Hagrid shook his head and said, "I'm Madame Maxime." Harry and Hermione nodded as Hagrid continued, "It was Christmas night and I managed to ask a limp to join me on a walk out by my hut. I guess I figured out she was half giant like me about a month ago and took the chance to talk her up about it. Of course she denied it and I miter got a little excited and yelled at her about it." Harry and Hermione shared a look, and another puzzle piece about one Rita Skeeter snapped into its proper place. They were missing something big, but they didn't know what yet. It definitely had become a fly in their ointment. The rest of the afternoon was spent reminiscing about old times and talking about the tournament and Harry's preparations. By the end of the afternoon they had managed to get a promise from Hagrid that despite his lost professorship he would continue as master of the keys and sit up at the staff table during meals. By the time they returned to the castle, night was beginning to fall, and the common room was already beginning to empty. Harry thought he caught a flash of red hair scurry up the stairs to the boys' dormitory just as they entered, but then he chalked it up to his imagination. Harry sat down heavily on the couch and stared at the flames for a long moment before he pulled his mirror from his pocket and glanced around to see if anyone else was around. He saw Hermione in the corner furiously writing in a notebook of some sort, and he waved the mirror around until she caught a glint of the light from the fireplace. Hermione turned and spotted Harry waving the mirror and quickly folded up her notebook before walking over to the couch and folding her legs under her as she sat down. Harry smiled at her and asked, "What were you working on?" Hermione blushed and said, "It's not finished. I promised to show you first when it is." Harry arched an eyebrow but decided to let the matter slide as he said, I was wondering if you might want to join me for a chat with Moony and Padfoot. Hermione smiled and nodded as Harry called out, "Moony," and a moment later Remus appeared on the mirror with a smile on his face. He looked somewhat haggard and Hermione whispered into his ear that the full moon was coming up in a day. Harry smiled at his, surrogate uncle and said, "Hey Moony, I can see you aren't feeling too well, so I'll keep it short tonight." Remus nodded and waved his hands as a moment later Sirius poked his head into the screen. Harry chuckled at the sight and said, "Actually I think Hermione has something to show you." Hermione smirked at Harry as he swung it around to show Hermione transforming into a leopard before transforming back a moment later. Remus was first to speak and said, "Remarkable." Harry smiled and proudly said, "Took her less than 4 months to master it too." Sirius' eyes bugged in his head before he asked, "How about you, Harry?" Harry's grin faltered slightly before he replied, "I'm getting closer. Hermione seems to think I am a little over halfway to accomplishing my first transformation." Sirius nodded happily and said, "Hermione certainly is the brightest witch of her age. By all accounts you are doing quite remarkable as well. It took your father, the rat, and I a little over 2 years to master the transformation and we managed to practice during the summers too. So don't feel badly that you haven't mastered it yet." Harry smiled slightly, feeling unaccustomed to the feel of parental or some strain of parental love, and managed a quiet, "Thanks." Hermione noticed the slight shift in Harry's mood and said, "Well, seeing as how tomorrow is one of those nights for Professor Remus, I think we should let you go. Both of you stay safe, and Remus, do remember to take your potion." Remus smiled and nodded, looking bolstered by Hermione's words as Sirius ruffled his friend's hair and said, "I'll take care of him, lass, and now we have some time to think of a proper marauder nickname for you." The image on the mirror slowly faded away, leaving their reflection, and Hermione softly asked, "All right there, Harry?" Harry let out a breath and with a small smile said, "Yeah, I think I am." The remainder of the holiday went by far too quickly for Harry's tastes as he resumed training with Moody near the back end of it and managed to learn some advanced shield charms, and cast all but the most advanced of them. Moody suggested some books to research for other means of swimming underwater, while they both still puzzled over what the thing was that would be taken from each of the champions. Classes resumed for the second term of the school year, and the first sign of changes were felt as the students were introduced to their new care of magical creatures professor, Professor Grubbly Plank. Professor Grubbly Plank was a middle-aged witch who always had a pipe in her mouth, and she began her first lecture with a much more relaxed air than most professors they had come across. "Welcome class, I am your new professor replacing outgoing Professor Hagrid. Professor Hagrid has been a great help and I will continue his course outline for the remainder of the year. With one exception, we will not be continuing our study of the blast-ended Scroots." A general cheer went through the class, including Harry and Hermione. Grubbly Plank smiled and continued, "Today we will be studying a creature that only the girls of the class will be able to approach, unicorns. Follow me to the edge of the woods, and the girls that wish to may hand feed them will be given the proper grains. Boys stay back and observe, note-taking is suggested." Hermione looked pleadingly at Harry, who smiled and said, "Go on, I'll take good notes for you." Hermione looked around quickly and gave Harry a quick peck on the cheek before running over to the grain stores and grabbing some feed. As Hermione and the majority of the other girls concentrated on feeding the beautiful and pure creatures, Harry took down notes every time Grubbly Plank made a comment and smiled as he watched the girls play with the unicorns. Class was beginning to wind down when Malfoy walked up behind Harry and said, "Hey Pothead, you're looking rather chipper for someone who has lost a pair of friends over the holidays. Maybe you got laid by the mudblood." Harry rolled his eyes before he turned back to Malfoy and said, "Honestly Malfoy, I would almost think you were gay as much as you worry about my love life." Malfoy pinked and couldn't muster an adequate response as Grubbly Plank dismissed class. Harry spotted Ron off to the side, glancing at him occasionally with a very thoughtful look on his face. He only hoped it meant that Ron was still trying to save the tattered remains of their friendship. Charms class with Flitwick was the most interesting it had been the entire year, as the class worked on summoning and banishing charms. Harry had a flashback to the game he saw at the campgrounds during the World Cup, and surprised everyone by managing to master the summoning charm Accio first, while Hermione mastered the banishing charm Remedo, first earning more worthless points for Gryffindor House. The hourglass counters still functioned however, and Gryffindor House was for once in a commanding lead before the end of the school year. By the second Saturday of the term the entire school had begun to gear up for the second task in around 5 weeks, as a Hogsmeade weekend was held. As Harry and Hermione boarded the carriages down to Hogsmeade they spotted Krum diving into the Great Lake, no doubt practicing for the second task. Hermione spotted this and said, "Tomorrow we'll work on figuring out how you can breathe underwater aside from a bubblehead charm." Harry frowned and nodded before he added, "We need to find out what kind of creatures are in the Great Lake too. I mean aside from the giant squid." Hermione furrowed her brow before she said, "From what I've read Great Britain's inland bays are often filled with grindylows and merpeople. But, you're right, we should do some research to prepare for any surprises." Her expression grew guarded as she asked, "Have you figured out what they're going to take from you yet?" Harry sighed heavily before he turned to Hermione and honestly answered, "I love my firebolt, but I wouldn't kill myself trying to rescue it underwater. From what I've reasoned, it will probably be a person we would dearly miss." Harry finished looking at Hermione very meaningfully, as the message was adequately sent. Hermione gulped and remained silent for the rest of the ride into Hogsmeade. The next day found Harry and Hermione in the library poring through various books on aquatic magic, aquatic herbology, and aquatic potions. Harry had drawn the short straw and was reading the book on aquatic potions when he came across something of interest. "Hermione, I have a potion here that is supposed to simulate the effects of gillyweed for up to 20 minutes. What exactly is gillyweed?" Hermione's eyes widened as she opened the herbology book and quickly leafed back to the index before she quickly leafed to a page and said, "Oh, I think this could be the perfect solution. It mentions here that gillyweed's effects last approximately 1 hour. If it takes you more than an hour to save me, you can cast a bubblehead charm." Harry frowned and asked, "Can I cast a bubblehead charm while underwater?" Hermione nodded and said, "The bubblehead charm is a conjuration. It would just change the water around your head into an air bubble." Hermione frowned and said, "Oh dear, this is an extremely rare plant. I'm afraid we'll need someone's help to get some." Harry tapped his fingers on the desk before he asked, "Does it say what kind of shelf life the stuff has?" Hermione scanned the passage once again and said, "According to this, the gillyweed loses potency exponentially 3 months after being freshly picked." Harry nodded and called out, "Dobby." A moment later Dobby appeared and Harry said, "Dobby, I need for you to procure some freshly picked gillyweed for me by the end of the week. Can you manage that?" Dobby's smile nearly lit the room up as he said, "Of course, Master Harry. Dobby be getting freshly picked gillyweed by ends of the week." Harry smiled and said, "Thank you, Dobby. You will be getting paid for doing this outside of your work for the school. We can negotiate that once you've given me it though." Dobby nodded and vanished with a very soft pop, apparently understanding it was a library and loud noises were frowned upon. Hermione looked at Harry and they shared a tired smile before she said, "Well, that's one less thing to worry about." Of course, for every one step they took forward it seemed fate would send them back to, who said that destiny didn't have a sense of humor. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.